Kind of a weird question. What brings you here?
Yeah, he is
Not you.
interested.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. What brings you here, Lumen?
Oh, what brings me here is just the quest of truth.
Oh yeah.
Great. So have you been in any other servers, or is this the first one?
Oh no, I've been in this one and many others, in various different accounts for the past 10 years, or the past like
Good.
8 years or whatever. I don't know how long, but
Good. Have you read the welcome of this server? Just to make sure you know what we're about here and the rules.
to be honest,
Very
I read them a little bit, but I kind of skimmed over them.
them all just to make sure, just so that you know
I'll read them.
everything is kosher.
Thanks, man. I'll read them. Thank you.
Yeah, we like to do things kind of, on point here, and have specifics that we kind of talk about, and then off-topic stuff that we don't talk about in the live stream. So that's why I really need you to read it closely, so you don't get in trouble and we don't have to give you trouble. So I'm going to give you voice verification, and we're going to move on here because I'm trying to get this other guy. Denzo, are you here? Danzo. So if you have problems with your mic, if you're on a computer, down in the left corner, there's a little user settings icon. Click on it. Click on voice and video. And then make sure it's voice activity instead of push to talk.
Yeah. Oh, he left.
Voice activated.
Hello? Gonzo? And when you leave,
Hello, can you hear me?
there you go. How you doing?
Now I
We
can hear you. I'm on my phone right now.
Okay.
What's up, dude?
At this point, I can hear you fine. We're getting understanding from Sia. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but you have following on TikTok. What kind of videos you posting?
I post videos on motivation, like motivational, spiritual, and confidential, successful, like this mindset shift. I want to upgrade people's mindsets, but first I need to upgrade mine. And yeah,
Ooh,
just
okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I'm a young boy from Germany. Um, I've been doing like TikTok for 2 years now, but I've been taking it seriously only like for 1 month or like 3 months. Like 3 months, and now I have like cracked the 100K. The first time it's cracked the 100K followers. Yeah, I just do some live streams.
What kind of flat Earth videos are you posting?
It's not really that I'm posting flat Earth videos, but it's like when my opinion about Earth is like I want to know, I want to know because the information I get here is so dumb and it's not true. I know it cannot be true, and yeah,
Hey,
that's why I'm
Danzo.
just like,
Hey, Danzo,
yeah,
you want a simple observation just to prove to you what the reality of the Earth is?
bro, yes sir, yes sir.
It's simple. Anybody can do it. Anybody can do this simple observation, and it's reproducible and repeatable, and the same thing happens every time. I'm not lying. This happens
Girl
every time.
incoming.
The same
Okay,
result happens.
we're
Okay, so
listening. Just tell us.
the observation is that okay, you go up in a hot air balloon or any non-window vehicle of air flight that could have liftoff, and you go up into the air. You go as high as you can, right? You go as high as you possibly can until you're looking at the horizon. When the horizon is following you at eye level, that's impossible on a sphere. on a sphere, you would have to look down, and the horizon would be seeping down beneath you, and you would have to look down further and further down at the horizon as it seeps down beneath you, as on a globe. But on a flat plane, on a movable fixed center of the universe, the horizon would stay at eye level no matter what altitude you go to. And in reality, that's what we see every time, is that the horizon stays at eye level no matter what. And that's why I don't understand why there's so much confusion within the scientific community with understanding the implications of observational, reproducible experimental science.
Well, they have refraction. They have refraction and gravity on their side. So
True,
that's
yeah,
all they
but their
have. That's
refraction and
all they have
gravity
to
can't.
say. And once
Well,
you
that
say
but
those two
they can't scream.
words,
Right, but they can't scream
it's done.
refraction and gravity when it comes to the horizon staying at eye level no matter what, because
And that's
the horizon
exactly
staying at eye level no
you're
matter
on
what
point.
isn't light dependent. It's spatially it's spatial recognition dependent. It's light too. Light is all spatial recognition, but it's also point of view perspective. It's also, there's so much that goes into it, like. But it's not talked about that much. I think that's the problem. The problem is it's not questioned, or it's not talked about as much in the academic communities.
Well, because the globe is. It's been
The
solidified
globe is so dominant.
in the mind
Yeah.
of everyone. So it's all about the educational system. Once you go through the educational system, you are programmed in the educational system. So nothing anyone else says or does can prove anything to you because they're following the educational system. And that's the thing. It's just such a powerful thing, but it's been around for how many years? And what really have you learned? It's all the same exact shit.
The age of the school system does not make it right. Just because it's older does not make it right. Because if you say that, your logic means that alcohol must be healthy. Because in Germany, alcohol has been legal for 400 years or 200 years. For 200 years, it has been legal. And your argument does not prove anything. It just says, yes, okay, the school system was long and it was created in the past, so it must be good. But that's not true, because you don't even know what good really is. But everyone says that good's something else. But you know, it makes no sense. What you're saying is make no sense, because it's not an argument. It's because it's a school system or a part of the school system does not mean that it's great in the way it is, or that it's even true. But how can you know? Just because many people say something is true doesn't mean it's true. That's how they keep us down. Because
That's why
these
we're
people
trying
who
to sway away from belief here, where we're trying to make sure that people know that we're not here just believing things, although we do have our
acts,
beliefs because we
okay,
can't test those. But when we go out and we actually test it, like Lumen said, going on a balloon or even in a plane, I mean, if you figure that the horizon is always at eye level no matter how high
yeah,
you go, that's a problem. That's a problem for a globe, and that's of course the main problem. That's our first stage or point that we use. We have 3 points that we use here in this Discord. When we always tell people our 3 points that solidify that it's not a globe, that
okay,
you have to prove these 3 points in reality. Okay, so one is of course the curve. If you can see more than 3 to 4 miles away at 6 feet at looking out at the sea at sea level, if you see more than 6 miles, then you know that the radius is not 3959. That calculation just explodes. But then you go into the second point, okay? Motion. Okay, who determined that we had motion? Who knows that we are spinning? Who tested that? Where is the test for that? And how can we all prove that it's moving? Okay, that's one thing that they solidified a long time ago. But But in reality, you have these pictures of like rocks, standing on rocks and standing on rocks and standing on rocks, and people like levitating, basically levitating them. It looks like they're levitating, but it's because the Earth is not moving. Then we go into the third point about containment, air containment. Sorry, my phone's ringing. Hey, someone take over.
Yeah, also, water always stays level. That's why we have something called sea level, and that's why for the advanced ancient civilizations for millennia, people have always referred to sea level as level because water always finds its level no matter what container it's in. And so, like, that's another proof that we're on a flat, immovable, fixed center of the universe, because why would water act like that on a spinning ball? You know what I mean? Like, that wouldn't make any sense. But,
Hello, can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay. I didn't get the last thing because my connection broke off. The thing about the water, because my connection broke off. The last thing I understood was you saying,
Oh, yeah, that, water was, it always stays level no matter what container it's in. And, water's physics wouldn't react like that if we were on a sphere. If we were on a sphere, water would curve around objects and it would have an orbit around water, around the atmosphere of water, around the air molecules of water. And but that's just not the case. In reality, we just see that water finds its level by itself. Water is smart. Water has its own consciousness. It finds its own level. It always finds a level within any container. And that's why we have something called sea level. That's why everybody refers to sea level as level, because water is level. I mean, maybe the waves in the ocean aren't level all the time, but there's an average of sea level that you can measure.
have you measured them?
Huh?
I asked if you have measured them.
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm.
Have I measured them?
Yeah.
Like the waves of the ocean and stuff?
No, just like the sea level.
Oh, the sea level? Yeah, I've measured sea level before. I use levels, I use water levels, I use all types of tools and stuff to have recognition of have a reference point of what's actually level and what's not. There's sacred patterns in geometry that you could follow in order to know that you're correct about a certain level pattern or a certain angular levelness.
Mm. Mm.
Like there's a certain accuracy that you develop being a carpenter or like a hands-on kind of person, engineer or something. And I'm somewhat of that. Like I'm kind of more of a carpenter or like a handyman, and I could work on like almost anything. And it basically just has to do with a lot of the prefrontal cortex and like the problem solving and the frontal lobe decision making and problem solving and stuff like that. But anybody can develop advanced cortexes and frontal lobes. Anybody can develop nearly infinite potential of intellectual capabilities.
Facts.
I also explained it earlier to him, and with the Bedford level experiment and the Chicago image. So I explained like there must be a 6,000 feet of curvature and stuff. So he knows the Earth can't be a ball with a radius of 3959.
Yeah. Also,
What's 3959?
if the Earth was a
I'm
ball
from Germany.
if the Earth
I'm
was
from
a ball,
Germany.
the Pythagorean theorem and the spherical trigonometry to calculate the curvature would actually not all add up at all. None of the mathematics would work together, because if you calculated that 100 miles away from the Statue of Liberty, 8 inches per mile squared, it curves So every 8 inches per mile is squared is a drop in inches, is a drop in how many inches that occurs for the curvature. So there would be, if you were looking at the Statue of Liberty from 100 miles, if you shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the Statue of Liberty when you zoom in with a magnification lens. But the reality of reality is that when you go out and observe it yourself, and you zoom in to whatever object it is that's 100 miles away, that's really large, you could still see the bottom of it, and that should be impossible on a globe.
That's true though, because I saw that too in Germany. There's a city I live in, and it has like a fortress, and you can go upstairs and just have a view, and it's like 60, 70 meters in the air. I don't know how many feet it will be. I think like 100 feet in the air, and yeah, I could see a great building that was back in my hometown, in my home village. And in this village, there was like this, what's it called? The this atomic reactor, also Kernspalter. It's like if you take a proton and split it for energy. Current fusion, something like and I think and I think because if we can do something like this fusion where we can split the atoms, there must be a way to add up the atoms. You understand? Because of
fuse them, right? Fuse them, right?
Exactly. That must be possible. And like I see it with gravity too. Its gravity is only a hypothesis. It's only a hypothesis, and I think if there's a hypothesis for gravity, there must be a hypothesis for anti-gravity. On anti-matter.
That's what holds everything together. There's 5 elements. There's 5 platonic elements that exist within the universe. This universe, this physical realm, and this physical realm has water, earth, air, fire, and ether. And those 5 elements all represent the different characteristics of astrological nature and astrological essence and esoteric natures. And also, it describes the supernatural phenomena that people experience in everyday life.
Hey, nice man. What is ether? Can you tell me something about ether?
The ether is basically a substance, or it's the substance of all substances. It's all substances combined into one energy. It's everything combined into one energy. So it's basically an infinite vortex that's all omnipresent and always present within all of the physical reality and beyond the physical reality. And it is the binding nature of everything that exists. It's the pulse of life force, energy, and nature that binds everything together.
Ich habe gerade. I'm sorry, man. What you just told me was very, very nice of you. I'm telling you. Right now, hey, I don't know about it.
And what people refer to as consciousness is actually ether, because ether is literally the thing that holds everything together in perceptions of reality. Reality is perceptions, and perceptions become reality and manifest into reality. So reality literally is a culmination of perceptions, and reality literally only exists because we're conscious of it.
And if ether is consciousness, ether is everything.
If nobody was conscious of reality, it wouldn't exist.
Well, that's a hypothesis, because both of us cannot prove that the other one truly exists. We cannot prove that we too are truly players, you know?
Yeah,
We technically can't prove that ether exists either.
Well, we can, because Dayton Miller and Nikola Tesla have done experimental, reproducible, repeatable experiments on the scientific endeavors of the ether and how the magnetic field and electron flooding theory all combine into one amalgamation of entanglement of basically.
Where can I find this information that you have just spoken of?
Go on. Type in knowledge is power Gary Light. Knowledge is power Gary Light on YouTube, and he's one of the only channels that actually has some crazy secret information and stuff. But then there's other tools too that you could look up. Dayton Miller, and Nikola Tesla, and those guys figured out that the ether was real, and they were ignored, and there were people, really rich occultists paid off people to
What's his name? What's his name? What's his name?
Well, they paid off people to bribe them so that they would ignore the scientific discoveries and endeavors of Nikola Tesla and Dayton Miller about the ether, because they didn't want people knowing that consciousness is reality.
Brother, can you please say the name on the YouTube channel, please? Again, I need that information.
Oh yeah, it's knowledge is power.
Okay.
Gary Light. L-I-T-E. Gary Light. L-I-T-E.
I got him. Appreciate it.
Hey, Luminiferous. You know this argument with the gyroscope and the artificial horizon?
Wow,
another guy to look at, if you want to look up someone up. I'll answer that in a second. But another guy to look up, if you guys want to look someone up who's really intelligent and intelligible and stuff, is Eric Dubay. Eric Dubay is one of the smart.
Yeah, I know, but
No one's ever heard of him.
could you explain this to Denzo, this with the gyroscope and the artificial horizon? Because I tried to, but I think he didn't understand it pretty well. So maybe you can understand this better.
Well, the gyroscope works like this. There's a stationary artificial horizon designed into the gyroscope. So someone literally levels out a flat plane, a literal flat plane, a flat existence, a flat horizon, and they level that out and put that inside a gyroscope. They design it into the gyroscope so that it works in a certain way that it's referenced off of that horizon, off of that artificial horizon. And that artificial horizon is the only reference point that it's going off of. It's not going off of reality. It's just going off of a simulation of reality, a mere happenstance of reality, where it's just the electronic simulation. It's not representative of reality. It's merely can't explain what it is, but it's I lost my train of thought. But a gyroscope basically works like using equilibrium and balance, and balancing on a reference point of an artificial horizon designed by the engineer who developed the gyroscope. So gyroscopes really don't prove anything, actually. If anything, gyroscopes prove more so that we're on a flat plane, because if we're in the center of the universe, and balance exists, and equilibrium of mass, the difference between mass and volume and relative density exists, then that explains basically everything you just said. You know what I mean? That explains away everything you just said. All those calculations in mathematics and what has already been proven in the scientific community in the early days of the 1900s, in the early days of the 1800s, in the early days of the 1700s, and all the way back till ancient Babylon and before the Sumerians and stuff, Atlanteans and Lemurians and Tartarians.
Dave. Wow.
The Tartarians actually had luminiferous ether conducting cathedrals that still exist and stand today, that literally still conduct luminiferous ether from the ionosphere, from lightning in the air, when storms produce nearby, and birds line up in vortexes and swarms, and bats as well, and they all line up around the churches because this ominous sound of frequency is released from some of these cathedrals at nighttime, and when everybody's asleep. They're all over the world.
What do you mean? What is over the world? buses all over the world, man. I mean, not ether, but these conductors, I mean.
Well, it's simple. I mean, it's crazy. People think that the ether is so out of this world and so just false and so fictional, but the reality of it is that you're in ether all the time. The only reason that you're able to breathe oxygen right now is because the ions in the cells that are in your lungs are charging the oxygen molecules in order to actually charge them, in order to get an energy output from them, in order to actually make your breath, in order to actually give you breath in your lungs and mass and volume in your lungs, in order for you to be stationary on Earth and be sticking to Earth because of the relative mass and volume and density of your the air that's in your lungs. That's what keeps you on Earth, because of the balance of air that's in your lungs, and also because of the simple fact that we're in the center of the universe and we're not spinning.
Ja, irgendwie ergibt das echt nicht so viel Sinn. Also ich meine, back then, there were like this king and this astronomer. He thought that everything moved around the earth, but now everyone laughs about him. But I think he was right. I think he was
You
right.
could prove it. You could prove it yourself if you literally set up a camera with the shutter off and you set it straight up pointing at the sky and you time lapse it overnight, or over many nights, you'll literally see the alignments of the astrological wandering stars and how they actually relate to each other in every single way. By each spiral pattern is clockwise and counterclockwise, which is impossible on a sphere, because on a sphere there would be various zigzag lines of orbital dynamical fucking astronomical proportions that you wouldn't even be able to calculate if it was a sphere.
Okay. Do you know about the law of singularity? Not singularity, but if something happens at the same time, singularity. If something happens at the same time, like if it has the same rhythm, it's
Yeah, that's what reality is right now. It's a singularity of electrons. The only reason that everything exists is because it's a hologram. Everything exists as a physical dimension because it's being manifested by a spirit.
oh, okay. By spirit? Shish.
We got a long way from Earth curve measurements, huh?
Man, I don't know nothing. Bah.
Earth
Learning.
curve measurements have nothing on the luminiferous ether heaven spirits.
You know where you are? Check the server title.
I was going to say there's a lot of speculation going on here. I like it, but
Earth curve measurements are as bad as a waste of time as going to the movie theater when the worst the movies are out in the movie theater.
Okay, Luminiferous, then go.
What do you mean?
Well, that's what we talk about here.
Oh,
See you later.
yeah, stuff that's provable.
Probably the TR-3B aircraft, which I could prove that has a patent in the U.S. Patent Office and had all the advanced mystical technologies utilized in that aircraft, stealth aircraft.
Okay, and that's enough of the Luminiferous Ether show. Who's next?
I want to know more about ancient civilizations like the Egyptians or the Mayas or the Greeks and the Romans. If you know something about this.
We'll go
You
to an
wanna know
ancient
anything about
civilization server.
Perfect. Can you something about them? What not the technology, but either their habits. Like if you know how they lived, what they ate, what
So I
environment
don't know
they
if you
had.
caught what I just said, but I said go try an ancient civilization server.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
okay.
not. We're not here to tell you how they live their lives. What I can tell you, what
This
I
isn't
Flat Earth,
your
if you want to talk about something else, just go in the chill channel or something.
what I can tell you about those ancient cultures is that they all had a flat Earth.
Huh. Easy. Let's go.
So, do you have any questions about the Earth?
Yes. The magnetism. How can you use the magnetism? Because I know Nikola Tesla had some like an electric conductor that used all the information or the electricity from the air and from the sky and the natural polar. Because they say Antarctica, for example, and North Pole and South Pole, and if it exists, I don't know, but they say it's magnetized or it's with magnetized. Yes, you can. If you do know what Nikola Tesla knew, so something more like I don't know much about it, but it's interesting me.
Many of us have heard the stories of Nikola Tesla. It's not related to the topic of the server. We navigate using the magnetic field and compasses. That only works on a flat Earth.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions relating to the topic?
I'm just asking. I'm thinking about it because, yeah, if the Earth is flat, no. Now what? What's the next step?
Yeah, that's something that comes after. First, we have to deal with all of the people who don't know the news yet.
Oh.
So,
okay.
Now that you've heard the good news, it's time for you to go out and test it for yourself, and then you will know, and you don't have to believe anybody.
Facts. That's true.
Yeah, while you're out there looking for the curve, right? Ask yourself what's in the water.
I'm in the gym right now. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that in the future. Hey, you guys are efficient. Very efficient. Oh man, I like you guys.
Yeah, we've done this for a while.
Appreciate it. Great.
Drace, I already told him that if he wants to get knowledge, he has to come in this server because this is where you're going to get the most knowledge.
Yeah, there's a bunch of additional information for you to just browse through at your own leisure at the bottom of the server. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, there's a bunch of channels.
Alright, easy.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I personally think it's all very interesting because the more you learn about the world, the more you learn how amazing and wonderful it is, and what you can do with it as well. It like expands what is possible in your mind when you learn science, for instance, and it also opens up all of these potentials that the unknown brings, because there's a lot of things we just don't know and cannot test currently, and so instead of jumping to some conclusions about it, we're rather open to what it really is and trying to find ways to test it. Well, glad to have you. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Yeah, appreciate it. You will, because yeah, you have information that's very valuable. But let's say I don't just want to prove something is right. I want to profit of rightness. You know what I mean? Because you have this knowledge, and I am thinking about how I could, or how someone could use it to gain But I think about what to gain. What is to gain? People with a product?
What I would say is the biggest thing you gain from learning about flat Earth is you have to learn about logic in the process, and logic allows you to disarm when people are lying to you or trying to fool you with some bullshit. You can see
Yeah.
right through that. You can see right through it. And then the flat Earth thing, it gives you the ability to basically understand how basic science works, and you can construct things that maybe were more difficult before when we didn't have that understanding. Like just the understanding of perspective, for instance, allows you to draw a more realistic painting or picture, and which allows you to get a job as an artist, and it opens up avenues that previously were closed because these things weren't taught to the public, so the public is just left to wander around in the darkness.
Yes, that's true. But after the people know the truth, what will they do?
That's the beauty of it. I don't know. I guess that all of this information will be co-opted and used for nefarious means eventually, but currently we're just at the stage of discovery and trying to figure it out. So
Let's be the first.
So we have this breathing room to try to stop any kind of co-opting and try to make something positive out of all this. Like,
yes.
The revival of logic and the rebirth of science and destruction of the pseudoscience that has dominated our society will bring about a technological advancement. I am sure of it. Just think about it. Most of the world's most intelligent people have been lied to since birth until they have created this super strong mental image in their heads of this ball in outer space. And all of the research goes into trying to make the pseudoscience work. But the more they try to solve it, the more problems they find, so it gets worse and worse and worse. And so now most of our most intelligent people are stuck in theoretical physics. They're not actually doing anything real for humanity. They're not creating anything. They're just thinking about ideas and then arguing whose idea is better.
But I'm not doing that.
Yeah, you're one of the smart ones who wasn't pulled through the system towards the end results where you're going in circles because you inherently are holding contradictions and you were never taught logic. You at least have a little bit of common sense, which allows you to at least step back and think about things instead of being stuck in the pre-programmed way of thinking.
Yeah.
Not everybody has that, man. It's awesome.
Appreciate it. You're further than me.
I have a question. Justin.
Yes.
Do you remember this Jan guy?
Not sure.
A couple days ago, we had this talk, and there was like this troll guy, John.
Okay.
Which came in the server.
Which one?
Yeah, this young guy. He was like a troll. He came in the server, and I don't know what he said. He was like just trolling. He was just trolling.
They come and go, but most of the time the trolling stops, and and they start actually realizing that they're idiots, and then they do the work.
Yeah, this was
I
like a
can
couple
tell
of
you
days
that
ago.
I trolled for 8 months because I was so stuck in my head that I couldn't get rid of the stuff I knew. I literally knew this, but guess
Mm.
what? It was a belief.
Yeah. Can you raise your volume
It
a little
was
bit,
something
Justin?
I knew, but a belief.
Okay.
So
But
that's
don't you
the
remember
reason. I
this
didn't
talk
know
that we
that.
had?
I had no. I didn't put that. It didn't click in my head until I realized that I found out in the research that I was doing that I was told something that was not true. And then I also found out something that I was never told. Never. Not in my educational system. I was never told. And that one triggered me. That one really triggered me. It's about the moon. I was never told that the moon was like a yin yang to the sun, where the moon is absolutely like freezing, yet the sun is completely hot, right? So the way I tested this is just by going out at the middle of the night, making sure. I mean, the moon was huge at the time that I was testing this out, and it was around that time where it was the closest that it gets to Earth, is what they say is the closest because it's the biggest, right? So when I did that, the moon was almost full. You get into the shadow, and you're like warm. You're like really warm. And then when you jump into even just putting your hand into the light of the moon, you feel cold. Your whole body is in the shade, warm, but yet your hand is in the light and it's absolutely cold. Now, how the freak is that possible if the moon is reflecting the sunlight that's burning?
The moon has its own light, but it's
The
the
moon
opposite
has its
from
own light.
sunlight.
Yes. That's the only reason I know. It's the only belief that I can hold on to.
But you can't remember when we talked. Well, like a couple days ago, we had to talk.
Not sure, dude. I kind of try to take out the troll out of my head and leave it behind. So if there was someone trolling me, I kind of
Okay.
get rid of that out of my house and keep on to it. So this John guy may be, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
By the way, Justin, your volume is actually low compared to usual. I turned you up 200%, but it's still low.
How about that one? Is that better?
Yeah, it's a little better.
Okay. Yeah, I had it down. I
I have a question.
have so many things wrapped in my soundboard.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
It's just amazing. I literally have over 85 soundboard keys because I've set up a second keyboard as a macro, a full-size second keyboard as a macro keyboard. So all it's doing is running clips, like running sounds and opening up folders and like my sound options. It changes. Like I have just one button to change my sound options.
That's epic.
I've been working on it for a couple of months now, and auto hotkey. If you're into computers, auto hotkey is just amazing. And Lua macro. But anyways, so I try to speak to them, the trollers, and if they continue to waste my time, I'm done. When I've said it 3 or more times, the exact same thing, and they just overlook it, that's a waste of time. You can't deal with someone that just doesn't want to look at the stuff that you bring. I mean, we have looked at every single thing all the time. Any time a Glober comes in, they bring the same stuff, and it just doesn't make any sense that they keep trying to pull the same stuff on us. But I give it to them because of the fact that they're new and they may not know anything about the flat Earth here, or even their own globe. I mean, most of them don't even know their own radius. It's like insane. You don't know the size of your Earth except for you just accept it. You just accept what they say and what they show you on TV, even though they don't freaking match in reality. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, you don't see that. But I always bring it back to where I never saw it. You know what I'm saying? Like, for the 8 months, the first 8 months that I was dealing with this, that when I first found it, what triggered was I was looking up UFOs, and one flat Earth video came on my stream, and I was just refreshing the like the For You page or whatever, on YouTube, and it refreshed one thing about flat Earth, and it triggered me. I saw those two words together, and I was like, what? People are still believing this? And that just, it was the end of it was the end of me. At that point, I stopped researching UFOs and went straight to the Earth. Whatever the Earth had to give me. Yes, that is a perfect picture. I saw it on TV. But then you show them the reality of life, and there's no evidence of this supposed curve that they so, these guys. And then I don't know if anyone watched the CERN live. They said it was live, but it was broadcasted 4/25, literally months ago. It may have even been the same clip. They just screwed up, but yeah, they're just trying to make everyone believe over and over and over again. Something's about to happen, like they're gonna make a wormhole open up in the sky and make us believe things are coming through the wormhole. And see, then I think, maybe that they won't do that because of the fact it may cause panic and an uprising. I don't know, but it could go anyway. I just know that they're trying very hard to push this UFO stuff when we are the aliens. We've always been the aliens.
If you look into the New Age stuff, it's very prevalent in that whole thing that Space Jesus is going to come save us, and the Vatican is already like ready for it.
Exactly. That's just like one of their biggest.
Come on, man.
Took me about a month, a little bit over a month, to get over the initial response of gravity must solve everything. And then when I realized that gravity couldn't bend the light, I was like, oh shit, how can I solve this? How can I solve this? Refraction. But because I wanted to teach Eric Dubay how he was wrong, I actually had to study those subjects, and that didn't go well for my belief.
Hey, where'd your buddy go? See ya? Oh, he's gone too. Well,
There's something about those guys, man. I just don't know.
say it's a flat earther. I mean, you know, he brought the Devon guy in, the Denzo guy, and he sounded okay. The other one, though, I don't know about this Lumen guy.
Yeah. Seiya sounds cool. I understand it. Like, you have a bunch of friends, and like some are more receptible than others. And you're trying to bring them in here because you know there's reasonable people here that can talk to them, that it won't be coming from you, so they won't fight as much.
Yeah, Lumen was way off topic.
Yeah, he did sound way off.
Yeah, and when I tried to get him back, he just argued. He said talking about the Earth, curve or whatever is boring and pointless. And it's like, well, that's the topic of the server. If it's boring and pointless to you, just go somewhere else. And he got mad.
Looks like I should hide again. Wait for the Globers. I scare them away now.
We were talking to high IQ for them to stick around.
The silence is deafening.
The Earth is flat.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? And
I'm amazed at the mental gymnastics that these people display. It's unbelievable, right? So apparently there was like some sort of court case, Globe Earth, Flat Earth court case. apparently the flat Earth
Yeah, I heard
won.
about that.
But
Yes, and
they're
they
rationalizing.
won.
They're saying, "Oh, well, the judge could have been biased and all this stuff like that." That's their excuse. Oh, they couldn't possibly have really won based on evidence. The judge was probably bad at their job. Like that's how they're trying to rationalize it here in the chat.
Well, they think they could do a better job than the judge, then maybe they should prove that the Earth is a globe.
Think about that logic, though. Think about that logic. How many the world's already biased towards the globe. So you're gonna tell me this one judge was a flat earther? Give me a break, dude.
He saw no reason to side with the globe. He was honest. He did his job.
Does anyone have any info on that case? Like, is there
There's probably light. There's probably a light bit, and they're probably trying to remove it as we speak.
Okay. It'd be interesting to look at.
In stone. It's in a case. They can't get rid of a case like that. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been multiple of those same ones. They just leave them alone.
It'd be very interesting to read what maybe the transcripts and stuff like that, but probably impossible to get.
Unless you're part of the 1%.
And the original point is always to try to be like a judge. That's kind of my new thing. It's like, as soon as they start asking, well, why would they lie? Now you're not being a sound judge. No judge would ever sit up there and say, well, why would they possibly lie about this thing? And we just got joined by a bunch of new people, probably with no role. So welcome everybody. You'll probably notice your server muted. We have a process called the VC check-in where you can go in and show that you're not here to fool around. So if you're sincere, if you have questions you want to ask, or you want to make some points, jump up into the VC check-in 1, and somebody will give you a role to speak here. All right, 2.
They're all going to say, "Oh, I'm kind of on the fence about this whole flat Earth thing, so maybe it's a disc."
Whoa!
I'll jump up there and talk.
Holy cow! Yeah.
Usually, when a whole crew of them comes in like that, they're like LARPers. Let's check it out though.
I like what he was saying about looking at things maybe through a judged perspective. So you look at the evidence. Does it have merit? And make a conclusion from that. I think when people start asking why, then what that goes into philosophical kind of questions, and anyone can have an opinion on why, and I don't think anyone will ever find out why, 100% why.
Yeah, I think it's important to try to retain your neutrality while you're trying to teach someone something. If you're too aggressive, sometimes people just get the backfire effect, and they just reinforce their previous beliefs and create oftentimes some kind of idea or delusion about you that justifies all of your behavior in their eyes. We're dealing with psychological things. This is why we almost all have to become therapists if we want to help a truly ardent globe believer. It's not something that's easily done.
Yeah, I found myself doing it the other night with there was me and PMAC with 2 other guys, and what they were saying was just so stupid that I couldn't help myself being kind of combative.
Yeah, it's understandable to get annoyed, and sometimes that annoyance just slips out. But it's kind of important to try to remind ourselves that we are taking the role of a teacher, and so we should try to, if we can't control our annoyance, then we should just step back and let a different teacher do it.
Yeah, that's right. And how many percent of people are actually gonna listen, take it in, and then go, oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll look into that. What percentage do you reckon that is? Like maybe 3% of people you'd speak to would actually listen?
Yeah, depends a lot on the frame, and it goes up and down. Like I kind of like to look at it like this. Everybody has a lock, and it requires a specific key. And so if you're not you don't have the right key, you're not getting through that lock.
Yeah, like a trigger point of, oh shit. Like I can hear 100 arguments against the globe, but then one thing that relates to them maybe triggers them to be thinking, interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of
You
like
just
if they're really rational and logic based, then you bring them a really rational and logical argument. They're like, "Ah, I see your point." But if they don't have that, and they're like, they base all of their stuff on emotions and stuff, they're not gonna see your point unless it reflects on their emotions. And kind of like when you're dealing with someone super ecocentric, it really needs to give him a positive. He needs to be gaining something from it. Otherwise, he's like, nah, and it's not for me. I don't believe in it, therefore it doesn't exist. And so I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I want.
yeah, and then at that point they go back to the sky.
Yep. Those guys basically just need whole other therapy for their other problems. Like flat Earth is way too advanced for them.
Yeah, because they're still stuck in space. So
yeah, they're still stuck in delusions and fallacious thinking, which is what underpins narcissistic personality disorders. So the same fallacious thinking that keeps them in that self-centered state is also the same thing that holds up all of the globe. And so when you start taking away the fallacies and you start taking away the globe, you start chipping into their ego and their whole foundation for what they think makes them intelligent. They can repeat the story and people say, oh my God, you know so much about space. You're so intelligent. But he just parroted some bullshit he has no understanding of.
yeah, repeat and regurgitate. Yeah. Maybe that's why people who have always been kind of conspiratorially minded can see the flat Earth, because you can say, okay, well, if you can look past things, then you can go, oh, I see it. Yeah, I can see that. I'll look into that. Because you don't believe everything you see on the news, or nothing you see on the news. But you've looked into all these other conspiracies, so it opens your mind to definitely bigger conspiracies.
Yeah, it's also, I think, once you start realizing that some of these so-called conspiracies are actually conspiracy facts, and like the Gulf of Tonkin, for instance, was considered a conspiracy for a long time, and then the American government just admitted it. And like these kinds of things make it more, once you understand how the world has actually operated on conspiracies throughout history, and most of the important historic moments had conspiracies woven into them. So it's not like it's a new thing or some obscure thing that never happens. That's just a delusional idea that they fed to the society while they dehumanized people who questioned the status quo by calling them conspiracy theorists. But when you have evidence for some conspiracy, you're not a theorist anymore.
Yeah. Like you said, conspiracy fact.
Yeah.
I'm going to go on mute. I've got to eat.
It's all good. We're just hoping that the flood of people from before are actually worth talking to, and they come down here in a minute, and then we can have a good conversation. I don't even mind a pretty bad conversation. As long as, like, you can control him and just teach him how to behave like a normal person, maybe that'll educate some of the other Globers listening.
You guys stole me.
Oh, welcome, Celeste.
Thank you.
So, what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
I'll have to say I'm a Glober.
Cool. And so, do you know of any evidence that the Earth is curving or globe?
To me, there's video evidence, and then, of course, like flying on a plane.
Okay, so let's address that. You know that you can, like, watch a movie and see a video, and that does not mean that Godzilla is real or Narnia is real. You get that?
Right.
And the other thing was what?
I just
planes. Yeah. Okay. So
what
we'll address the planes. then.
what is the purpose of pretending it's a globe? Like
Well,
you're
you should
saying,
probably
like
you should probably
it's
figure
not a
that out for
globe.
yourself.
No, no, no.
Let's
I'm just
Let's
asking.
address your claim that you've seen Earth curve from an airplane first.
Yeah.
First things first.
Yeah.
Well,
You're
let
appealing
whoever
to-
was talking to her just talk to her, please.
Yeah. You're asking for motive. We cannot possibly know their motives. However, we can prove that they're wrong. And to address your airplane idea, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that even from the height of the ISS, you're not high enough to see any Earth curve in the horizon. And he said this about as well Jeff Bezos and what was the other guy? I forget. Richard Branson. And how they didn't go high enough to see any Earth curve. So you definitely didn't go high enough when you were on an airplane. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying, so I'm gonna go look some things up.
I can show you a video as well. However, it is understandable that you might have thought you saw Earth curve because airplane windows can get curved, and especially with pressure, can give the illusion of straight lines being bent. Oh, by the way, if you look in live stream voice text chat, there's a channel that I will post relevant information in. Like, I posted a picture of airplane window bending straight lines.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure, go
Hello?
ahead.
Alright. I don't mean to sound stupid or anything. I'm just curious. I don't know if every flat earther believes this. But I was watching a live stream on TikTok about this flat earth, and he said that. So from what I understand, apparently the Earth is flat, like it's like a plate type thing, and we're surrounded by like a big like ice wall, just a wall of ice. Is that true, or is that just some people do and some people don't believe that? Is that just
Yeah,
generally?
We don't operate on beliefs here. When some people talk about the ice wall, they're simply talking about the coastline of Antarctica. So
I thought that meant the whole planet is surrounded by a circle of ice.
no,
Because I
it's just
was
the
going to ask
coastline
it,
of
wouldn't
Antarctica.
the sun just melt it? Okay. So wait. So what do you guys think the like is? If you walked straight enough, could you just like float out into space?
No, we are not the Flat Earth Society. Please read our hashtag welcome. It contains our rules. And so we do not believe we're a pizza floating in outer space. We
No,
don't
that's not what I'm asking. And I'm not trying to like be a smart ass or
Benny,
anything. I'm just curious.
Just remember, we're running a live show, Benny. So just try and let people pass the mic back and forth. So let Trace finish, maybe. That'd be nice. But yeah,
There's
but
no
go
need
ahead.
to pass the mic if somebody's handling it well. Just leave it how it is.
Okay, so we don't claim that you can fall off the earth. Do you fall off a lake?
If there's like a waterfall at the end.
Yeah, we don't claim anything about any ends.
Does a lake have an end? A lake, not a river, a lake.
I don't know
Does
the
it have
difference,
an
to be
end?
completely honest.
Okay.
A lake.
So
Yes,
I think everything
it has
an end, doesn't it?
boundaries.
I'm saying, listen.
And it has a depth.
I'm saying, do you actually believe you can fall off a lake?
That's not what I said.
I'm asking you. I'm asking.
No, I don't believe.
Can you fall off a lake? Okay, thank you.
But wouldn't there have to be an edge to the earth? Or are you just saying you just
We're
like
not saying
float
that
off
there is.
into space?
We're not saying that
after?
there isn't. We're
Okay.
saying that there is no shape. We are trying to find it out.
Yeah, falsification is independent of replacement. So we falsified the globe religion, and we don't have a replacement cosmology to replace that whole cosmology. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So we can just
In other
show...
words,
Sorry.
oh, go ahead, Trace. I was just going to say, in other words, you can't shove the flat Earth back into the previous cosmology.
Yeah. Essentially, the whole outer space cosmology was born from the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, and based on the assumed radius value, they created the distances between all the planets and all of that, and then imagined the stars were so far away, and it's all based on the Earth being a sphere, but we can prove that it isn't, so...
I like the sound of that.
So how we prove it, wouldn't you want to know? Because if we claim that we can disprove the model that's been given to us, wouldn't you want to know how to do it? Because we're not claiming that we can tell you how to know. We're claiming that we can teach you how to prove it yourself. Isn't that different than what they do in schools? They just tell you it's a globe, but they don't tell you why, right?
Exactly.
Do you really ask your teachers why? And don't they usually just respond with one-word answers like gravity, right? Oh, gravity explains everything, does it? Well, we can teach you how to know for yourself with first-hand experience, observation, and measurements.
I got a question. So, what do y'all believe about the sun? Like, what's y'all thoughts about the sun? Because from a shadow standpoint, right?
It's hot.
It's hot, but like I was talking to somebody else. He was like, the sun is not where it is. It's probably closer or smaller, or something like that. So, like,
look,
if I have a stick in the ground, right?
Know. We haven't taken a biopsy.
If I have a stick in the ground, right, and the shadow moves around, the shadow will. If I have a straight up stick and put it in the ground, you can see the shadow moves around.
So I have to ask you, do you know where the sun is though with that stick and shadow? There's no way you're not testing the sun. You're not testing anything when you just do a stick and a shadow. You have no idea where that light source is coming from. And if you don't, then you don't have anything. You can't do that. You can't just use a stick and a shadow to test where the light source is coming from.
Okay, but then how else would you explain like the
I
shadow
can't
moving?
explain it. I don't. I don't try to, because guess why? I
Okay.
cannot test the sun. No one can.
But it's
So
a
I
light.
say, me personally, I don't know about anyone else, but probably most will agree, you don't talk about the sky or anything in it, because how can you do that when you can't test it?
Let's go back to the curve of the Earth.
Let's
Yeah.
talk about the ground, because literally that's what we really can talk about, is stuff that we can do on the ground. We can't do anything in the sky. We don't know where that light source is coming from, so we're not going to speculate or assume. And that will make an ass out of you and me, because then you're going to tell other people to assume as well. And I don't want to do that.
Let me get us back on track, right? We're talking about, right? So let me just go straight to the beginning. They told us that boats go over the horizon. That's how you know that we live on a globe, right? Completely ignoring, perspective and things disappearing at the vanishing point, because we don't have like owl eyes, we have human eyes. And yeah, once it disappears into the horizon, we can pull it back up with binoculars, telescope, what have you, right? So we've been shooting lasers, making observations, all kinds of different things all over the world for the past 7 years. And we're not saying trust us, we're saying you go outside, check the Earth itself, and see if it is curving at the rate they tell us. Now, if you got a search engine handy, you could quickly search the radius of the Earth, right? It won't take you but a few seconds, right? And then that will tell you how big the Earth is. They've given us the model, the size, and everything. So next thing you're going to look for is the Earth curve calculator, right? And then you're going to put in 1 foot observation height. You're going to see that the horizon's about 1.2 miles away. It can be closer due to fog or bad weather conditions, sandstorms, rain, snow, sleet, right? But it can't be further, right? Because if you have a geometric object, right, like let's say a pregnant woman, right, she can't see her toenails when she's laying on her back, right? Because there's an obstruction in the way. And that's how it works on a sphere. There's obstruction, and you would think that the Earth is, it's so big you can't see it from the Earth, like some people, like Professor David said, but that's not what we were told in the beginning, right? This is them adjusting to our arguments and measurements and observations and changing the goalpost to, you can only see it from space. Well, none of you can go to space. None of you have ever witnessed the Earth from space as a sphere. In fact, if you were to meditate in your backyard for 3 days and 3 nights, you would be told by your senses, first-hand experience, that the world is flat, stationary, and there is no vacuums to where you cannot breathe. Nature abhors a vacuum, but they tell us that it's curving, and we're moving, and there's a vacuum. You just have to go there to see it, a near-perfect vacuum. But that's the 3 claims, but we can debunk one of them. There's no evidence for the second 2 whatsoever. So I'm guessing everybody has an Earth curve calculator pulled up. One.
They're all gone. Oh, except for one. There's just Morningstar left.
Okay, so I was going to pass the mic in just a second. I was going to say, you can go find the distance to the horizon yourself. You can measure, see what you can see out there yourself. You don't need any doctor, lawyer, or any specialist. It's simple math. The Earth curve calculator calculates it for you. Please continue.
What did you think, Morningstar?
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Again, it's nice to hear a different opinion, something that actually matters.
Where did
voice.
everybody go?
Well, your
They all
voice
did.
was awesome. That's all I
Thank
gotta
you.
say.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so take the Earth curve calculator and try to see whether the Earth actually matches what that calculator is telling you it is.
If you're wondering where the others went, they're off watching the videos they got sent.
Okay, great.
I see.
In the it's like a group call for research that just got made, so they didn't have to watch them independently.
Okay, cool. That's great.
That's great.
So, Crofosco, you had a question. Oh, go ahead, Timbo.
Yeah, sorry, I was just Morningstar, is that your real voice?
Yes, it is. I promise.
it really does sound pretty computerized, but you know, we'll deal with it.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you
It doesn't matter.
I'm a musician.
The lady has a lovely voice.
You're great.
Go back to that.
Yeah,
Larry,
hey,
you sweetheart, you think they're a lady?
Wait. Hold on though. If they come in with a voice changer, they're not going to be honest about. We can't trust them at all. So.
So far, everybody's been real respectful.
Hey, hold on really quickly. Morningstar, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
All right,
I can
how
even
about?
sing it if you'd like.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
That was pretty good. Voice changers are really quality.
If it's a voice
I
changer,
promise
it's pretty
you,
freaking
it's
good.
not a
Guys,
voice
can we
changer.
bring it back to the conversation, please? So Corpuscle had a question in the VC check. Do you want me to ask your
Well,
question?
I've been vetoed.
Yeah, well, we checked her in. Okay, so if you guys,
I reserve my previous statements, but go ahead.
Okay, so Corpuscle, would you like me to phrase your question, or do you want to ask the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. His question was about why we don't need a model. So I guess I can start off. I like to talk about Thanksgiving dinner times, or maybe, and for another example, you grow grapes or wine in your backyard. So think of those two examples. For Thanksgiving dinner, did you have a menu last time you had Thanksgiving dinner? I did.
We don't have that over here.
Okay, all right, sorry. Well, let's go to my wine example. So let's say you grow grapes in your backyard and you make wine, and I come over and I start asking you, well, what's the brand, bro? What's the do you have a label for this thing? That's what I look at when I see people come here asking for a model. Can you give me a Hot Wheels of the Earth? I just we can experience this wine that I grew. We can enjoy it together. I don't have a label. I don't have a brand name. It's just something we can experience together. So just like the Thanksgiving dinner, for example, you don't need a menu to represent the meal. You can just enjoy the meal. You don't have to have a representation of it. So in that same way, I would say that we don't have a Hot Wheels of the Earth. You can go out and experience the flat Earth yourself. And we couldn't create a little Hot Wheels for you anyway, because we can't explore this whole place.
And you can't get in a. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll finish real quick. We just don't have the perspective of the Earth like you would have the perspective of a puppet on your hand. So we can't make a Hot Wheels of the Earth because we just don't have that perspective anyway. Go ahead, Glenn.
He's right. And to further that, I can't get in a Hot Wheels 1971 Corvette and drive it around, can I? No, it's just a little toy model. Same thing with any model of our world. Our world's gargantuan. If you were going to make a model to scale, have fun. Good luck. That's not what's happening here. We can have the existing thing without auxiliarily, I don't know if that's a word, having an auxiliary, i.e. extra, i.e. not the main thing, model. So we've got the world. We don't need to model it. It's not like we're building a house and we need blueprints first. That would actually be going the other way. It's like taking a house and bringing it back down to blueprints if we make a model of our world. Does that make sense?
That does make sense.
I sometimes also say, like, you can't drive a Hot Wheel. You can't
drive the Hot Wheels.
Menu. You can't get drunk off of a label on a wine bottle. It's the experience itself that we're after, not the representation. So we don't need a model to drive a Porsche. You know what I mean? So that's the way I look at it.
Porsche exists regardless of any models made about it. And here's the other thing. Models are always smaller, right? Because they're a representation of something bigger. Well, I can't do anything with a model of a car, even if in the very tiny way, like you could, oh, cute, it starts up. Well, it wouldn't be able to start up the same way it is in reality as if it did, if it can fit in the palm of your hand. The thing is, we can't experience whether or not the model is true because it's so tiny. I can't jump on the model and see if everything matches up with the Earth. So, but with a toy model, you can see the whole thing. I can see the whole car, then I can make a little model that's based on the whole car. No one's seen the whole Earth. Even if someone has, are there shitloads of us going all over the world saying, yeah, this matches the globe, this independently of mainstream? By the way, no, nobody's doing that. Nobody wants to. Everybody's just going to trust that the guy who says they already did it.
I have a question, sir.
Please ask. Shoot.
So the whole flat Earth thing and stuff. Does that also mean that, like, a lot of space scientists and people who are into space travel, for example, like Elon Musk, are they also lying about the shape of the Earth?
What do you mean by science, right? Because if you can't manipulate the cause to see the effect, like with the scientific method, the independent, dependent variable, control variables, can you even science space? Oh, listen to what I'm saying. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. If you can't science space, how can you make a knowledge claim? Right? Because what is the cause of the tides? Do you know for a fact? Have you manipulated the moons? Hold on, bro. Relax. Listen. I'm trying to answer your question, right? So, have you yourself manipulated the moon's gravity to see the tides stop, and then turn the moon's gravity back on to see the tides work again? So how do you know the moon's gravity is the cause of the tides? Because you were told in public education? Did they teach you any laws in public education? No? So you're still...
I failed in school.
Right. They didn't teach you any law classes in school, but ignorance is no excuse, right? So they want to make you a slave in a privately owned prison for breaking the laws that you didn't even know existed. And they want you to believe in their cosmology because it makes you a better slave.
This is true.
So you're talking about, SpaceX, NASA, space agencies, whatnot, claiming that we're on a ball adjacent to a vacuum of space. You don't have to take them at their word or anything. You can just check the claim out. Oh, one sec. I'll be right back. Sorry, somebody take over.
You're right.
Yeah, I would also add, too, is like, Benny, you want to try and put yourself in the perspective of being a judge.
Like a court judge.
You want to look at both parties. Yeah. You want to be able to look
that's
at
what I'm
both
trying
parties.
to do.
And what you also want to do is look for the evidence and not necessarily the motive. So your question was almost based around, imagine a lawyer's like, do you really think my client could possibly be lying? That
me personally,
really...
I don't know what the motive is.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. You may not ever know. And that's actually, if you're a sound judge, you should just ignore that for now and look for the evidence, right? The evidence.
No need for motive yet, buddy.
So
I mean, your question. Imagine a lawyer, again, just a lawyer, be like, "Do you really think my client could be lying?" That's not presenting a case. That's not presenting evidence or anything. So what you want to do is ignore that type of questioning and look for the evidence. So what kind of evidence has, quote unquote, Elon Musk and all these? What kind of evidence do they have that you can lean on and put it on the table? That's what you should be looking for.
CB, okay. You reminded me of something I heard from a show, which is chains can incapacitate a man's body, but ideology will incapacitate their mind, and their mind is what coordinates the actions of their body. So you don't even need chains to control a population, only ideology.
Program people. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done. Go.
You can program people with neurolinguistic programming over the television, and before you know it, you'd have like what I call mass hysteria, but what smarter people than me call mass formation psychosis, right? And that's what is going on. I don't know if you can tell, but there's people that believe in all this weird stuff that never actually exists. And it takes me back to a CIA quote from the leader of the CIA in 1982 said, "You know, our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false." That's what's going on. We have a power differential right now because of the knowledge differential. And this knowledge differential is because if there's no way to find out, right, then you have nations, right? But if there's the information's out there, like the actual measurements of the Earth, then you have ignorance. Well, you have to cure the ignorance, right, which can be cured. That can actually be done. And then we have to learn to apply that knowledge, and that's where you gain the power. Applied knowledge is power. But the educational system, it's not meant to empower you. They don't teach you how to start a business, the tax code, any of this stuff. They teach you to go to college, get like $150,000 in debt, and then get a job. Seriously? So we got to go back to the fundamentals, right? Which is the classical educational system, the 7 liberal arts. I'm not talking about whatever they're doing in the humanities. I'm talking about 4 or 5 different languages before you're 8 years old, right? And then logic all throughout middle school, right? And then rhetoric all throughout high school, right? And then mix it in with the other 4, right? But they do it backwards on purpose. They're teaching kindergartners paleontology and theoretical astrophysics. The wrong one, might I add, on purpose. That's really an off topic. Some people do, some people.
Okay, sorry.
Are terrible. There were twice the amount of oxygen, and lizards can live forever. I'm pretty sure a gator eating humans could live for a long, or alligator, crocodile, I think. You get pretty big, right? So yeah, we believe in alligators. But the evolution thing, that's another thing. Right, but we're not going to get into that right now. Right now, I'm trying to stay focused on the Earth and the way that they educated us. They educated us to be like blind and think that we're mold on bread, when actually there's so much land that everybody could fit in the state of Texas, and the population density wouldn't exceed that of Manhattan Island or Dubai. So that means that we could all live here in Texas. So how are we overpopulated? Yeah, it would be, packed, like you said, but what about the rest of the United States? What about the Great Plains in between Europe and Indonesia? I mean, come on. There's a lot of land. We're not overpopulated. Scarcity is manufactured, and you're all about to be scratching your heads on scarcity in a few months. I don't know if you've seen the price of energy or food, but scarcity is manufactured because one seed can multiply within a couple of years to fill miles of fields. Just one seed. You take one seed and plant it, and this weird thing happens, right? If it's not a GMO plant, it just keeps producing after its own kind, right? So we got to go back to what we can know and separate it from belief, because belief is the enemy of knowledge. And the problem is that we've been hypnotized with artificial hallucinations, both auditory and visual, for what, 70, 80 years with television set? Tele Vision's programming you to believe what the mainstream narrative is?
Wait. So televisions are making us hallucinate?
No. You're seeing what they want you to see.
It's conditioning your sense of reality.
Yes, it's
But
giving
it's
you
not
false
real.
information.
Thank you.
But that being said, I don't think televisions these days aren't quite as popular as they were like 10 years ago, because we have the internet now. Everyone uses the internet all the time. I mean, I'm playing RuneScape, listening to Spotify, and on Discord at the same time.
When it's media in general that's reinforcing this concept of a globe in your head, not just TV.
Well, it's not even that. Just that. I think it's pretty common knowledge these days that the news is sort of propaganda. I think a lot of people do believe that.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's all media. It's all entertainment. You're watching your favorite show or movie. It's woven into all of that, and it helps create this mental image, which people think is a globe model, a working globe model, but there just doesn't exist a working globe model. All we have are contradictory, small, isolated, compartmentalized models to try to explain away different aspects of reality. But when you try to combine them all together, they don't work.
So what we're saying is they don't have a model, right? So if you take a look at, what they tell us about the galaxy, right? That it has a black hole in the center, right? And that there's dark matter. Well, the reason they have the theories that are these outlandish theories that are not falsifiable, therefore, according to Karl Popper standards, if it's not falsifiable, then it's not science, right? But they have these so-called scientific theories about dark matter, right? And dark energy that make up 95% of the universe. The rest of it is the stuff that we can't observe. Well, they make that up because their model doesn't work. Gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. Therefore, they need black holes and dark matter to create the gravitation that they need to make gravity work at the galactic level. So, what we're trying to tell you is they got a bunch of ad hoc theories to explain away why gravity doesn't work, right? So this dark matter, it's obvious. There's also dark gravity. I believe that's a competing theory. And then the expansion of the universe, apparently it's happening so fast that they have to create this dark energy, right, to explain that away. And then the multiverse is because of the fine-tuning problem. And then LLP Fusion YouTube channel, Eric Lerner, right, he says that there's a helium crisis. So then there's a cosmological crisis, the cosmological constant crisis, and then, it doesn't work at the quantum level. Everybody knows gravity doesn't work at the quantum level, right? But that's experimental science, right? Quantum physics is experimental. So gravity is basically misunderstood by just about everybody on Earth. And if I could explain it to you simply in layman's terms, this is how it actually works. It's called specific gravity. You can look that up if you like. But basically, if an object is dense, it goes down. If it's buoyant, it goes up. The density between the object and the medium that it is in will decide whether the object goes down or up based on the relative density between the object and the medium. But you've been lied to and told that it means mass attracts mass. Well, what's the definition of mass? The resistance to acceleration? So the existence to acceleration attracts the existence to acceleration. Does that make any sense in your head when you say it out loud like that? Well, okay, maybe it's Einstein. Maybe it's the warping of space-time. What's that? Space-time? That stuff that exists in the near-perfect vacuum that has, no material, fabric? It's just like a concept? I'm a Texan, so I have concepts about individual, liberty. Can you bend or warp my liberty? No, those are physical attributes for physical things, right? It's an idea. It's a concept. So space and time is a four-dimensional fabric. Isn't real. You can't put it in a jar and test it. You can't prove it true or untrue. It's just a story you were told until they were blue in the face. And then they got a whole bunch of math, right? But what is math? A language for describing things? I can describe you the force that it would take for Superman to leap over a building with a single bound, but does that make it real? Or how about negative apples? Can you owe me negative apples? Show me a negative apple. It's just a concept. So, how do you discern what's real and what's BS? Well, I can't give you that answer, but if you can't test it out, right? Like, if I claim that I have 10 toes, you can verify, right? With a glove. Okay, bone, I feel heat, I feel blood, tendon, okay. This dude has 10 toes, right? Verify it with 2 or more senses, right? But what if I claim that the reason that Venus spins backwards is because of gravity? Can you verify?
I don't know Venus spins backwards.
Yeah. I think another planet too. I think Neptune or something like that. But yeah, if they were all spinning off of the sun, conservation of angular momentum, how does 2 of them spin backwards? Well, I've been told that it's gravity, right? And it's like, how do you keep people from falling off the Earth? Gravity, right? All these answers are either gravity or refraction. Anytime you ask them questions.
and they can't define either. That's what I find the most.
Fraud. That's exactly what I was thinking. I had to run over to the mute button to grab it. But yeah, they will claim those things, but they don't know what they mean. What's up, Ken?
I got the question. So, do you all believe like in space is like gravityless? There's no gravity in space.
We don't think that there's space because of thermodynamics violation. Doesn't make any sense. So we don't say that the sky is an outer space vacuum.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to understand what y'all believe in right now.
Yeah, we're not talking about like a disk flying around in space from the heliocentric model or something like that at all. We're talking about a whole entire different view of everything.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. You have to scrap what you already think, because you can't plug a flat Earth into outer space. They don't go together. Go ahead, Frog.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate the fact that you guys have all been extremely respectful. I mean, this is the moments we live for. When people come in with genuine questions and curiosity, and don't come in here and attack us, because people get this idea that we like to scream at people and we shout and we just jump on people, gang up, but that's not the case. It's when people come in here and are disrespectful, that's when that happens. So I applaud you guys. Thank you for being respectful. Appreciate it.
You guys have all been really cool. And if you want to attack the information, by all means, we don't take it personal. But when people come in here and say, drink bleach, don't breed, that sort of thing, delete yourself, we're used to that. But we try to just have like conversations and try to avoid logical fallacies and bad logic and arguments. And we try to be aware of our bias and orthodoxy.
Hank,
so that's why I was giving someone else a chance. Go ahead.
It was just that last part there. But you want to try again?
Hello now?
Yeah, we can hear you, I believe.
Cool. So the guy who invented germ theory basically said, wash your hands. He was a physician, and he told his fellow physicians, hey, I've noticed that the midwives, they have a much higher accuracy and survival rate for both the baby and the mother, right? So he presented this. This is interesting. This is correlative data. If it's causal, right? So they would have said, okay, well, let's just try washing our hands for a week, a month, 6 months, a year, and see if this guy was right. But instead, he died of an infection in an insane asylum. So all he needed was some brandy or something strong enough to cure his infection. But he died because he was a crazy conspiracy theorist or whatever they called him back in the day. And it's a now known fact that germ theory is just as important as, let's say, terrain theory, right? Maybe even more important, according to some of the experts, but I disagree with them. But the point is that orthodoxy creeps in, and next thing you know, George Washington is bleeding out because they think that the liquid in his lungs is actually dirty blood, right? So we have to be aware of orthodoxy. That's why science is different than religion. In religion, Jesus is always the Messiah, Muhammad's always the prophet, and Judah is the father of the Jewish race, whatever, right? Those things never change. But in science, things change on the hour and the second. Like whenever there's new information, we're supposed to change our mind, not create an ad hoc theory and claim it at the top. If they're true, test everything. That's what we're supposed to do. Not just go around and go, I read the headline and I know about space and I'm smart now. It's like, well, there is space, right, between us, right? But the space they tell us couldn't exist the way that they tell us. And let me make it as clear as possible. If you got propane, right, you open the nozzle, it's going to spew out from high pressure to low pressure until it reaches equilibrium every day, no matter what. So how do you have nebulas that are condensing due to gravity, when a nebula is nothing more than a gas cloud. So there's lumpy gas in a vacuum. But let's think about that for a second. Lumpy gas in a vacuum that's just lumping together to create stars. But wouldn't gas expand to fill the available volume? But not in space because of gravity? You seeing a trend here? Everything's because of gravity. Everything that ever happens that they can't explain, that goes against their model, it's because of gravity, right? So the interesting thing about what we're saying, we're not telling you to look at the sun, moon, and stars. We're telling you to go measure the Earth itself, right? And if 70% of it's made of water, then it should be bending at 8 inches per mile squared below your feet. So go do that. But the interesting thing is, if you were to ask Google or any other platform, how do you prove the Earth is a sphere? They're going to tell you to look at the sun, the moon, the stars, right? Look at the shadows of Aristophanes who lived before Christ. They're going to tell you some crazy things, right? But don't measure the Earth's surface directly. Don't do that, right? Because that would be the wrong way to find out if it is indeed curving.
So basically, they want to keep us in the dark.
Well, in a fantasy world, they want to keep you in fantasy. Is really what they want.
I see.
Because everything we look at on television is fantasy and illusion. All the movies now are all about magic. All of this stuff, all is fantasy. That's where they want us. They keep us wanting these things, but none of us are ever going to go to space. But they want you to believe that you are. So now there's trips. Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are going to create these planes that everybody can afford to. Yeah, get the hell out of here. People can't even afford bread right now. You know what I'm saying? So now we're going to be able to afford to go to space? Come on.
Hey, ever notice that you'll say something like, yeah, but what about space? Is that all just a lie? Well, have you ever been there? Has anybody who ever says that been there? Has anybody been there?
I mean, but the magnifying scopes, that's like a theory, so we can see other stars. You can see other planets with a magnifying.
Well, let me just say this: we do observe things in reality. That doesn't necessarily mean what they're telling us about them is true. There's a story, and then there's our observation. The story doesn't have to be true.
Right. Yeah, because you said other stars. I guess maybe you meant like other planets, right?
Yeah, we can look at some other stars, other planets. Yeah.
Well, planets other than what? Other than the Earth? Like that's presupposing that the Earth is a planet, right? So what is a planet? As far as we can confirm, it's a star. It's a light in the sky that does not move with all the other lights in the sky. So the word planet, originally it meant wandering star. And it was called that for that reason. So if you take heliocentrism and the globe and everything out of the picture, we're just back to the basics of all that we can confirm of them, which is just that they're lights that do not move with the other lights that are in the sky. We don't know what they are. We can't say they're in an outer space vacuum or something like that, or that there are other Earths in the sky. We just know that there's stars that don't move with the others.
I mean, we know they're hot. We can prove that they're hot with what's it called, radar or whatever. Oh man, I forgot what the machine's called.
Spectroscopy
or a telescope.
That's why we believe how far away the sun is, but
no, we cannot prove how hot they are. We can just know that light can heat things, but we have no clue what is the source of that light. That is even why renowned physicists are arguing.
But we know there's hot.
Arguing about what the sun is made of.
Yeah.
So
okay.
they don't even know.
Okay. I feel like you misunderstand. We know they're hot. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. I never said how hot they are, but we know they're hot.
We're not even claiming that Mars is hot.
No, Mars is not hot. It's pretty cold. Mars is a cold planet.
We don't know what any of these things are.
I mean, we've seen ice on there. So if there's ice on there,
dude,
have you seen ice? You've got a telescope and saw ice on there.
How do you know a star is hot?
Yeah, and hold on. You're just appealing to authority. You're saying we. You're not included in that we, dude.
Okay.
You're not included in that. You didn't do any of those studies. You weren't there at the where the planet where they have the giant telescope on top of the mountain. You weren't there, dude. I mean, so they're just telling you a story. because
Right.
you're not one of those. You're not an engineer. You're not an astronomer. You're none of these things. So you're just accepting what they've said. You're accepting what they said and then regurgitating. That's all. That's all you're doing.
Can I ask him a question? Real
Yes,
quick? Because he said Mars is cold.
Yeah.
All right. So why do you think Mars is cold?
Because it's ice, and we have machines that went down there. I mean,
the whole planet's cold, or just near the poles?
I think the whole planet is usually cool. I'm pretty sure. I may be wrong, but you called me out if I'm wrong. But
Have you seen ice on Mars through a telescope?
I mean, they have. I believe there was machine. We send out.
You're getting excited. Can you just slow down a minute?
Oh, my bad. If I'm talking too fast, my bad.
Okay, cool. Right. So the only habitable planet is Earth, right? I mean, this is where you observe all of this from, right?
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So if you're gonna say anything about Mars, you're gonna have to observe it from Earth, right?
Yeah.
All right. So people have claimed to have sent machines there, right?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So did they find that the Earth is cold, or that Mars is cold when they sent those machines?
I think so. Yeah. And the problem with like Mars, we know it's high radiation levels there because of the machines.
Remember.
But like, if you don't believe in that, that's just like, if that's not like a party, if y'all don't believe like that's made by the government.
I used to think that was possible, but I don't anymore. But
okay,
you can't do spectroscopy on things in the sky because they're not isolated. There's all sorts of things between you and it, and that messes up the spectra. And the spectra that come from these things is not even what it should be in order for them to be what they say that they are either. So that's all just messed up.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's no rovers on Mars. Actually, if you look at the images they sent back from so-called rovers, they look eerily similar to the location where they claim to have tested all of the rovers. Just look like they put a little bit of a tint over it. And apparently there's a rainbow on Mars, but there's only 1% atmosphere, so there shouldn't be able to be any rainbows. However, on Earth, we can have rainbows. We can have rainbows on Devon Island. And on Devon Island naturally lives Arctic lemmings. And Arctic lemmings were spotted in pictures on Mars.
They're indigenous to Devon Island.
All right. So do y'all believe in satellites or?
No, requires the globe.
Wait, before you even get into that. They claim to have sent machines to Mars.
Okay.
So let's stay on that.
Okay, my bad. Okay.
Right. I'm just saying because we can.
So how do we verify that?
Of other minutia, but
how do you verify that?
How do we verify they sent machines, or that's the state of the question?
Right. They said they've sent machines, other things out into deep space, Voyager 1, Voyager 2. How do you verify any of it?
I mean,
we know the story around it. They just like threw a rocket up there, and then the Mars rover was just traveling for months and months and months and months, and then they had a big parachute, and then the rover had some like freaking balloons that. When it landed on Mars, then it landed upright, and then it started exploring Mars, right? I mean, it's the same story. We all know the story.
Yeah, just think about it for a second. 1% atmosphere of Mars, that's like a parachute trying to stop itself in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, so you use this like a helicopter. I'm pretty sure.
There's no atmosphere on Mars. How the fuck can
a helicopter there? A helicopter cannot function in 1% atmosphere.
Yeah, it's like I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure how it exactly works. I only watched the video and then like a few how they landed there. So I I can't really speak on it.
Nothing there.
So if they did have it,
because what they claim is that they had the parachute open, and then they had these bags on the outside of the rover that I don't know what it was filled with nitrogen or some shit, and then it landed and it flipped around, and then they figured out how to get it to stand upright, and this is where they started with their exploration of Mars.
They made a movie on Earth, and they told you that was shot on Mars. That's literally it.
Yeah.
Same thing with the moon.
But they also give you a story about how they made the rover land on Mars.
Of course,
it's
it's all
really
stories.
physically impossible for them to do that.
And if you disagree with us, just show us an authentic one so we compare the counterfeit with the authentic. Oh wait, you can't. Right. So what does the Earth look like from space? Have you ever seen authentic Earth from space? No. So we can't compare it to what they're showing us to see if it's counterfeit. Well, what do we know, right? Well, we know there's a NASA, Disney, JPL, Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley connection, and not to mention the Nazis from Operation Paperclip. So what does a Nazi, occultist, science fiction writer, L. Ron Hubbard, Walt Disney, and Jack Parsons all have in common? Well, I'll leave that up to you to do your own research, but you're going to be awfully surprised that, occultists and Nazis are what NASA basically was in the early days. So do you think we would have willingly funded occultists and Nazis in a rocket program? Or do you think that maybe it's possible, just maybe, that NASA is nothing more than the front man or the PR or the propagandist for the military-industrial complex? And that's how you trick people into going to war perpetually over and over and over again by saying, we're going to explore space for science. Give us the money.
Yeah, I want to let you guys. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to let him hear. There's a video I just posted in live stream voice text chat. It's an ex-CIA official who is talking about Project Paperclip and how people within his field or CIA did not consider NASA a space agency. And he is talking as a judge on a trial concerning sex trafficking, by the way, about NASA.
What did he call them? Not a space agency? That's what he said.
Yeah.
Plus, we have documents from NASA itself talking about a flat stationary Earth that they fly over and they test aircraft over that kind of model, right? So you have to ask yourself, why would they lie? Why would they say that it's flat and stationary, right? Why would they say that in their own documents? Not just once, but more than a dozen documents that you can pull up yourself and read it for yourself. So the thing is, the information's out there, right? And it's kind of like this. If anybody's done extensive research, you'll find one guy saying that they can see the emperor's knee, another guy they can see his bum, another guy can see his, whatever, right? But nobody's out there actually telling the truth that the emperor has no clothes.
Hey,
and it's
Larry,
the same way all over.
This kind of makes me think we were talking about Mary Poppins earlier. You remember when Mary Poppins came in with holding her umbrella, like just floated right on in? That kind of makes me think of what their parachute's going to do.
The problem is that people don't know that science fiction is just like Mary Poppins. And science fiction has become science fact. Because people believe what they see and hear on TV, even though it's hypnotizing them.
So, what do y'all believe about the moon? That's my question about it.
It's cool. It gives off cold light. You can measure it yourself.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to believe anything about the moon. You see it, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
You see it the same way. Every way you observe it, everyone on Earth sees the moon the same way.
So
now, you don't have to believe anything about it. Go ahead.
But this is going to be my question to you. So you're in the belief that we're on Mars, right? And you notice that we have the space station, and it can show us the Earth. You never ask yourself, why not put a camera on the moon so we could look at Earth? You ever thought about that? Or why doesn't the moon have a space station, stuff like that? Why is there a space station above the Earth? Wouldn't it be safer to put it on the moon where it's stationary, where you can traverse from back and forth? There's not even a camera there. There's not even a camera, bro, to show us the Earth from that view. Wouldn't that be beautiful? So we could see, like how we see the moon from the Earth, we could see the Earth from the moon. And that's never been done. But yet we're on Mars, right? So, I mean, this just doesn't sound logical, to make that leap all the way to the Mars when we could set up on the moon and do all this stuff from the moon. It's easier to get from someplace in a zero gravity environment than to break free of the atmosphere on Earth, because there's so many things that could go wrong, right? They can't launch a rocket when there's bad weather, all of the stuff when it's cloudy. They can't do any of that when it's raining. It has to be perfect, right? But on the moon, it's always perfect, right? The conditions are always right for launching something off of it, right? So, I mean, when has something collided with the moon in the last, 6,000 years? Nothing, right?
What are you launching off of if there's no atmosphere on the moon?
That's what it's upset. So like it would be so much easier. You just catapult it, and there it goes.
Catapult it with due to gravity, the gravity of the moon.
Be where your feet are.
So Michael, y'all believe in do you believe the moon's a circle, or a round?
It looks like, or it appears to be spherical, doesn't it? But do things always, appear as they actually are?
The most interesting thing, really quick, all of us on Earth, doesn't matter whether you're southern, northern hemisphere, we all see the same side of the moon. So.
Yeah, and next question, please don't start it with what do you guys believe about something?
Because I'm just trying to argue.
I'm just letting you know, it's kind of annoying.
I'm sorry, but I'm just trying to get a stance to argue against. It's hard to have a debate. I'm not arguing a debate. It's hard to debate somebody if I don't know what you believe in.
Bro, if you don't even if you're ignorant, then that's cool.
That's why I'm asking
these questions. Cool. If you're ignorant, that's not a bad thing that you're ignorant. You're actually, if you are, wanting to learn how we come across this, this idea that Earth could not, at least this idea is kind of ridiculous, or maybe it is flat.
We're trying to avoid having beliefs here, and we want to just go with what we can verify and what's factual.
Right. And I'm just trying to tell him, we all observe the moon and the sun the same way.
I'm just trying to verify what y'all, I wouldn't say. Believe is because.
Let's go back the Earth is round. Change the languaging. Just what do you guys think about the moon? What do you guys think about this?
Okay, I got you. My bad. So
let's streamline this. You can ask all the questions you want, but just think about how we're answering it. None of it has to do with any belief. I told you what the moon appears, right? And every time I answer, right, I'm asking you, what do you think, right? And it's not really about belief in here, right? Because we try to stay as empirical as possible, because we can't afford to make baseless assertions, right, like the mainstream media can, right? We want to back up everything we say because we're the flat earther in the room. So we don't have the luxury of just saying, well, I'm a doctor, just trust me, right? So whenever we answer the questions, pay attention to how we use our words, right? And we try to steer away from theory, especially if it's not a scientific theory, right? There's some pretty good theories out there, right? But they're scientific theories. Like lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, right? Pretty good theory. I'll take some vitamin C and not even question that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when it comes to a baseless assertion like the lamp is out again, it must be the bulb. I changed it last week. Well, what if the cord's cut in two? What if the power's out? Right? How do you know the actual cause to the effect that we're seeing, especially when we're talking about cosmology? Because the ancients understood cosmology is more in the realm of philosophy. So let me explain this. It's really simple. Not every Texan is a U.S. citizen, right? And not every Jew or all Israelites. Damn, I'm fumbling in my words. I apologize. Let me rephrase.
No, you're fine, man.
So all Jews were Israelites, but not all Israelites were Jews. And this is how philosophy is to the Jew, right? So philosophy is not automatically science, but all science is born out of philosophy. But in order to meet the criteria of science, it has to be testable, repeatable, empirical, observable, falsifiable. If it doesn't meet those criteria, then it's not science. So when you ask the question, ask it like that. What do you guys know? Tell me what you guys have verified, because what we've lost is our belief when it comes to the cosmology that we were fed, and a lot of other things we were taught in school.
Sure, and they've convinced most of the population that they've used radar telescopes or optical, certain optical telescopes, like at the Vatican or whatever, called the Lucifer telescope. But it's not the only optical telescope. But for the most part, the radar telescopes is what they get their information from, and they don't have any physical views. They spread these optical telescopes over miles, like hundreds of miles, and then they gather data from. It's radio data, and then they feed it into a computer and say, "Here's what it would look like if you could actually see it." Right?
Exactly.
And so anyway, that's what they do with it. Doesn't matter whether it's sun, moon, and stars, but even I think Hank, I'm gonna still call you Hank sometimes. Larry had a really good point about what we can physically observe, with some of the optical telescopes and the information about who is looking at this, the philosophy, everything involved. We definitely should consider all of that. And, people say, hey, flat earthers are dumb. Well, we're not dumb. We actually have been looking at this for very many years. We're not just wasting our time here.
Well, why don't these guys tell us why they think it's a ball?
Because they don't know. They don't know.
That's what they were told. That's what they were shown. They seen it on TV, right?
They don't think it's a ball. They won't even answer real questions.
You haven't given them a chance. Let's just see what they say.
I mean, okay. So I believe it's a ball for one. The moon, right? The moon has a what's called
you immediately started talking about something other than the Earth.
I mean,
the Earth that you want to say is a ball, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, because I believe, right? Like pressure, right, makes a circular object, right? It's just you put in, especially if you put something in deep water, it makes a circular object. So pressure, right? That's pressure, gravity.
Really? Wait, can you give us an example of that?
I mean, if you put something really deep in the water, like it's gonna turn to a circle.
Like what? Can you be specific?
Like a can or I don't know what you. I mean, like anything.
Have you tried this before?
I mean,
so you're trying to equate hydrostatic pressure to what?
I mean, that's how I believe the space work. It's like gravity pushes things together and attracts other gravity attracts other things. That's why the moon spins around the Earth.
Yeah, that's just an unfounded belief with no scientific evidence to back it. We don't deal in that here, nor is that acceptable to us.
Well, remember, Cam, that we used to believe in this stuff too. So we already know like the story or the narrative or the mainstream, government-sponsored story. We already know this quite well. So we're just, when you said you were looking for us to give you a belief to debate against, that's the wrong mindset. We want to prove that story to be true. We don't have a counter position, a belief about things in the sky. We just don't have any verification for what they are. They're telling us the moon is a globe and stuff like that, but how can we prove that to be true? Right now, no offense to you or anything, but you're just sort of retelling the story that we're already aware of. We want to prove that story to be true or not.
What we could do is look at the ground, right? We could measure the ground because it should be curving at a certain rate if it's going to be the globe that they said it was, right? So we can simply just go out and measure the ground and see if we can find that drop over distance, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right.
And your can wouldn't become a sphere under the water. What would happen is the further down into the water it went and the greater the force of the pressure on the outside of the can became, it would crush on the weakest point of the can first.
Yeah, first, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
But it would not create a sphere.
That's due to weight, right? Think about like mattresses stacked on top of mattresses. Eventually, you get enough mattresses, and the soda can's going to pop, right? That's basically what's happening. Now, you're thinking gravity because that's what you were told, but gravitas means weight, right? So, how much does a balloon
mass?
mass,
yeah. Weight, mass, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
So how much does It's all right. So how much does a helium balloon weigh? Well, not very much the first day, right? It's actually on the ceiling and it doesn't weigh anything, right? So this, like I said earlier, is the real specific gravity. Because when people talk gravity, they just say the word gravity and they're never really specific. What do you mean? Dark gravity? Is that the theory we're talking about? No, not that one. Okay, do you mean Newtonian? Einsteinian? What are you talking about when you mean gravity? See, here's the thing. Drace was frustrated a few minutes ago, right? Because our standard for evidence is really high. It's really, really high. If you're trying to show us something, we'll take a look at anything you got. But if it doesn't meet a certain set of standard, we're not just going to be like, oh, well, the professor said it, and because he professed it, right, he must be right. So go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, you're fine. You were finishing your point. So like for like you saying helium, how much it weighs? Well, we know the mass of it. It's like shoot on a periodic table. What's the atomic mass? Like 4. I'm pretty sure it's 4.
Here's where I'm going to disagree with Larry. Hey, the balloon weighs something, but the helium inside is something else. So
that's countering, right? But countering what? Countering.
Well, I mean, it's just I'm just saying the balloon without helium would just be sitting on the ground, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. But see, here's the thing. This is where they like to slap gravity on it, right? They like to slap their version of gravity without doing any experiment. But I can do experiments all day with apples, with eggs, with ping pong balls. And you put it in a pail of water, what happens with the apple? Well, it's going to float, right? You shoot a hole in the bucket, well, it goes down. Well, why did it go down? Is it because the mass and the warping of space-time? Or is it because you manipulated the medium that the apple was in, and the buoyant force went away, a lot of it, most of it, not all of it, and it went down because of the lack of buoyancy. It has nothing to do with the bending and warping of space-time, you see. But they want to say that, well, gravity is what causes density. Well, what I found out is that when I look in the world and I see natural things like a thunderstorm, the evaporation process completely defies gravity. It goes up there and then what? Static, right? Static is what brings the moisture together and causes it to rain, not gravity, right? So when it condenses back into liquid form, it comes back down, not because of gravity, but because it's now in liquid form, which is much denser. So where's gravity in that situation? Can anybody manipulate gravity and turn it on and off so I can see, an effect somewhere, anywhere throughout academia, please?
Holy shit, turn gravity on and off.
Well, that's what you would have to do is manipulate it to determine that it actually does anything, right? And you'd have to, wouldn't it be good if you could manipulate some gravity to cause some air pressure inside the vacuum?
And we in this room actually have balls enough to say there's no such thing as gravity. The way that it's described or prescribed.
Can you hear Shooter?
I can hear people. Yes, I.
Yeah, So the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours, but okay.
It must have. But I'm just talking about the prescription of gravity. I mean, it might as well be like a prescription, like a drug, about this falling of objects.
Yeah, so back to the Earth, right? The reason I keep attacking gravity, and I am attacking it, right, is because how are Spaceballs made? Through gravity, right? But doesn't it make more sense that, the world seems to be electromagnetic more than it seems to be gravitic, right? So I rode the Gravitron when I was a child, right? And it's like, they say it's the Gravitron, but really that's centrifugal force, right? And then you look at electromagnetism, that seems to be the real science that we're all using today. I mean, other than the photoelectric effect, nobody has Einstein tech. It's all Tesla tech. And what does it all have to do with? Right? It has nothing to do with gravity.
You.
Exactly, Hank. I want to hear the response to that, to be honest.
So can you repeat what you said? You said something about Tesla. I'm like,
You all have Tesla tech. The radio frequencies, I think Marconi used 17 patents of Tesla's to create the radio receiver, right? So, like back in the day, my grandpa built radios from a box that he got in the mail. He assembled his own AM radio, right? And it's like, that's the real technology, right? And, television, and that Tesla's too, was he responsible for a lot of stuff that went in there? I mean, so what we're looking at is Tesla's been vilified. He was the first bad guy in the animated Superman comics that was a movie, right? Tesla was like the first supervillain, right? So they demonized him, electrocuted elephants, and made him out to be the bad guy, when really he was trying to give everybody what's called free energy, but energy that's naturally flowing in the earth that can be harnessed. So stuff like Niagara Falls, right? Tides, right? Wind. Now we got solar panels, right? There is ways to get natural energy from the earth. It's just everybody wants you on a paying grade, right? And that's why his funding was pulled. So if you look at what's really going on, we've been chasing our tails for 100 years over E equals MC squared. Meanwhile, people like Donald Trump and his Uncle John at MIT have gotten Tesla Tech and exponentially increased their technology and knowledge and wealth. And we're left behind still arguing, well, what the fuck is space time? Can anybody tell me? What is that? And if I go with the speed of light, will I get to see like my grandson's birth or something? Like what does it have to do with real life? Any of that? How does it help you in everyday life? Any of the stuff that comes from NASA?
Right? I'm sorry. We just humans have just made to question things. We question what is nothing. We don't know. None of us know what nothingness is. We know it's something. We believe it's something. Scientists believe it's something, but we don't know what is nothing, and how is nothing.
Yeah, but Cam, isn't that conceptual?
It's a theory, yeah.
Yeah, it's a concept, yeah. But see, they're talking about the thing that wrecks their cosmology. You're talking about Lawrence Krauss, how he talks about nothing really isn't something that could be a beer bubble universe popping in and out of existence, right? I mean, somebody pay me that much money to sit around and think about beer bubble universe popping in and out of existence. Isn't that like a college frat dream? Like trick people and I want to, instead of stealing their mascot, I want to steal their tax dollars. Yeah, we'll figure out the LIGO thing right before the funding comes up. We'll figure it out just in time. That way we can continue our company.
We get a lot of college students that join our server and just like, oh, you don't understand. It's like, no, we kind of do understand, and they're just like, well, then my parents are wasting $450,000 for me to go fucking Harding or any university or whatever, however much they pay for their kids to go learn bullshit.
Most of the time, he's right. They are wasting that money. He should have bought a house. Sorry, go ahead, Trace.
And they get turned into activists. Sorry, you mean they get turned into, activists?
No, not necessarily, because you know what's really. You know what I like about like young people, like in like 19, 20, they're passionate. They get involved with the political drama. But they need to be. When they come in here, we focus on one thing, right? Not necessarily one thing, but we give them our life story, and they're saying, "Well, you flat earthers is like." This is like, you don't think the Earth is a globe because we actually like to talk to them. I mean, we have dozens of people that join us every day, and they're in their freaking late teens, early 20s. They come in here all the time. It's I think it's fun to actually talk to them and have this open dialogue. Now they're completely ignorant about the entire conversation, but
good news is
I think that's why we're here.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
Yeah, maybe we can talk to them.
So I'm about to post something. Can everybody see the live stream voice text?
Okay, I'm doing that. Yeah.
So when he's talking about nothing really isn't nothing, what he's talking about is 0 point energy, and this is the cosmological constant crisis, right? This is where gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, and that's why they came up with dark matter. All these things are connected, and they're all important because it's showing that gravity is lacking So this whole theory of gravity it's completely built on trust because you heard Einstein had a really young brain, and he's a really smart guy. When in fact, well, I'm not even going to go there. But the point is that this cosmological constant crisis, this is the biggest number I've ever heard. So I'm going to quote Michio Kaku, right? And he said, in science, if you're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we say that's horrible. You need to get a new theory. But in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th. He said that's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and observation in the history of science. So this cosmological constant crisis is well known. Many papers have been written about it, books, articles, etc., etc. But like I said, the emperor has, I could see his knee, but no one is willing to say that the emperor has no clothes. And it's because of orthodoxy. Can someone post the science Michio Kaku
that's
video?
a really good point, Hank, because, hey, when we have the new people join, it doesn't really matter if they're young or old. If they're like, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? I mean, it's just a really simple question, right? Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? We can actually go through the rigmarole, right? I don't even know how to spell that. Is that a word? But yes, you can actually, if they're curious, and when they find the Discord and they get into this room, they can actually.
We have people here. We can talk to them.
Okay.
Yeah. Larry,
and Larry are just bloviating. So anyway,
we'll check in with the dude and just see what's up. So what do you think, Cam? Like, do you think the Earth is curving after all this, or?
You think it? Do you believe it's like a curve?
Oh no, I'm not doing beliefs. I'm
okay.
Criticism. Remember,
your statement is it's a curve.
No, I'm asking if you think it's curving still after everything we've talked about.
I still think it's what's it called? A globe. Yeah, I think
so. It would have to be curving.
Yeah.
Do you know the dimensions of the globe, or how much it would have to curve by, or sort of how you might go about checking for that?
Not the top of my head, no.
So it doesn't seem like you have a lot to base this idea of there being an Earth curve on.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in high school, shouldn't that should be some like source basis? I mean, it's simple geometry. It's not really hard to figure it out.
Why don't we take a look and see if it's dropping off over distance? Because we can do that. Like, they claimed 8 inches per mile squared, right? That's quite a drop. At 10 miles, that's 66 feet. It gets bigger from there because it's squared, right? So at 30 miles, that'd be about 600 feet. It's quite a lot of drop. So if you're to send a laser over the surface of the Earth and it is dropping like that, there would be, at 30 miles, about 600 extra feet of deviation between that laser and the Earth, right?
Okay.
Well, wouldn't it? Isn't that what that would do? The laser's just going straight, right? And the Earth is curving down and away. So isn't that what would happen?
I mean, I may be wrong, but it's not. Wouldn't you're saying the Earth? Wouldn't the laser be like affected by gravity too? I'm just tripping. I'm pretty sure.
No, Earth's gravity is not strong enough to bend light. This is well known within physics.
Okay.
So the laser's just flat. It's just level.
So it would just go straight. Yeah. What's the problem?
Right. So that's a perfect thing that we can use then to test whether this curvature is there. And when we do it, we don't find that there's any. I can link you some studies and some videos and stuff like that if you want to check those out.
Yeah, think of it this way. Take the hood of a car. I'd say most cars have a curved hood. So all we're doing is shining a laser over the surface, and you can detect a deviation away from your straight edge being the laser. That's what we're looking for over the water as well. It's supposed to be curving. We're on a globe, of course. So let's go check and see if there is any curvature outside. The problem is when we do that, it's not there compared to what they're telling us it should be. Because they told us how big the globe is. So you can go and check.
The interesting thing is that the anti-flat earthers, which is like the smallest group on the internet, they tell us that they don't disagree that we can see too far, right? But they argue over why we can see too far. Well, if we say, Occam's razor, we can see too far because that's what we're looking at, it's there. And they say that it's some, magical light bending mirage. I've heard people say refraction, even though they can't be specific and demonstrate the sort of refraction that they're talking about. But that would mean that the light would have to be bending at 8 inches per mile squared, the same rate as the Earth, which that's kind of weird. Right? You have to be some sort of, I don't know, I don't want to say conspiracy theorist, but what's the other version? The
coincidence theory.
You'd have to be a coincidence theorist that the moon is the same size as the sun, apparently, in the sky. It just happens to be 400 times smaller and 400 times closer than the sun. But there's a lot of coincidences in these theories, and I'm not really a coincidence theorist myself.
Yeah, so if a laser were to bend at that same 8 inches per mile squared through the air that they say that the Earth is, how do you think they ever could have measured the Earth to be a globe curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared in the first place? Seems like that'd be an impossible task, right?
I mean, I know you don't.
You're gonna say believe again, aren't you?
I'm trying to think of a better synonym for.
Yeah, well, just say whatever.
You guys
believe
just say like
satellites, but you could measure the Earth with a satellite if it spins around.
Here's the problem with that. To get a satellite in orbit, you need to have the radius measured first, right? To get the distance to low Earth orbit, to make that happen, you need to know the size of the ball that you're working with. So that measurement has to be in first before you can get satellites to do anything.
Okay, yeah.
And think of this too, Cam, as well. Like you go to the mall, you need some new shoes. And the person at the store is just going to measure your foot. They don't check the cameras, and you don't measure things by going farther away from them. If I want to measure your foot, we got to get you some fresh shoes. We measure your foot. We don't need to check the security camera that's up there recording you to see how big. It doesn't work that way. So, and what Shooter said is correct. It's not like they just sprayed and prayed things up into the sky. They had to have measured the size of the globe so they can know how to orbit it. You know what I mean? So you need measurements for your orbital mechanics. So where are those measurements? So that's what we're getting at.
Yeah, instead it wasn't actually measured, it was preconceived, and it came from ancient cults or Pythagoras. And you have probably heard of sticks and shadows and all that jazz. It's all based on them assuming or looking with the eyes at the horizon and then assuming that horizon is caused by the leading edge of a sphere. But we have actually debunked that whole notion because there's something called the diffraction limit or the Rayleigh criterion. As the light from the ground and the angles get smaller and smaller as they reach your eyes, eventually it becomes too small to discern and it becomes unresolvable. So when you look down a long corridor, you'll see the walls appear to come together, the ceiling and the floor appear to come together into a point. That is the vanishing point. Once you take the walls away, that vanishing point stretches out into a line, and that's where you get a horizon from. And then there's other conditions of the day that can actually affect how far you can see. But the thing about that is, now that we understand how we get a horizon, we can test it. And so, because the diffraction limit is based on the aperture of the eye or your pupil, and so by getting an optic that has a smaller aperture, like an iPhone, for instance, you can see that the horizon appears to be much too close for the ball that they tell us it is. So we can see radio-controlled boats disappear on tiny lakes where the curvature over that small distance would not be enough to obscure any boats, but because of the diffraction limit, we can't see the boat. And so we've proven that by lowering or making a smaller aperture, we can actually manipulate the horizon to be closer. And so when we use a bigger aperture, we can actually see far beyond the claimed curvature of the globe. And it's not just a little bit, it's like 10 times, 20 times, 30 times too far. So it's like the better our optics get, the worse it looks for them.
All right, man. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm about to. It was nice conversation with y'all guys. It's getting kind of late for me. I hope y'all have a good rest of y'all nights or day, whatever time it is for y'all. Y'all have a good one, man.
Okay, peace out, sir.
Appreciate you, big dog.
All right, man.
Come back anytime. Well, he did a 180.
He really did. He was a total LARPer when he first came in, and then he was like pretty respectful.
Definitely.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's why I love the check-in, man. You get to really leave a good first impression. Like that whole group came in, they thought it was about to go down. Like, you know what I mean?
I took him into the other VC check-in and told him like, you don't need to act. You don't need to pretend you're a flatty. We love to talk to Globers. That's fine. Just be honest. And he's like, okay.
Yeah, that went really well. I thought. Good job, everybody.
Why do they pretend to be flat earthers?
I think
Right?
like this guy.
It's not the cool thing to do.
Well, I think this guy in particular might have sort of thought that, like, I don't know, we might not have let him in or something if he wasn't LARPing.
That could be.
I think
This
part
is
of
why-
it is.
Go ahead.
I think part of it is
Thanks, Doc.
globe believers were advised through some. If you looked at like what are the best solutions to flat Earth and stuff like that, there were some articles telling globe believers that they should not try to argue with us using facts, but rather try to gain our trust, and so that could have influenced some people to try to LARP more, but I don't know.
Think about how ridiculous that sounds. Like it's such programming to tell him stuff like this. I feel bad. But Morningstar, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say this is why I stay away from the mainstream media.
There you go.
There's a lot of deceptive information.
Definitely. Especially when it comes to this topic. Most people come here with a preconceived idea. Well, not even preconceived by them. It was provided for them. Some sort of space pizza that's supposed to be mocked at. And so we see that all the time. They come here with that idea already planted in their brain. And but they only got that from mainstream. It's not like anyone told them that. Yeah, it's probably, yeah. Hank, did you want to say something?
I think we should do the Black Swan argument. The lady's been, wanting to hear our arguments. I don't think she's heard that one yet. So would someone like to make that argument?
Sure. I'll just post it
I
real quick.
do like the Black Swan.
Sorry, just coughing there. It's been posted like twice now. Okay, I'll just delete mine. But does somebody else want to do it, or should I just take it?
Go for it, brother.
Sure thing. Okay, so you see the picture with the oil rigs and the voice text? Am I talking to Morningstar?
Yes, what was that?
Yeah, so there's a picture there in the voice text now that it says bye-bye ball on it. It's got 2 oil rigs in it.
There's a chat right above this live stream called the live stream voice text in the Discord.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you'll want to see the picture for the argument. Just let me know when you got it.
Drace posted it at 23 minutes past the hour. Yep, go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, you got it?
Yes, got it.
Okay, so the idea then is that based on the globe geometry, right, the rate that the Earth's surface is supposed to be curving at, you're supposed to have a 1.2 mile horizon, right? Based on the curvature of the Earth, you've heard the whole boats go over the Earth curve. That's how we know it's a globe, right?
Right.
Right, so that horizon there that they're talking about, that boats are supposed to be going over, geometrically, it has to be at 1.2 miles, given the size of the ball they said that this is. But when you look at that picture, we know that those oil rigs are at the distances that they say they are. So the furthest one is 9.4 miles, and the horizon that was supposed to be at 1.2 miles is past that furthest oil rig, so beyond 9.4 miles, which is way further than they said it would be and way further than is possible for the globe. What do you think of that?
It's something they should teach in school.
You're right.
Instead
But
of nonsense.
They just tell us, oh, boats go over the horizon. That way we know it's a globe. But, I mean, the horizon completely defies the geometry of their claim. So, yeah. Yeah. Any questions?
No, not at all.
Okay. That was easy. Usually,
I'd like to add on to that.
Too. I'll provide a little context.
Sorry, what was that?
No, go ahead. Go ahead and fill in all the gaps and provide her with the original video so that she don't have to take our word on all the variables and other factors.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, obviously, this could be just some doctored or photoshopped image or something like that, right? So, Drace in the live stream voice text just posted the original video that it came from. So, that picture there is it's a still that was taken from a video that a guy did at the beach. So, you can check it out there to verify it so that you can see that what we're giving you here is something that was actually taken from reality and not just some fabrication that we put together or whatever.
So this argument, it's not meant to, convert you into a flat earther, right? It's meant to strike up your curiosity enough to maybe you can go outside and check it for yourself. Because if the earth is curved, wouldn't you want to see it? Wouldn't you want to prove it?
Yes, I
see
would.
if it's verifiable?
Without a doubt.
Yeah. Well, we shared the video. Matter of fact, I'm playing on live stream. It's kind of. But yeah, man, this guy, he lives in Santa Barbara. He went to the shore. He took his P900 and walked right down next to the shore. He had a little a tripod. It was like a foot above the ground, and he zoomed in on these platforms. They're 10 miles away. One of the best analyzations, not the only one. Well, we use this often to actually help people to understand what you might or might not be able to see over the ocean, depending on it could, there could be a storm or whatever, but you would never, do that during a storm, right? Because you want to see if the ocean is flat or if it's curved, right? This is really the argument, right? So the ocean is, if Earth is a ball, then they already gave us the number, right? 3,959 miles in radius, 24,901 miles in circumference. We can actually kind of stand on the shore of an ocean and see whether or not we can observe an object that we know its position. Can we? Is the Earth curve of the ball water in the way? Something in the way.
Love that song.
Ooh. Well, it's just kind of weird. Even though the Earth, they told us the number, right? And so you can stand on the ocean, you can stand at the shore of the ocean, and now either it's a globe or it's not, right? If you're standing on the shore of an ocean,
Okay, Helio, you're repeating yourself now.
hey, I'm quite aware of that.
I just want to add a few. I just want to add a few things, if I could.
Go for it.
Yeah. Well, so it's called the Black Swan, which is a reference to a Karl Popper analogy. But the idea is right. If all swans are white, right, that's the common theme. Right? Everyone believes in a globe.
Most people don't even know what the black swan is.
Oh, okay, Helio. Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead, Helio. I wasn't speaking, Helio. That's all right.
Well, I don't want to interrupt you. I want us to participate together to actually help everyone understand.
Yes. I appreciate the information, by the way.
If I'm being a dick, then just tell me. I'll shut up.
Hey, Morningstar.
Yes.
Speaking of appreciations, I'd appreciate you readying up. Let's go.
Of course.
Anyway, yeah. Hey, guys. I have a question.
Shoot.
Yep.
So, if we assume that it is true whether it is or not, but if we assume that the gravity's not a thing, okay, why? And we also assume that buoyancy and density are, like the things that make things move. Why is the direction always
I'm going to tell you right now, gravity has to involve buoyancy and density. If you're going to argue for gravity, you're going to have to involve buoyancy and density. It has to be included. I mean, it might be understood different, but you're going to have to utilize buoyancy and density if you're going to argue for gravity. I mean, it depends on how you argue the gravity argument.
I think he was just asking about direction, if that's right.
Direction. That's just something else either. It's not so direction, not weight.
Helio. Just
fuck me, man. All right, fuck you guys.
All right, Helio. Dude.
All right, I'll shut up. You guys freaking.
I'm gonna try to answer it. So, we were talking earlier about the universe not being, creation, whatever you want to call it, not being gravitic, right? And we think that it's actually electromagnetic in nature. Well, the ground is actually the ground, right? You can actually make ground batteries or ground generators, right? And you can actually, create like a little battery just by using 2 different types of metal and a little bit of liquid, like water, in the ground, right? So we're thinking that everything is like based on like static, right? Incoherent statics, and I'm not really the best guy to make this argument, but I'm gonna try my best. If someone thinks they can do better, please interrupt me. But basically, the same reason that the high pressure goes to low pressure, and that a high charge, like in a battery, goes to the low charge battery until they reach equilibrium. And just like the high pressure, till it reaches equilibrium, right? And it's the same thing. It's the same thing. We always observe the same thing. Hot goes to cold, right?
Hank, apparently I'm not the best one to answer this either, even though I was addressing the argument directly. So anyway, I guess I'm not good at it either. Anyway.
You weren't, though, because he didn't finish his question.
Right. So what was the question? The original question. What was it?
I'm sure this is the best time for infighting.
It's not even infighting. I'm asking the people that actually have questions about why flat earthers have questions about this dumb gravity argument.
Right, but you may not be right now the best equipped to do that, Helio. That's all we're trying to say. And that's out of love, brother. Fully out of love.
Hey, man. I love you guys too. All right, cool. Well, I'll
So incoherent static is basically what we think is causing certain things like mercury to pack real tightly and helium doesn't, right? The amount of static. So mercury is supposed to be a superconductor, right? So we're thinking that that much like iron, right? It's a conductor too, right? But an anvil made of iron will float in mercury, right? Did you know that?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Right. So what we're pointing out is that everything you've been told about gravity, the bending and warping of space-time, we think it's more electrodynamic in nature. So when lightning strikes, sometimes it comes from the ground and goes up, and sometimes it comes from the cloud and goes down. Well, it's just an electrodynamic system that we're living in. And everything you experience from grabbing the antenna to your FM radio and getting a better reception to getting shocked when you touch the doorknob, our everyday life experiences, lightning storms, the way that storms act, we all think that it's all under like the entropy, second law of thermodynamics. So hot goes to cold, high charge to low, high pressure to low pressure, and we're thinking, density is attracting density, right? And the way that you think about this, there's a rock in the river, right? I pick it up, I add energy to it, and then I let go. And what does it do? It seeks equilibrium, just like the gas, just like the electron flow. right? Or just like the heat. So if I take, say, helium or hydrogen from the upper atmosphere, and I'll bring it down here and I'll let it go, it's going to go back up till it reaches equilibrium. And we think that, gold is really heavy and hydrogen is really light because of, well, I guess let's say it's makeup. I guess you would say molecular makeup. Or its ability.
I know I'm being a dick right now. Does that have anything to do with weight or like spatial anomalies or whatever? When people tried to understand this, why space can't exist and all this kind of. These are like what you're saying. Yes, I mean as far as like weight differential and all that kind of stuff. That's very simple concepts, and in chemistry and different studies, it could be studied here on Earth, but as far as like these people are just like trying to say, well, you guys think the flat Earth and because throwing a rocket up around the Earth, and I'm not taking the piss out of you or anybody else. I'm just saying this is what they're asking though. And they're just gonna be like, oh yeah, the standard here on Earth, and we can just like do little weight equations and all that kind of shit. Oh, gravity could do this, but their ultimate question is, can you throw a rocket around Earth and use gravity to spin it across the fucking universe?
Really, what was your question?
I just asked it, and everybody should understand it. But anyway, you can call me an asshole, and it's probably true. So anyway,
You're an asshole.
Yeah, God damn it, you're an asshole, Helio.
Awesome. Let's let Morningstar respond, and let's hear Morningstar speak for like 5 minutes straight.
No, you're good. You're spreading awareness. It's a wondrous thing.
So is that your picture of you, Morningstar? Is that really you in the picture?
They've asked why is there a down vector?
Just like me.
Okay.
We're asked why is there a down vector? We think it's because the ground and the electrodynamic, properties of the place where we live is what's causing the down vector. So if everything's trying to seek equilibrium, what down would be the furthest that things could go. If we're talking about bedrock or maybe the sand, but not quicksand, right? Obviously, saying the quicksand.
No.
Just the way I see this on a simple level, corpuscle, there's only one down. Your down is the same down as mine. But on a globe, that wouldn't be true, would it? How's the game going?
Oh, we're not doing well. Morningstar here decided to go into a fight alone.
So, just remember, guys, we're talking to like a TikTok generation, so you gotta speak in TikTok form.
Oh, I'm aware.
I love lectures. I used to listen to lectures all the time, but
me too. I still do.
Think they're not. They don't build them like that anymore. So did you follow what Larry was saying?
Yeah.
Okay. What did he say?
He said ultimately the question we were asking was, if you throw a rock, will it spin around the universe? That's what I heard.
We'll give it a try.
I don't know, will it? Maybe. Depends on when you throw it.
It's never done that when I've thrown one.
Do you feel that was an answer?
Depends on how hard you throw it.
Not so sure about that.
No, you throw a rock hard, goes far. You don't throw a rock hard, doesn't go far.
I don't think that's the answer I gave.
Yeah, sorry, no, I was involved in a fight that Morningstar put us into, so I didn't get too much of the last thing you said.
That's okay.
That's okay. Hey, can you tell me where Morningstar got their voice changer though? It will convince a lot of other dummies for sure.
Okay, so I have this friend, right? They're really good with software.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Okay, that makes sense. That's cool. Yeah.
Do you really think anyone sounds like this? They don't make voice changes this good. I'm not trying to toot my own horn.
Yeah, they do. I'm sorry,
No,
but they
they
do. Yeah, they sure do.
promise you they don't.
My dear, they do.
What they're
Yep.
saying,
No.
it's a
Yeah,
deepfake.
I'm not
voice,
asking.
guys.
Okay, I'm not asking. All right, I'm letting you know they make them at least this good, if not better as well. Yeah, you wouldn't know because you don't have a degree in audio engineering, do you?
Oh yeah, I'm just been a musician most of my life.
Well, that doesn't mean shit to me.
But who cares?
They're not very
This has
bright.
anything to do with what we're
Not very bright. It is well made. I will say it, but it's just a little on the
You have to
nose.
sound a little more androgynous. Keep trying.
Androgynous.
Yes.
Gosh.
Like me.
Guys, this doesn't matter.
Right. Exactly. 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 See, they just gave it away. Fuck you, Morningstar. Get out of our server.
You're a sad, sad individual, and I feel sorry for you.
When you do S's, it's very obvious when you go when you do S's. Definitely.
The problem I found, she could never go more than 2 sentences without
I could
interacting.
sing if you'd like, since I'm a vocalist.
That'd be probably nails on a chalkboard. Why don't you just leave our server? That'd be nice.
Problem is, she
Why
said,
don't we give her the
I don't think
opportunity
that's
to
going
like,
to happen, dear.
each time she says, "I could sing if you like," it's identical.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
can't
thank
be
you.
this stupid.
Listen, get the
No one
fuck
has
out
a
of the
voice like
server,
this.
or someone's
Wow.
gonna kick you out.
Relax, dude.
Here we go.
Right, of course. Let's see that happen.
None of this has anything to do with what we're here
Yes,
for.
we should get on top.
anyway.
I apologize to everyone else. I do not mean to cause chaos.
Then turn the thing off.
it's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter. I don't care if you sound like Stephen Hawkins in real life, but the thing is that you're communicating cordially, and I disagree with Glatt. But that's the thing. We're not all the same here. We're arguing
fuck
at each
yourself.
other's throats all the
It's
time.
fake.
I can go fuck myself too. That's fine. But the point is that we're trying to share information, and if they leave, we're just going to be, speculating about, I don't know, the weather.
Yeah, the point is, voice modulation is against our rules.
I'll describe it. This is what, if you know the band Depeche Mode, this is what David uses on stage. I'm a vocalist. When I'm on stage, this is why I use it. I don't know, sort of pitch corrects it, but also adds chorus and delay. It's what professionals use, because I'm a professional. At least I try to be. Does that make any sense?
Professionals can sing, so why would they want to be using pitch correction all over everything?
Can you poorly sing Mary Had a Little Lamb? Can you sing it out of tune?
I could try.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Mary Had a Little Lamb. Maybe we should try something different.
How about Yankee Doodle? Just give us a tune, will you, darling?
Yankee Doodle. I don't know the words.
How about Strawberry
Oh,
Fields?
Yes, Strawberry
Yeah.
Fields. Let's do that. Let me take you down because I'm going to Strawberry Fields. Nothing is real. Oh, that's way too low. Sorry. And nothing
I think she's
to
human.
get hung about.
Paranoid Android?
I wish I was an android, if only.
Well, she sounds fine to me. I don't got a problem with her voice. If she's got a few effects on her voice, I don't really think that's a voice changer. If I could have some sort of pocket battery where I could, amplify my voice, I would probably use it too to make myself sound romantic. In fact, Helio has a microphone that's basically designed to make your voice like smooth, like butter. Silky
Exactly.
smooth
That's
voice.
literally what this does. Just smooths it out, I suppose. Also with the band, there's another band that uses it. Boy Harsha, I forgot her lead singer's name, but she also uses it as well. Fantastic equipment. Pricey, but well worth it.
Yeah, a lot of people sometimes, they say fault or whatever. And I really disagree because we all have different backgrounds, different religions, different ideology. We all like to stick to the science and the three planes of the earth. That's the only thing that holds us together. We probably wouldn't ever know each other in real life, except
I'm
for
going to tell you
we've been
something, Hank. Man, it's not hard to regulate your voice. With using voice changer. It's really easy. You can do it with computer software, or you can do it with a a different machine or whatever that you connect to your computer. It's very easy to do it. So
Yeah, but did Arnold ever sing a note when he was in here? And he was always allowed.
anyway, but this is my natural voice. But I can change it if I wanted to.
My voice is strange just because genetically I took after my mother. I don't have the typical voice that a guy does, so it just is what it is. I have no say in it.
Anyway, have you talked to anyone about Flat Earth before?
I have. This is my first. I've always had my theories. I don't trust the typical information that they put out.
So that was a yes or no question. Have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before?
I have, at least not on Discord. No.
All right, so you're here now. You're talking to us about Flat Earth. How about you bring some genuine questions, and we can continue from this point. We don't have to talk about voice changers or whatever. You sound like an honest, open person. Well, let's actually talk about it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, that's cool. I don't care if you use a voice changer or not necessarily. I mean, for the most part, we want people to just come in here honest, bring everything that you have to the table, because we talk about Flat Earth 24 hours a day. So if you have questions about Flat Earth, bring them on in. That's what we're here for.
I think, yeah, my it's more so gathering information. I do the same thing. I'm also a filmmaker, and I pursue music, and I like to know the truth, and I like things that are different. We're force-fed, like in school. It's strange. They'll teach us all these things that have nothing to do with anything, yet they don't teach us how to balance.
What's really strange so far is you didn't answer my question. I'm not trying to be a dick, but have you talked to somebody about Flat Earth before? I mean, we're here
on
trying
Discord,
to.
no.
All right, where have you talked to someone about Flat Earth before?
Briefly when I was in the Bay Area.
Oh, in San Francisco?
Yes.
All right, so you've talked about Flat Earth with someone in San Francisco. I mean, what was the result? I mean, is there something that
I found it interesting because, again, I think this world is based mostly on illusions. It's like, get an education, spend a lot of money on college, marry a wife, have kids, get, white picket fence. Not there's anything wrong with that.
I'm saying that's fine for some people, yes, but that's not what we're talking about here.
Exactly.
We're talking about what you've come across as far as the information. I mean, you came here to talk to us about Flat Earth. If you didn't, then you can just listen on YouTube. You don't have to talk to us.
Not all the information on YouTube seems precise.
No, I'm talking about this channel. We're live streaming on YouTube. You can just listen. You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk to us.
Actually, she's correct. Does somebody want to tell her about when the government asked the ABC corporations like YouTube and other social media? They asked for us to be censored specifically, and we're on the Google blacklist.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I actually run the live stream that we're running on now, and Roger has one too. It's just like if we have to freaking we keep the focus on definitions and proof about Flat Earth, because if we get off into minutia, then sometimes YouTube will just like send me an email and send Roger an email. Like, hey man, you weren't talking about flat Earth, but even if we're talking about flat Earth, they demonetized my channel freaking several months ago. So anyway, they just don't. The channel's still up, but
Yeah, but that doesn't amount to a hill of beans, Julio. They put us on the blacklist on the search results, and the only thing that pops up is the Flat Earth Society, which says that our arguments, they make our arguments for us, and they make them as poor as possible. And then other thing that pops up is like Professor Dave, who's an anti-flat earther. Why won't they allow you to hear the arguments about the flat earth from flat earthers without having to find them, by going through pages and pages, and then eventually you find a real flat earther? So that Google blacklist was published by Project Veritas, if you were interested in looking to see what was on, because it's my philosophy we're supposed to pay attention to the things that we're not allowed to see.
Yeah, so when we have new people join, we definitely want to get the conversation rolling, and don't necessarily want to talk about how they suppress the information that we're trying to put out. So we have a new person here that wants to talk about flat Earth. We don't want to talk about whether using a voice change or anything like that. So
agreed.
All right, so how did you find us? I mean, have you talked to anyone? Like, I'm going to repeat the question: have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth?
On Discord, no. It was just a suggestion through my ex-girlfriend, who sort of gives me information. We'll put it that way. She's extremely intelligent.
What do you think? What do you think about? Just give us your opinion about flat earthers. Do you think there's something to it, or you think
there's definitely a truth to it, and that's why I seek most is the truth. Again, we live in a world of illusions. A lot of things that are told to us that aren't true.
I mean, do you follow politics? Which we're not going to talk about
loosely,
really.
But again, it's all false information.
Sure.
It's like, think of puppets like a puppeteer, pulling the strings, saying, believe in this, believe in that. This is what you should do. This is what you have to do. You have no choice. That's not a
kind of what we do. We just hang around here, meeting new people that have come across information, and we share our ideas with them.
And that's why I'm here.
I mean, nobody here is trying to convince anyone that the Earth is flat. You find your way here. We hang out here, and we're flat earthers, but you find your way here. So, nobody here is trying to convince you the Earth is flat. You have questions, and we have answers. So,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's what we.
I want to share something with a lady, if you don't mind, Helio.
Yeah, go for it, brother.
All right, so here's the deal. When you're in college, you're heavily compartmentalized, right? And all of us are compartmentalized, racist idiots, right? But here, the flat Earth, I've been here 7 years. You're going to learn about everything. You're going to learn about every subject. You're going to learn philosophy. You're going to learn science. You're going to learn math. You're going to learn all these different subjects all at the same time. And there's no whole bars, because every once in a while, somebody will pop in and be like, hey, have you done any research on Moringa oleifera? Apparently it's really good. Look into it. And then you're like, oh, I didn't know about that. And we're all researchers, right? And if you say that you're a truth seeker, well, you won't have to prove it. Eventually you'll just start dropping links of what you're researching, and we all get to look at your research. And then everybody is in here researching. This is a college by definition, right? And what were colleges in the past? Where you go to where the books are, right? Well, we're right in the middle of a Kindle from Amazon, which is the book burning of our day, right? Everybody gets, taken out by the left or whatever because you get canceled, right? Like if you use the wrong word, canceled, right? So we're anti-cancel culture, and we believe in freedom of speech, right? We're sharing so much information over the past 7 years that we can't be canceled, because if they outright canceled us, it'd be like, why are they canceling flat earthers? I mean, you would think that Tooth Fairy, isn't that fake news? Like, how about Bigfoot? Is that fake news? Like, why are they canceling flat earthers? And the thing is that we've been shut down plenty of times, shadow banned, etc., demonetized. But that's not what's important. What's important is that this is a group of people that know something's up. If you look at the Illuminati cards, right, what does it say? The flat earthers, they know something, right? So what we're claiming is that the same thing you're saying, is that we've been hoodwinked, the wool has been pulled over our eyes, we've been tricked, and it's a lot easier to trick somebody than it is to convince them that they've been tricked. We're trying to convince the world that they've been tricked. And people are just coming here with their arrogance. They come in here, and just think that they know everything because they went to college and they paid $100,000 for their degree, and they're like a cup full of water, and you can't pour anything in because they already know everything. So they're just as stupid as a person with a 70, 80 IQ, right, who can't learn anything because they don't have the mental capacity to learn anything.
Hey,
Larry, and that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, the people that come in here with guts, and guts is enough. Now sometimes they just like try to take the piss out of us and leave, or get banned or whatever because they're just really being retarded or dumb, or just like they think, flat earthers are dumb, and so I'm just gonna say whatever because obviously the earth is a globe and all that kind of stuff. But people that really come in here with genuine questions, we'll spend we spend hours with those guys if they really have genuine questions, of course. We all used to be globies, so it's not like we don't. We're like trying to convince everyone, and I'm going to repeat it again. We're not here to convince people the Earth is flat. We're actually here. We created this platform to actually get people to join us, join the server to that have questions, like real questions, and we'll spend as much time as it takes to actually show you, answer your questions. You might not agree, and hey, as a matter of fact, I want you to disagree with some of our arguments because that's a teaching. It's a teaching moment for us and for you. So, yeah, if you really have some good evidence for the globe, bring that in because that's what we're looking for. If there was real evidence for the globe, we wouldn't exist. Go ahead.
That's actually the best way.
Evidence.
You're going to find the globe is lacking in evidence, or at least the standard of evidence that I require personally.
And that is why I'm here.
So you seem like you have a pretty high standard of evidence too. Right?
Yeah, I mean, share this link with your friends. Bring your friends in here. We're here all day, like 24 hours a day. Not me and Hank or Larry. There are hundreds of members here, so yeah, you can always bring somebody. You can share the link and say, "Hey, you want to talk to some flat earthers?" And we're here for that. Doesn't matter if you come to a conclusion. Like I said, nobody's trying to convince people the Earth is flat. But if you have questions for flat earthers, we're always here to answer them.
Yeah, the only thing we're really here to convince people of is to think for themselves and look for themselves.
That's my entire existence. Believe me, you have no idea. I definitely go against the grain, but with good reason.
Yeah, Morningstar, dude, we all have different personalities and different convictions and everything. So yeah, man, if you have some other friends you think might be interested in have a conversation with us, go ahead and share the link. I mean, we're here 24 hours a day.
I have friends that I could contact, without a doubt.
So here's the thing.
I like Morningstar. I think Morningstar is pretty cool.
I appreciate that. I promise you I'm a genuine person.
So here's the thing: once you like go outside and you realize it, right? There's no going back. Like once you've seen it for yourself, right, and you've done the math, and you've done the research, and you've done the homework, it's a paradigm shift, right? But for now, you have to deal with the cognitive dissonance, right? You have to listen to the information, right, on both sides of the coin. And I challenge you, please do research the heliocentric model, right? Even though it's not really a model, that's just what it's called. And I think the more you research that, you're going to be like, wow, I haven't made it to the ocean yet, but so far, this is like the longest part of the trip. But yeah, you sound like you're pretty near the ocean. If you've been to the Bay, I think there's an island over there that Sonny talks about. I'm not sure if Sonny is in the Bay Area, but he's close to it. And that's the thing. Islands are a dead giveaway.
What? He's in San Diego. It's not even anywhere near the Bay.
Well, geography and math is my strong point, okay?
Anyway,
Okay, so I'm not familiar with California's territory, okay? You have to forgive me, right? But the point is, islands give it away a lot of times because there's this video, what is it, 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Globe? Something like that, made by Eric DeBay. If you could find that, that would be good for you to start on. But if you're talking to your normie friends and you want to show them this information, I would probably lead with a documentary like Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon. That's something you could write down. Or another one would be American Moon. It's 3.5 hours long, something like that. When you see these documentaries, it goes through so much stuff that you're just like, oh, well, this is where we get the globe image from, is, the Apollo missions, right? And we get this imagery, and it was filmed through a porthole with cardboard cut out to fake the Terminator line. So we all know about movie magic. We're all familiar with Mary Poppins and all the stuff that they can do at Disney. Well, Disney and NASA work together. Literally, it's like known facts. And once you start looking, like Arthur C. Clarke was the guy who invented the satellite. 7 years later, it turned from science fiction to science fact, allegedly, right? But check this out. They've had hydrogen balloons since the Civil War. They've had cameras since the Civil War. So that means since the American Civil War, the 1860s, we've had high-altitude footage. So do you think technology's increased since then? Right? So, yeah, there are things up there. We're not saying there aren't satellites. What we're saying is that it's not like a perpetual motion machine where the satellite's going around the moon and the moon's going around the Earth and the Earth's going around the sun's going around the galaxy forever. And they're all just falling in perfect equilibrium to where they don't fall out of balance and fall into each other. Except for you get a comet or asteroid every now and then. But we've seen no evidence that asteroids or meteorites have actually struck the Earth. Because that same thing that looks like a gas pocket or the Earth caving in, we've seen that over and over again, and we don't know that there's iron down there. And in the past, they've drilled for iron because they thought that the asteroids were made of iron. So they would drill there and not find anything. And they say, well, it buried, bro. It buried. It sunk too deep. That's why we can't find it. And there's always an ad hoc explanation with these people. There's always a theory. Oh, okay, here's a question. So if the universe exploded from the Big Bang, why is the universe flat? Oh, we got this inflation theory, right? And it says that, expanded faster than the speed of light. So you're like, okay, how do you know that? Well, nobody knows. That's our best guess. And that's what they say, right? And sometimes they're incredibly honest. Like I wanted you to hear Michio Kaku. I was hoping somebody would play it earlier. Is there any chance that I could get somebody to play that when he's talking about nobody that he knows of uses the scientific method?
Coming right up.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I appreciate that.
You can do it.
Yeah, I got it right here.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Go ahead, Trace. Trace, you want to talk about leaps of logic? I'm sure, right? Because
I was just saying, yeah, I'll get you the video, but CB being here, I don't need to do anything.
Yeah, carry on.
So leaps of logic. What do we call that, guys? What is a leap of logic? It's a logical fallacy, right? So
Without a doubt.
they're not even sciencing space. In fact, you can't manipulate the cause and effects of stuff in space. So what they do is they make predictions, right? But if you look at LPP Fusion channel, right, he talks about how their predictions don't always match up. So he's an educated man, Eric Lerner, right? And if you go to his channel, you're going to see that even he disagrees that the Big Bang was, in fact, possible because of the helium problem. There's too much helium for everything to be packed all into one little spot. So, and this is the question I like to ask cosmologists when they wander in here and they stumble in here from time to time. So if everything in existence was in one little dense little spot, right, the size of a period on a piece of paper, right, and everything in existence plus, the 95% of the universe that we can't see that makes up dark matter and dark energy, right, plus the antimatter and the matter that subsequently, destroyed each other, right, if all that's in one spot, how could one single hydrogen molecule escape the gravitational pull of that well? Because that would be a pretty deep gravity well, wouldn't it, space-timers? And see, what we have here is basically, Space Force. A bunch of tinfoil hat wearing people that want to come in here and argue with us. But here lately, they don't seem to want to argue so much.
That's because sometimes the truth hurts.
So are we done?
I was giving someone else a chance to speak.
Yeah, I'm just gonna alert you to this, Morningstar, but since voice changers are not allowed here, I will remove your VC verified, and you will have to attempt to get it again once you have removed your voice modification, or you'll get
I'm
banned.
curious, why do you not think this is my voice? Who sounds like this? Seriously. How would I possibly modify my voice? That makes no sense.
You already said
don't
you
talk-
had a compression device and a pro voice changer or something along those lines.
No. Just, I'm a vocalist. It's just what I use on stage. It's the only way it works through my computer. I promise you, no, if you ever want to private call, no vocal. I get it. My voice sounds sexy or whatever the hell it is. It is what it is. No one sounds like this. It's so weird. Sorry, I just take offense to that.
No, it sounds just like text to speech, but it sounds like some kind of weird one because I can hear you breathing and stuff, so it's weird.
Exactly. So how would that possibly be a voice changer? Voice changers sound like things, like, I don't know, like a character from a video game.
It sounds robotic, though. That's the problem.
Who sounds like me?
It sounds very robotic. That's why.
I'm just a monotone person.
Yeah, sorry, but we have a lot.
Is there any way that you could whistle or maybe, make some weird noises, anything like that? Because
I don't know. I
clap your hands. We all know what clapping your hands sounds like.
I mean, how would a voice changer do that?
Yeah, you said you were a vocalist?
Yeah. That has no do with what. Yeah, makes no sense whatsoever. People always say my voice sounds too perfect. It's the voice I have. There's nothing I could do about that.
Didn't you already say you were using like a modifier?
No, there's a chorus, but I don't know because until I'm done.
I ain't really hearing a double there. It's a chorus.
No double.
Yeah, that's what chorus is, though, is doubling.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's a very short delay, and it causes like a phasing kind of effect. It's a double.
No, it's not. They're two different things.
Yeah,
no. If you're the one that's the audio engineer, you need to go back to school. They're not. They're two separate things.
I'm going to tell you something. My voice is way sexier than your voice.
No doubt. No, I'm just saying. There's always.
Don't you like it? Don't you like it?
Yeah, so that's not a chorus.
It's a very good voice.
I'm just messing with you. But anyway,
it's just all of it. It's not a voice changer.
All right. Cool. Well, okay, that's cool. And I see what Drace is saying, though. But
so, what are you using? Because it's not a chorus. Like, what are you doing? Like, what's going on?
No, that's literally. I'm telling you, I swear, I have 14 bass guitars. I have my own studio.
14 bass guitars.
No, 3 bass guitars.
That was funny. I'm gonna
11 guitars. Sorry.
Do a lot of double track bass guitars and stuff.
No, just a lot of guitars. Because
it's like 39 loop balloons or some shit, you know.
No, just I play metal, so they're all in different tunings.
I'm a metal fan as well.
Yeah, I love Meshuggah.
So like, are you like maybe you're confused? You're pitching your voice or something like that. It's repitched because it's not chorus. Like, what are you doing?
No, it's chorus and.
It's not chorus. Reverb? There's no reverb. I'm not hearing any echo on it.
There's definitely reverb.
I'm using compression and noise gate on my voice, but that's all.
Again, this is a super. This is what my mother used to be in. I come from the business, so I have the best stuff you could possibly get.
Oh yeah, what reverb?
I literally have like the signature Meshuggah guitar, which cost me.
Are you like Meshuggah? Oh,
amazing! Yes, I love Meshuggah.
So, is it like a rack reverb, or are you using some sort of plug-in? What you got?
No, it's a rack unit. It goes in with all my other.
See, I'm already on our side, but bro, Meshuggah. Oh, shit.
Yes, Meshuggah's amazing. The timing.
Yeah. Have you ever seen them live?
I haven't. They're one of the few bands I haven't seen.
I saw them twice in a month because I actually went on a Greyhound bus to go see them live.
I would do that too.
I got a question. As much as I would like to talk to her about math metal and all sorts of things like that, right? I would also like to keep to the rules. No, it's okay, Helio. I would also like to keep to. Hold on just a second, please. I would also like to keep to the rules, but after everything we just got through talking about knowing and belief, how do we know that she's using a voice changer?
That's why I'm doing this. I want to make sure.
Right.
That's why the only way you can find it out is if.
Can I finish?
Yeah, shut it off. Let's shut it off and hear what she sounds like.
Yeah, do it dry. Just turn everything off and do it dry.
That's the problem. The thing that I'm using, until I figure out, like, before the pandemic, I got this thing new, so I still have to figure out how to operate it properly.
Everything has a bypass. Just bypass it. Turn the
cell phone. Can't you talk on your cell phone?
Me call you on cell phone?
No, not call me. Just use your cell phone, download the Discord app, and let us hear your dry voice. And then, if it's that much different, I guess we'll ban her.
No, I don't think we should. I mean, really, to be honest, it's kind of like...
Just stop running your voice through that chain. Take the processing off. Do whatever you got to do. If you can't figure out how to bypass your effects, just get on your phone. Like, we just want to hear what you sound like.
Right.
Yeah, this should have really happened in VC verified or check-ins before you got verified, just to make sure that you weren't one of the repeat trolls that comes in here and tries to porn bomb or wreck the server. So it's just a precaution. It's nothing against it.
I have like I can't even accept friend requests anymore. I have so many friends. Pretty much a good number of people know me on Discord. I'm as real as they get. You probably don't believe me, but I promise you.
Actually, I mean, to me, I ain't gonna lie. Sounds like you sound like a she. Are you saying you're a she or a he? Or
No, just a guy with a super high voice. That's why I'm a vocalist, I guess.
That's your guy voice.
Yeah, I suppose I didn't go through puberty. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
All right. I'm not trying to make fun of you.
No, trust me.
So,
This
Mike,
is typical.
This is my man voice. I mean, it's that's the way it works. People are like, hey man, you sound weird. I'm like, you sound like a radio guy. Well, I'm not. So I'm just this guy.
Yeah,
whatever.
no,
And now people here in the Discord are saying, hey, you.
Wait a minute, isn't Helio a vocalist? And doesn't he sound just as sexy as her?
I don't know. I don't know about sexy. I don't know how sexy.
Wait a minute.
With voices.
I'm not saying that I'm attracted to you, Helio, but what I'm asking is that you guys are both vocalists. You guys could sing song all day long at the karaoke and nobody would boo you off stage.
Hey, I don't know.
And we're wondering why.
I don't know. Apparently he sounds like a woman, but anyway, I can sing my ass off. So anyway, I was just wondering, So you are not using a voice changer.
No.
But you are you male or female? I mean, would you?
No. Just very high voice. That's the best way to describe it. Like,
wait, is high voice a gender?
No, just most people, like a boy takes after his father, right? I have most of my mother's genes.
Dude, I've been a choir my entire life, and I know, and actually it might not seem so. I'm a tenor. I'm a second tenor, but my speaking voice is very low. But when I sing, I sing high tenor.
I'm more of a 2, but I got a really nice heart, kind of soft heart.
You do have a soft heart, there ain't no doubt about that. There. Sorry. So as far as when you were growing up, I heard you sing a little bit a minute ago.
That was way too low for me, so sorry about that.
There is no apologies when it comes to this. So what's happening is some of the members here are accusing you of using a voice changer, and you're saying you're not.
I have no time to do that. I have so much stuff. I'm writing a script at the moment. I'm producing my own album. I have no time to use voice changes or anything like that.
We have time to sit in here for a few hours, so it wouldn't be
because
that
it
much more
actually
of an
seems
investment.
interesting, and you're actually on a quest for the truth. And I thought, wow.
Can't you just hey, sorry, I forgot your name, but can't you just
I think we can figure this out really quick. I know how this shit works. Can you speak in a low voice like I can right
just
now?
tell her to take off the process and just do it with another chain. Just grab your phone where you don't have the processing and just let's see what's going on.
I don't think it's a voice changer. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, no one has a voice like this. People always joke in Discord. They're like, as soon as you enter the call, we know who it is.
Hey, wait.
No one sounds like you.
If you want to actually participate here, then just show it. You can open your cell phone and join there, and use your little pinhole microphone on your cell phone and say, "Hey, I'm the same person."
I don't have I have a cell phone, but it stays on for 10 seconds.
Okay,
you don't have
I have a prediction. When she does key up on the cell phone, it's going to sound like this. Yo, what's up, man? What's up, man? Everybody doing all right?
Hey, you guys want to hear what I sound like on the cell phone? You guys want to hear what I sound like?
Yeah.
This is.
I think it's going to be the N-word in multiple repeats.
I could never say that. Someone gave me, I'm doing quotation marks, gave me the card, but I still would never do that because it's disrespectful. I'm a super goody two shoes. That's just
Yeah, that card is a dangerous thing because if you do it in the hood where you receive the card, where it can be verified, that's cool. But if you go to Detroit and you try to use that same card, there's jurisdictions with the N-word card. I just want to say, so that everybody's aware, so that nobody gets hurt.
Right. And yeah, my whole deal is I like going a world where things are truthful and honest, which is ironic that you think I have a voice changer. But that's the kind of world I want to live in, an honest world.
Well, you know what? You're amongst the most skeptical people on the planet. I mean, Earth. Because what is Earth? Essentially, what is it? It's the dirt between your toes at the beach, right? When you're halfway in between the land and the sea. Is that why they call it sand? Right? That's the Earth, the stuff the earthworms are in. But you've been given this model, the blue marble floating in space. But according to Robert Simmons, who works at Goddard, it's Photoshop because it has to be. That's a direct quote. So he made the blue marble that was on all the iPhones, and he said that it had to be Photoshop. Why is it, in the 2000s, would a photograph of the Earth have to be Photoshop? Well, according to like 4 different sources from NASA, they can't go any higher than lower Earth orbit. No one has actually been to space since the moon landings in '72. Or I could say that I like the lady's voice. The lady has a nice voice. I think that she's using some sort of software to enhance her voice. Like, which conversation do we want to have?
This is the guy.
Yeah,
Not a
on
lady.
my cell phone. This is my pinhole mic on my cell phone. How's this sound?
You sound like a girl,
terrible.
Elio.
I sound like a girl. This is what I sound like on my pinhole mic on my cell phone.
I'm just
It's a pretty good cell phone, bro, but you don't have the bass, the silky smoothness that you had before.
Because sometimes I might have to.
You also don't sound like a robot.
I don't sound like a robot here, and using my pinhole microphone on my cell phone.
Morningstar. What did you get out of what we talked about? Do you remember the Black Swan?
Do.
What do you think of that?
I think it's something I need to do much more research on. It seems like it's a key to like more information that I could sort of study.
That's really vague. Like a lot of the things you say, like they're just really vague, and I just don't even know if we're talking to a person.
Well, sure.
I just,
to be honest, I think there is a portion of truth. Like if you want to start at the beginning,
exactly. Thank you.
Then you might be able to find some truths. If you want to take flat Earth, or us seriously, then you don't have to stay here. But if you really want to know how we've come across this information, I mean, you're welcome to ask all kinds of questions, and get involved. I mean, it's not that hard to figure this out.
I suppose, but I want to find the right information, which is why I'm here, basically.
No, that's cool. I mean, yeah, just you don't even have to. You can listen to it on YouTube and just be like, "Oh, I like what the flat earthers are saying." We'll share all day long. You can message us. We'll share you more information. I mean, nobody here is trying to necessarily convince somebody. We want you to be interested so that you can find this truth for yourself. We're not here to convince you.
Well, that's what I mean. But participation is everything. Just listening to it isn't the same.
So
participation is key.
Do you remember where the horizon was in the Black Swan picture?
I mean, I could pull it up.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
Right.
Yeah, pull it up and tell us where the horizon is in the Black Swan picture. Give us a rough distance.
That I would not be able to explain, at least not as well as you did.
Okay, but it's really simple. There's some oil rigs in it. There's some oil rigs in it, and the distances of those are given, and then all you have to do is look at the horizon and just say whether it's before or after it to just sort of give me a rough distance.
Okay, and if I do it, it's going to sound crude.
I'm going to make it even easier for you. I'm just going to post it again right now in the chat.
Perhaps
just post it right now. I just did it again. Hold on, Helio. Just take a look in the chat. Yeah, you see it. Okay, where's the horizon roughly? This is pretty easy.
I don't want to sound wrong. I hate being wrong.
Okay, this is a robot, guys. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Not a robot, but
this is like a machine.
Not a.
This thing can't even talk. They can't even. I got a phone
It's
call.
growing my boulder.
I got a phone call, but this thing isn't even sentient. It doesn't know where the horizon is.
I'm going to tell you something. I no lie. Most people that I know in public, whether they've been to school and they have degrees and shit, and whatever the job they do or whatever, they watch the news all the time. They're completely ignorant about any of these
exactly. Which is why I'm here to learn.
Simple little questions that we ask. So it wouldn't surprise me that they don't know what you're. He doesn't know what you're talking about, bro.
Which is exactly why I'm here.
Hey, if
can you do me a favor? Can you hum the baseline of the Nation Army?
That's a robot, dude.
Wait,
this thing can't even say where the horizon is.
Can you hum the bass line to Seven Nation Army?
That's that one song by Jack White, right?
That's right. Can you hum the bass line?
Is that it? I have the right key wrong, but that's it.
I don't know any robots who can make a sound. Bum, 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 bum,
Yeah.
bum.
Larry, I don't know any humans who can't look at a picture and be like, yeah, the horizon's before or after that thing.
Look, and
Well, there is a GIF where it's color changed so that you can see the horizon. Can somebody show this person a GIF where it's actually colored?
I posted
Okay.
it.
Can you see the one where it's changing colors in the GIF? Can you see that?
Oh, I just
What's her
posted
name?
a screenshot.
Yes, I can. Wait, hold on, let me go back to it. There we go. Yes.
All right, so there's one GIF where it changes colors, and it was modified like that because the horizon's kind of hard to see. So maybe that'll help you find the horizon. And the definition of horizon, just in case you didn't know, is the apparent location where the sky appears to meet the land, or in this case, water. So we just need to know, is it before the platforms or after?
Let me make sure I'm looking at the right one.
And the consideration of what it means. I mean,
let's get the answer.
So wait, are we talking about the photo that says bye-bye ball? Am I looking at the right one? Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah, do you know why it says that?
Right. Let's get the answer. So there's two of them. One right above that says bye-bye ball, and then there's a GIF where they zoom into it. So that's what the original footage looks like.
Right,
But if you scroll up, you see the one that says bye-bye ball.
Right.
And that's like a still shot that's been slightly changed. And then the one above that, it's been changed even more to make it easier to see the horizon. Because in the beginning, we were actually arguing where is the horizon actually, because it's kind of hard to see. So at the one at 24 minutes past the hour, where's the horizon in that one?
I'm going to give you the clue. It's because they give us a number called 3,959 miles radius, and that is the curvature of the Earth. Now, if you go to Santa Barbara and look at these oil rigs and see the horizon far beyond these oil platforms, then it's obviously not this. The Earth cannot be the size that they say it is. I mean, that's the major claim. So anyway, I'm just putting it out there.
I don't think we're going to get an answer on that. Morningstar, I'm going to post a picture of a parrot. Oops, posted the wrong thing. 1 second.
No worries.
Okay, I just posted a picture of a parrot. What color is it?
Red.
Okay. Then why don't you know where the horizon is? If you can tell the color of that parrot.
No, I don't exactly understand what you're asking as far as the horizon goes.
So do you know what a horizon is?
Black Swan image, you can see where the horizon is beyond the second platform. The major claim about globe Earth, that's why you have to understand what they say the size of Earth is. With the Black Swan, can't be.
See, this is why I'm here. I'm just trying to understand.
Morningstar, do you know what the horizon is?
Yes.
Okay, so then you should know where it is in the pictures we're showing you, right? Like, it's a simple question. Just, is it before or after the oil rigs?
After.
Okay.
Wow, man, a lot of people don't even say that right away. But yeah, all right, cool.
I'm literally trying to understand. If I sound naive, I apologize.
No, you actually right. You said it right.
I'm going to recant on my bot argument then. It can tell where a horizon is.
Well, to be fair, Helio did feed her the correct answer only a minute ago. She remembered the correct answer and then repeated it after Helio had said that it's after.
Hey, what? No, I definitely did not happen.
What didn't happen?
So, if the suspicions turn out correct, which is highly likely, then this could potentially be rolling my boulder. So he is well familiar with our content.
Yes. Suck it.
I would say that's an outlandish claim, and I would remind everybody that we're supposed to stay. And what we can prove, it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. And I don't think rolling my boulder can seem but most of all, what if we're wrong?
Larry, I banned him, and Morningstar joined right at the same time as rolling my boulder.
And you just like ignored the argument and the whole thing completely.
It's just that every time I talk to Morningstar, I just get these really vague, wishy-washy, almost just sort of like scripted answers. I don't even feel like I'm talking to somebody.
That's just me. I'm just cautious. Even when I join a new band, I just sort of stand off and take in the information. As I get more comfortable. If you
join a band, have no personality. Okay.
I definitely have personality, but.
Hey man, what's with the insults? That's unnecessary. Thank you.
I'm just. It's more of a description of what I'm observing here than an insult.
The funny thing is, if you do get to know me, you'll be like, "Wow, I was totally wrong." I mean, this tends to happen. I get it. I sound very robotic.
You could have said he at least sounds like Siri.
There's
just something off with this.
I mean, I respect your opinion either way.
Wrong with you.
Yeah, see, even just saying that with what I just said, I mean, I respect your opinion. It's just so flat.
Well, no, because I was brought up to be a polite person. So
yeah,
those are mannerisms of rolling my boulder, who is server banned from here.
Comments, Morningstar?
About what?
Well, I just wish you guys would make up your mind, because either Flat Earth is going to obfuscate.
Whoever you're talking about, I'm not even friends with this person.
Either Flat Earth is going to obfuscate from the topic, or we're going to move on. So either way, we need to make up our minds.
Well, I would say, like, let's just get Morningstar to go on their phone without the vocal processing they were talking about. Just talk straight into your phone, or else we're just done with you. That would be my take.
I agree.
Can you do that, Morningstar? Can you just talk into your phone and just show us,
You're not going to believe me, but I have an iPhone 6. I haven't updated my phone in years, so it stays on for 10 seconds.
Oh, a brand new excuse. Wow. Instead of the other one you just said.
I have
He want me to take a picture of my phone.
Wow.
And yet my phone is actually very good.
No, just get on the phone and talk into it. Just get on the phone, get on your Discord, just talk into it so we can hear you without any vocal processing. We just want to know who you are.
Hey, no, Morningstar's not using vocal effects.
This makes no sense.
I've known this person for a minute.
Okay, well that's not what Morningstar said.
I think he's using a voice changer.
There's no
Well,
voice.
let's move on. My vote is just move on. They're not going to show us their voice, so whatever.
And their
This
answers
is
are
my
very vague as well.
What
It's
voice
trying
changer
to
sounds
pad out
like
time.
this?
You
Go
can
on
tell when someone
YouTube.
uses a voice changer because you can hear like everything, even like the air in the background of their mic.
Thank you.
Yep, Benny. Morningstar already said that they're using vocal processing. So
No,
thanks.
Yeah, I'm using vocal processing as well. I have EQ on my microphone and a compressor.
Yeah,
that doesn't change how my voice actually sounds. It just
Yeah, well, they could be running through change. They're repitching it or doing something. I don't know. There's something off with this.
This is my mic without EQ, and this is my mic with EQ.
Yep. Okay, well, don't concern, Troll. We've been talking to this LARPer for a minute, and it's strange.
Okay.
So either they're going to just get on their phone and just show us who they are, or I think we're going to be done with them.
Again, I don't have access to a phone, but I respect your opinion. It's
I highly
it's-
doubt
Okay, you
it's
respect
what
my
it is.
opinion, then I'm going to mute you. Okay,
need a
great.
phone for
Let's move on.
everything.
Right.
All right. Who's next? I just got busy. You guys take it.
Okay, does anybody new have a question? Nobody has any questions? Is there anybody new who is here to learn? Any new people?
Thanks, CB. CB, is that a new guy?
Yeah, Creation Bear hasn't been around long. He's pretty new. He's came in clutch though ever since he's been here though.
Oh, but I mean, we had several people in here, and they all left because you guys were hung up on this stupid voice changer shit. Anyway, I do care about voice changers. If it's a joke and they're just really trying to play with us or whatever, I just don't, I just don't really see. Like, we can ask the same questions even if their voice sounds a little higher or lower, either way.
I care about the rules because it's the agreed upon rules.
That is a rule.
But also you have to cite your source of backup claims, and I don't see how this thing that is so subjective could be as objective as we're thinking about this.
Yeah, and it can be.
Because this specific-
there is a little leeway, I think, with some of the moderation. As long as
because this person has not been able to verify themselves in voice, so they shouldn't have voice verified.
Yeah, they don't want
came
to.
in
They don't want to.
right before Rolling My Boulder's new account, Rolling My Boulder, after he got banned from being Sisyphus. He created.
So you think it might have been.
He created Rolling My Boulder, and joined with a bunch of his friends: Benny the Bloke, Corpse School, Morningstar, the God of Vocals.
I don't know
Billy
who Rolling the
McGuire.
Boulder is. There was a group of us, but Rolling the
joined
Boulder
at the
wasn't.
same exact time. So that's
cool, Josh. You're paying more attention than I am, Dreas, man. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah.
No, the only ones of us that joined together was me, Benny the Bloke, Billy McGuire, Cam, Celeste, Corpuscle, and Morningstar. No Boulder, dude.
And I will say that I did check that group in. That group that he mentioned is the group that I happened to corral together. But that's all I can add.
It's just like you can almost never tell sometimes, but you just gotta. It's just like I want to check them in fast so they can come into live stream, but at the same time, sometimes
now that Rolling My Boulder has been S-banned, we cannot take a chance on some random voice modulation. They need to verify themselves.
They're not using voice modulation, bro. I've known Morningstar for like a year since they were in Playroom. And Morningstar doesn't even probably remember me, but they used to be in a server called
hearsay, brother. It doesn't mean anything here.
Okay.
I don't think Morningstar was using.
That's why, if she could have a phone or any, that's why we were trying to help this person verify that they're not Rolling My Boulder in some way, but they don't seem to be able to do that. So that leaves me with no choice.
Yeah. Yeah, Rolling Boulder is a total piece of shit. That's we've been dealing with that dude for quite a while.
Is Rolling My Boulder in a band with like multiple bass guitars? Because if she could plug up her shit and sing, if she could sing some Kitty, I'd like to hear Brackish, one of my favorite. So if you could play and sing
I
that
don't think
song.
Morningstar is Rolling My Boulder, but
Feel free to try to
anyway.
validate it as much as you like. I don't mind that.
So we have, was it Benny was saying, hey man, we had some friends join, and I know that.
That was me.
Yeah. So it's just like that wasn't Rolling My Boulder. Have you ever
Rolling My
talked to that
Boulder
guy
wasn't
before? You ever talked to that
No.
dude before?
Nah, I can show you my my chat message history. I can share screen it and type in his name.
You don't have to. So you're new to the server here, Benny?
Yes, sir.
What do you think? How did you find your way here?
Through Morningstar and a couple of other blokes.
Also, Morningstar shared a link with you and said, "Hey, come over here."
Well, it wasn't
and talk
Morningstar
to
that shared the
flat
link with me.
earthers."
It was I'm trying to remember. Hold up. It was Celeste. Celeste invited me.
I haven't seen Celeste in here, so
Yeah,
They
that was
joined
part of the group
originally.
that I checked in. I checked in Benny, Celeste,
okay,
Cam, and a couple others. Morningstar as well.
So, what do you think,
Corpuscle.
Benny? You think flat earthers are like totally out of control? It's just like we have this 24-hour stream going. I mean, you just like what? What do you think about
I don't
flat
know.
Earth?
I sense a lot of passive aggressiveness, but that's about it.
Dude, I'm not talking about our attitude. I'm talking about the information.
I haven't really been paying attention to the information personally. I've been playing RuneScape.
So
Just background noise.
you're
for
just
me.
like we all were. We used to think the Earth was a globe because it was just obviously a globe because everybody knows it's a globe, right?
Yeah, I'd say I believe it's a globe.
Yeah, there you go, man. It's just set in stone. Everybody knows it's a globe because it's a globe, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen
I
the
don't know.
globe?
With that,
Wait, all right. So,
Benny,
Benny, have you ever seen the
is that-
globe Earth?
Not in person, but have you seen the flat Earth in person?
Yeah, I live on
Yeah,
it.
every single fucking day.
Yeah, outside.
How come no person, a flat earther, has like gone to space and like checked it out himself?
Space? What do you mean
They
about
don't go
space?
together, brother.
Well, if you're rich enough,
You don't see flat Earth from space. Space
Where do you see it
is the
from?
distance between two objects.
Outer space
Even
is
in the mainstream-
a sci-fi story, so we can't go there any more than we can go to Neverland.
Even in the mainstream
what?
narrative, no one's been to space since 1972.
I'm so confused. So you don't believe that space exists?
No.
Not in the way they describe it. No, not necessarily. No, of course not.
So you don't believe
do
in
you,
the-
do you
the
think? Do you
galaxy?
think that people landed on the moon in 1969?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
But the
I used to think that
fucking
too.
Buzz Aldrin and some shit. Something
I
Armstrong.
used to think that too, but they didn't. So anyway,
Why is that?
because they
Well,
can't.
Buzz Aldrin said that they didn't. Even Buzz said that they didn't go. But it
Well,
doesn't matter because we can.
looks
We
real
can.
to me.
We can. Well, sure. Even Elon Musk says things can look fake and be real and look fake and all that stuff. So that doesn't matter. But the thing is, like, I mean, you didn't really think that a bunch of flat earthers were here believing in like some sort of magic carpet in space, right?
Well, from my understanding, I thought that flat earthers believed that we lived on sort of a flat disc, right? That had
This
like a
third
cone.
disc from the sun.
It was like a dish shaped like flat thing with like a cone shape coming out the bottom, which is like the dirt and stuff. And
Right.
I thought
But the only
that
reason
they
you
believed
the only reason you think
In
that
the solar system, right?
is because that's
Yes.
just what the media has created as a
That's
silly
not what Earth
image.
is. It's
to
not
make it
what
look
Earth.
to make it look stupid.
Okay.
right?
So what does
So
you know what I imagine when I think of the globe Earth? What's in your head as the flat
How
Earth?
about you stop imagining and look at Earth?
I mean, yeah,
Have you been
I live on it
across
right now.
Earth? Like, have you been to different parts of Earth?
I live in Australia, but I've been to America.
All right, cool. So you've been from Australia to America.
Yes.
Have you ever seen Earth other than a level stationary plane? You traveled in airplanes, ships, and shit, right?
Yeah.
You
I've
ever
been on. I went on a
experienced
cruise ship when I
Earth
was a kid.
other than a level stationary plane?
What a level station? What does that mean?
I'm pretty sure it's self-explanatory. Level stationary plane. When you're on Earth, you walk across it. You walk in a straight line. When you're on an airplane, you go in a straight line from one airport to another. When you go from a ship, you travel from one port to another. They just travel from port to port. Level
There's
stationary
directions.
plane.
It's not just a straight line.
Really? What's the difference? But which direction are you going if you're going from one airport to another?
Well, sometimes you got to change the direction because of like turbulence and stuff.
Really? But when you plan a flight, aren't you going from one airport to another?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what if the pilot, when you jumped on the airplane, is just we're gonna we don't know where we're gonna land, but trust me, we're gonna land somewhere. Would you ever trust that pilot? He knows where he's going when he leaves from one airport to another. He knows where he's going to land.
What is the point here?
Really, what's the point?
Wait, no, I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, you think they're flying over a globe when they use an airplane?
They're not
They call
flying
it an
over
airplane.
the globe. No, they're not going. They're not going out of space. They're going I think it's 34,000 feet up in the sky.
And so they maintain altitude until they land at another port.
Well, it's not 34,000 all the time. Sometimes they have to drop. And,
Well, it depends on the airplane. I mean, if you're on a Cessna or whatever, it's like 15,000. It depends on which airplane you're flying in. But they always just fly over land. They have a flight plan. They go from one airport to another. If you're going to say no, if you say no, then
okay.
Are you saying that because the plane doesn't go out of space, that the Earth is flat?
No, dude. Listen.
Bro, I'm just telling you that they're just traveling in a straight line from one point to another.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so if you're traveling 700 miles in a straight line, is that curved?
Well, you're in the air. There's no need to curve down or anything. The sky. Oh, wait. I think I know what you're talking about. Hold up. So you're saying when we go on a plane from one place to another, that's flat because the plane doesn't go on
There's no flat curve. There's no such thing. That's traveling from one airport to another in a straight line. That's a straight line. It's not curved.
So the gyroscope doesn't deviate, right, when you fly from Australia to the United States. It's still showing a level horizon, right? The thing about this gyroscope, the nature of the gyroscope is no matter what the plane does, they even use these in like fighter jets, where they use evasive actions, directed missiles and gunfire and that sort of thing. No matter what they do, the artificial horizon is going to show them where the actual horizon is, even if they're flying in clouds, right? That's what that instrument's meant to do. It's supposed to stay rigid in space. So when you fly all the way or halfway around the world, how come that artificial horizon doesn't stay rigid? In other words, it should be upside down by the time you fly halfway around the world.
Artificial horizon.
All right, see, artificial horizon, by definition, it's a flight. It's a flight term, right? The artificial horizon is created by the gyroscope, so that the pilot can maintain level flight. It's a term that they use where they use the instrument panel artificial horizon. I mean, it's not the actual horizon. It's just so that they can maintain level flight over long distances. It has nothing to do with curvature of Earth at all.
Okay.
I mean, look it up. If you think I'm wrong, go ahead and look it up.
But as you fly halfway around the Earth, right, your plane's literally upside down, kind of like the Australian cereal bowl.
Or you're
right?
just like, if you go 700 to 1,000 miles, it's just like, are you just flying over the curve of Earth? No, I mean, the artificial horizon, the plane itself, the instrument panel, everything, all the instrument panel that the pilot uses, they're based on the gyroscope and the air pressure and shit. You know, they know the altitude by the air pressure, right? So they're just traversing Earth on a level flight.
So what he's saying is when you're flying a plane, you're not dipping the nose down and descending at 8 inches per mile squared, which you would have to do to maintain this altitude. If you were traveling at 500 and, whatever miles an hour, that would be a pretty good descent, 8 inches per mile squared. So you'll constantly be going down. And the thing about the vestigial apparatus in our inner ear, we can sense motion really easily, right? So we can tell if we're ascending or descending in a plane. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, because you get your ears go blocked.
Well, not only that, the proprioception that the inner ear provides is really of high quality. Like you can tell your orientation, you can tell if you're going up or down. Like you can really feel what your body's doing. You know what your body's doing on an elevator, and that's a very slow descent, right? So imagine an elevator, but instead of 2 or 3 feet per second, we're talking about like if you're going 500 miles an hour, so that's 8 inches per mile squared. So you'd have to be dipping the nose down to fly around the ball. Kind of think about like a ruler on top of a basketball. You'd have to dip the nose down to where it says 1 inch, that would have to be facing down as you go around the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't observe any of this in flight. So that's the curvature. The next claim is that the Earth is spinning. So Neil deGrasse Tyson has said that games have been won and lost in football, talking about kicking a field goal. When they kick the field goal, the Coriolis effect affects the football, apparently, right? Because the Earth is moving underneath the football, and they say that it moves under snipers' bullets. But if that were true, wouldn't I be able to take a hot air balloon, crack some water, fill my balloon full of hydrogen, go up in California, and 3 hours later, wouldn't I land in North Carolina on the other side of the United States if the Earth is spinning at 700 or 800 miles an hour underneath the hot air balloon? But that doesn't happen. But what they tell you is, hey, look at this, and this is the pendulum, right? This is what I've used to hypnotize people in the past. Look at this pendulum, right? Foucault has a pendulum, and we know for certain that the reason the deviation happens in the pendulum, it's not because of the apparatus at the joint where it's connected to the ceiling. It's a mechanical device designed by men. No, we know that it's because the Earth is spinning underneath Foucault's pendulum, and that's why it deviates 15 degrees an hour. How do you know that? How do we know? How would you verify that if that is true? How would you find out?
I don't know, man. Does the flat Earth spin?
No, the Earth doesn't move, bro. So remember, we're coming from a cosmology, Earth in space. So you can't plug the flat Earth into that. So just want to make sure you know that. I know it's common for people to think that the Earth is a cone in space or a magic carpet or some sort of pizza or something like that. That's been put out there to make it look silly. Okay, so just know that that's not flat Earth. It doesn't move, doesn't spin, doesn't fly
How does
upwards.
night and day work?
Well, that's easy. You just go outside, right? And you see, just like you see a plane flying across the sky, you see the sun moving across the sky. You don't see planes and think that they're hovering and you're moving. So why would you think?
Does it go? Does the sun go under us?
Why would that happen? Right? It's just called a sunset. It doesn't actually go down. The sun's above your head moving. That's what you observe.
But how does it? Because if we didn't move, then sun was constantly above our head. Wouldn't it just always be day?
Well, no, because we don't live in outer space, right? The sun's not 93 million miles away and 50 million times bigger than the Earth, or whatever they say it is. What do you see? You see the sun. It doesn't look that big. It doesn't look that far. So no, it doesn't have to be shining up the whole Earth. That's not what happens.
So what's it sort of how do I explain it? What's its rotation?
Let me elaborate.
Like?
Let me elaborate. So you're basically asking how to sunset. So can't provide the water.
Hank, you sound like you're kind of far away from the mic, Hank.
Yeah, I can't really hear.
Sorry about that. Let me change microphones.
Right.
Okay, so what you can't do is you can't like mix the cosmologies together, because that's going to make like a Frankenstein version of the cosmologies. So you have to understand that there's this thing called the inverse square law, right? And the further you get away from light, right, the less intense it is, right? So this is something you have to understand. Every time you double the distance, the intensity of the light or the radio signal, et cetera, right, it drops 4 times the intensity. So the sun is a lot closer, the way that we understand it, and it's a lot smaller, is the way we understand it. Now, we don't know this for sure, but we're thinking this is how it works, right? So if you have a spotlight effect, like your cell phone, you're walking around clockwise in your backyard along the fence, well, the light from your cell phone can light up part of the backyard, while the other part is in darkness, and then when you get around to the other side, then it's lit up. So what we think is that the sun is going exactly 24 hours a day to make a circuit over the Earth. A circuit just basically means a loop, right?
So
or
it goes
orbit.
around the Earth.
Above your head. Above your head.
Above your head.
But it goes in a circle from around the Earth.
Right.
Like,
and I'm going to post. And I'm going to post some stuff where you can kind of see how an object will disappear in the horizon, because we know that the atmosphere acts like a lens. Even the anti-flat earthers, they're always talking about refraction. So refracting is lens-like behavior, light acting like it's going through a lens. So I don't know why they try to disagree with this when I'm looking for it. I bet someone else could post it if they could find it before me, but I'm looking for it. It's basically like the drone. You got a drone above your head. It's a limit ceiling of 400 feet in America. So let's say you got the drone above your head and you just fly it off due west. So it's going west. Like eventually it's going to appear to disappear in the horizon. That's as far as you can see, right? Then you could pull out your binoculars or whatever and find it again, right? But eventually, if you keep going west, it's going to disappear off into the horizon again. Well, that's basically what the sun is doing, except for there's atmospheric magnification. Now, this is really important to understand, but like when you zoom in, let's say on a cowboy's belt buckle to read it, right? You're going to see that basically, thank you, you're going to see that you can't see the cowboy's boots anymore. And that's what's exactly what's happened to the sun. When the atmosphere magnifies the sun, it's going to make the bottom disappear first. And this is kind of a difficult concept to realize, but if you think about it, if you're looking across Chicago, or you're looking across Lake Michigan, and you're looking at Chicago, the street view is going to have a very, very small angle between, let's say, the street lamps. I'm posting that GIF now. The street lamps and the ground or the water, right? It's a very small angle, but the angle between the street lamps and the sky is actually a very large angle. You know, what is it, like 45 plus degrees, right? So if you look at what I post and what other people are posting here, Trace got my back already. Thanks, Trace. You can see how things can disappear like the sun, moon, and stars, even though they actually never go below your eye. Does it make sense? Does that answer your question? So
yes.
There's a lot of questions like this that we can't explain, like what is the sun made out of? Like we never took a biopsy. We don't know what the sun's made out of. They say it's made out of hydrogen and helium, but have they taken a biopsy? No, only
I don't
North
think it's
Korea said
possible
that
to
they've.
take a biopsy off of it.
Well, North Korea said they went to the sun at night, so I'm sure their
That makes
space
no
program is legit. Yeah, I know, right? Well, North Korea, they're brainwashed more to where they believe in anything. Kind of like America's getting. It's getting real bad to where we don't know what a W is. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, it's when people start to believe in 2 + 2 = 5, then you can make them believe anything. Like North Korea's space program walked on the sun. So that makes them better than, the United States who walked on the moon. But anyway, yeah.
I have one more question
Especially,
that a lot of people probably ask. I'd like an explanation I can understand. Where does the water on Earth go? Like, does it just drip off, or
Remember,
is it
here, let me just remind you again. It's not that disc that they're showing you. You keep asking us questions.
Sorry.
based
What does it
around-
look like then? Because I don't quite have an idea of what.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Well,
What
you
you
don't
guys
have
are
to,
imagining.
You don't really have to imagine anything in your head. We just can't get that perspective like you would get the perspective of a puppet on your hand. So if you keep
Yeah, yep.
asking us, well, so what's it look like from the outside? Well, dude, you can't leave and turn around and look back.
So you can't leave Earth.
We're inside of a closed system, and we can teach you why, but we're inside of a
Okay.
closed system. So there's no like leaving, and it's shaped like this. We can't do that. But I would also ask you, like, what is the shape of a lake? Right? We don't. That's not. I wouldn't say that's a particular shape that I can ascribe a name to. It has a shape, yes. The water, it's being contained by the land around it, yes. We're just talking about the surface of that water. It's flat. Unless you've seen some hills of water somewhere. I don't see that. Not in a cup, not in a pool, not in a pond or a lake. So why would that happen at the ocean? So we're just saying the water's flat, not the earth. There's hills and stuff, of course. We're talking about the water.
Okay.
So we don't know what shape it is. Flat is not a shape. It's not a disc or a cone or any of these things. Magic pizza. We're just talking about the water, brother. And if you want to learn about why we're inside of a closed system, we can definitely talk about that if you want to.
So what do you mean by closed system? As in, it's something we're in and we can't get out of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and the argument is about gas pressure. So let me give you an example of gas pressure with a container. So I'm looking at my car right now.
Yep.
So I've got about 30 psi inside of my wheels. You get that pressure because you have the container, the tire to contain it. Now, if I take a knife, slash the tire, that psi is going to move from the higher pressure area to a lower pressure area here outside. So that is what we would call entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. Higher pressure moves to a lower pressure area. It's the container that contains the gas pressure. Now, we would ask, is there any demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No.
I would agree. So then what's the next step here is like, okay, so the air that we breathe would also then need some sort of containment to have the pressure that we have. So I can't, unfortunately, like if we were going to have steak tonight for dinner, you come over, I can't show you the cow that this steak came from. I don't know the name. I don't know what color or any of this stuff. I just know that that steak that we're having had to have come from a cow. So in the same way that we have this gas pressure here, it has to have come from some sort of containment. I can't show you this container. I have no means of doing that. But we also don't have a reason to think that gas pressure can exist without a container, unless we could see some sort of demonstration. So I'm open to that, but we would need to see that to believe it. So and maybe that's some homework you can take with you when you leave. Can I find or think of any demonstrations of gas pressure without a container? And of course, the air outside is the thing that we're trying to prove. So we can't use that as the proof, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, some people will do that. They'll just go outside and point to the sky and we'll see, that's it. It's not being contained. Well, that's what you're trying to prove. That's the claim on the table. So yeah, I would say that every example that I can think of, gas pressure requires some sort of containment. So let's logically, you could infer that that's happening outside as well. It's probably the toughest pill to swallow, in my opinion. Go ahead.
Sorry, bud. This claim, it's not like a just so story made up. It's not a theory that we're theorizing, right? That gas pressure needs a container. It's like the law of thermodynamics, the second law, entropy, right? Hot always goes to cold, high pressure, low pressure, high charge, low pressure. Like every time, no matter what. You get a hot cup of coffee, like if you get a phone call, you come back later, you'll find that all the heat energy has dissipated.
Your mic's messing up again.
Yeah, a little choppy there, Hank. But I'll just, while he's reconnecting, I'll just add that this is probably one of the most tough pills to swallow because I was into space a lot. I'm sure you are into space. You think it's cool. Elon Musk, all that stuff. It is very cool. It's a great theme. But it sort of takes that away, and people don't really like it. It's a very tough pill to swallow. So
okay, wait. I got another question that sorry, these are just random things that are popping in my head. Where did that asteroid that like hit the dinosaurs come from?
That's alleged story.
Were you there? Did you see that? Did you document that event? You got a video of it?
There's like a crater somewhere in Mexico. Avocados from Mexico.
Well, there's stuff on the Earth, and then there's people telling stories about how it got there.
That's probably the most funniest thing, though. They say there's an asteroid big enough to kill almost all life on Earth, yet there's no mark on it. Like when you look at the moon, they say, "Oh yeah, there's asteroids that hit that," and yet there's none on Earth. There's no asteroids anywhere that has big enough to so-called destroy.
Wasn't there
almost all
literally
life
a
on Earth.
video of an asteroid hitting Earth in Russia or something? Or Ukraine?
Yeah, if you notice, that thing detonated before it hit the Earth, so it didn't technically hit the Earth. It exploded, and everybody who was watching it through the glass window, through their cars, through their house, they got glass in the eyes because it was detonated. So I guess maybe you believe that, humans are so awesome that, Bruce Willis went up there and left his daughter behind and everybody else and blew the shit up after they planted a nuke 18 miles down below the iron core surface. Or maybe, it was just a military event, right, where they want you to believe in asteroids. So they blew up a little, firework, right, over Russia. You can believe whatever you like. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
So asteroids don't exist?
Well, remember, if you're inside of a closed system, there's no outer space, then where would these... What is the story that they're telling, how could that possibly be true?
So if there's no outer space, so we're just in...
We're enclosed.
The Earth doesn't exist in another place. I would say the Earth is the place.
Yeah, so the sky, it's not an outer space vacuum. We're enclosed here. The whole story.
So the sun is in our atmosphere.
That we do not know.
We don't know.
When we start asking about things in the sky, that's where it gets interesting, because it's what is the sun even? And do you know? How would we know that?
So there's a big
If we're
fireball.
standing, well, that's what they're telling us. Remember, if we're standing out here shoulder to shoulder looking up at the sun, I go, bro, what is that? And you look at me and you're start telling me stories, I'm gonna laugh at you. I mean, we don't know what that is. We're just looking at something in the sky.
Do we have a sample from the sun that we can test? Where is it? What's causing it? Is it some sort of an apparent phenomenon? Is it an
Isn't
objective?
that where the Big Bang theory comes into account with where did it come from? But then you could say, where did the Big Bang come from?
If that happened,
Big
remember,
Bang
it's
theory
the
ultimately
theory.
makes no sense though. So nothing made everything come into place. There's no cause for it to begin, like the explosion that caused everything to happen, which really is unscientific in itself.
In that Big Bang story, what are they saying happened? They're saying that the vacuum of space had a bunch of balls forming in it due to gravity, right? And the Earth is supposed to be one of those. The sun is supposed to be one of those, right? but we go out to measure curvature of the Earth. We don't find any. Gas pressure always requires containment, so you can't have an adjacent outer space vacuum to this high-pressure system on the Earth, because that would violate the second law of thermodynamics, unless somebody can demonstrate, say, some lumpy gas in a vacuum, maybe use some gravity to get some balls of gas to form in a vacuum and demonstrate that that can even be done. But nobody's ever done that. They just tell us a story and then they say, well, we wouldn't be able to demonstrate it because it only happens on scales that are too large to demonstrate on. So
you're also basically in a religion at that point when you believe the Earth is a circle without any real proof, without being able to prove it yourself. You're putting a lot of faith into it. Same with believing if you believe in the Big Bang and evolution. All these stuff that are mainstream beliefs.
Do you not believe in evolution?
I don't believe in it because I have never seen it. I don't
used
think there's any
to.
proof for it.
But you ask these questions, do we believe? Like, it's as if it's something that we
Well,
have
to me,
to believe in.
evolution just makes sense.
Okay,
Like,
but let's put
why
it this
do we
way,
think-
though. Hold on. Let's put it this way. Would you ask me, do you believe in your height of 6 feet? Do you believe in that? You wouldn't phrase it that way because that's just something that's objective and factual. You can measure it. It's empirical. You know it, right? You wouldn't bring it up that way, right? So even just asking the question that way suggests that it is just a belief. It is something that you just have to take on faith, that you can't know it. So in that case, no, I don't. If I have to believe it, I
The
don't.
evidence to me is okay. So why do you think, for example, African people tend to have, darker skin and larger nostrils and stuff like that? Like, what comes to mind for you? Because to me, it's because of the humidity and the sun. They need to have darker melanin or more melanin in order to be able to be more resistant to the sun and not get skin
I believe
cancer.
our bodies can adapt. Okay, but that's not evolution. That's a lot different than evolution. I believe our bodies adapt. And when you actually look at it, our bodies adapt a lot faster than what evolution says. Because evolution says we slowly evolve over millions and millions of years, which that doesn't
Right.
happen. It does not take that long. It literally it depends what it is, but yeah, we do have adaptation. Like people who are in the snow and grow up there are a lot more. They can handle the cold a lot more, and even people who had trauma in their life, they can handle pain a lot more. That's another example.
So are you not saying that they evolved to sort
I
of
don't think they
adapt to their
evolved.
surroundings?
I personally think that, I don't think they evolved. I personally think that it's just our bodies adapting.
Which is, it's evolving.
Well, there's a couple things we should
What's
know
the-
here quickly, Benny. Because there's
Evolution is
micro
you constantly
and
get better. I mean,
macro.
evolution makes no sense because if we did come from monkeys, we actually devolved in a lot of senses. We lost our hair, which is protection, where there's no reason why we'd lose it. We also lost most of our strength, like a huge lot of strength, and the only way for that to happen in evolution is to literally not use our muscles for millions and millions of years for us
Yeah.
to lose that much, which just makes no sense in itself.
That hits on an important point. The millions and millions of years, the globe time scale has gone out the window because the globe went out the window.
Oh yeah, and when you look
and I
at the
also
modern
just wanna-
history, sorry to cut in, but if you look at the modern history, you look at it, it's like billions of years, and then there's a couple 1,000 years which we know about, which is really the
Which is
real
recorded
history.
history.
Call that. Yeah, the real history is Earth is probably only about I would say a minimum of thousands of years old. Definitely.
You're saying the
not
Earth is only
billions.
Okay.
That's
what is the Earth?
I just wanted to highlight a couple things because there's a difference between macro and micro evolution. What we're talking about is macro evolution, which is tied to what Central is saying, this story of the globe, which is millions and millions of years old, which is also tied to a big bang exploding, and then we evolved from fish and rocks and all this stuff. That's what we're talking about. That's the story. Okay, so microevolution, things evolving and adapting and changing, that's fine. So we just want to make sure you understand that the macroevolution that you evolved from dinosaurs and stuff, that's tied to the whole outer space narrative, which we can debunk. So that's what we mean. And also, I just want to finish with this. Of course it makes sense, man. Stories are meant to check out. Harry Potter, Dragon Ball Z, it makes sense. But it's a story. It's meant to make sense. So
Also,
whoever said that we evolved from
theory.
apes, that's not true.
We know, that's what we're trying to tell
when it
you.
comes to
But that's what they told us when we were children. You're going to tell us about the common ancestor, right? And we're related to bananas? Right. We know. The story has changed since we were children. We know.
It's just people. That's
We know.
just a
They
big
have changed their
misconception.
theories a
People are
lot,
like, oh yeah,
actually.
we look like monkeys. We must have
I
been
mean,
like from monkeys, which isn't the case.
I'm not trying to be arrogant, bro, but we know this argument on both sides really well. Listen, I'm trying to tell you something that you can actually use, okay? So there's this thing called epigenetics. Epigenetics, or genetic expression. So one plant can create all these different types of vegetables. So I'm going to list as many as I can remember. Cabbage, Brussels sprouts, broccoli, cauliflower. Like all these came from the same plant with different genetic expression. So it turns out we actually are a product of our environment. That's one thing that Floyd got right, asshole. And just wanted to say, if you got two twins, one was born seconds after, they're identical twins, same weight, same age, but one's a couch potato and one does construction for a living. They're going to have two totally different genetic expressions from one another. And it's not because one brother is evolving to have really high, speed eye-thumb coordination because he plays video games all day, and the other guy has really high endurance, right? That's not evolution, right? It's genetic expression. And the way that they explained it, right, the geneticists, is that you have two basically codes, two genetic codes. One is written in pen that you can't change, right? Like your earlobes and your eyebrows and your eye color, your skin color. But the other one is written in pencil, and you can actually select certain attributes and activate them. So no one is gaining special abilities. No one's gaining the ability to breathe water or breathe air, right? What's going on is that we have the ability to adapt to our environment. Now, the coelacanth is supposed to have been extinct for 65 million years, but we found one alive. And guess what? It's exactly like it looked like, allegedly, 65 million years ago. So what they say is, well, the deep sea, it never changed in 65 million years. How could they know that? How could they know in 65 million years the deepest part of the ocean hasn't changed?
Can I ask a question?
My favorite is the platypus, because the platypus is supposedly our ancestor who changed into a bunch of other creatures, ending up as a human, but the platypus still exists and is unchanged today.
Also, the evolution theory promotes racism. It means black people are actually worse than white people, and we could treat them as animals because they're closer to apes and less like
True.
human. And that means the
think that's the
Japanese are
case.
also the
Wait, wait, wait,
superior
wait, wait,
race
wait, wait,
because
wait.
they have less hair in their bodies.
Well, I
They
got a
actually call it the
question.
war because of it, because they thought they
Wait,
were
wait, wait.
superior.
Where did you get the
to others.
idea that black people are more related to apes than white people?
Because they had more hair, and also because they're
That's what?
I forgot the
Yeah,
reason behind it.
I'm not sure
But
they
they
have
said
more
about
hair.
it.
Have
Like,
you seen?
like look at what Darwin. He talked a lot about it. I'm pretty sure. I think it was him. I don't know his
And
name.
no one believes that Darwin theory. That's a completely stupid idea. The only reason that's just a racist
Yo, but who
argument.
made
That's not true
That's
at all.
what you believe in because everyone's
not what I
different.
believe in.
We're all different humans, so that means that some of us is going to be far behind.
You said black people are more related to apes because they have more hair than us.
I don't know exactly what he said, but
I
he
got a
goes into a lot of detail. I forgot. This is a long time ago.
No one
so-
believes that. That's
sorry.
the same dude that said because black people have smaller skulls or something, that means they're stupid. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Darwin wasn't very smart. He thought that inbreeding was a really good idea, and he experimented on his own family.
Can I ask something?
So it can't be
Yeah.
demonstrated
Yeah,
anyway.
whoever said that, yes.
I gotta
Yeah,
ask. Who made all these theories and why? That's my question. Who made the Earth is around and who made the evolution and Big Bang and all that? And why did they do it? And why are they teaching?
The mystery schools.
Satanists is my guess.
Mystery schools.
Well, they're not actually just called Satanists, but yeah.
No, the mystery schools are the ones who came up with this, right? So the mystery schools were basically the occultists of their day, right? So they got together and met secretly and came up with all these ideas, right? Some of them were good, some of them were bad. So I'll give you an example of the good ones. The Kabbalion list some pretty good natural laws, right? And you can see the natural laws in everyday life, right? But they also said that a sphere was the most perfect shape in nature. Can anybody point out a sphere in nature?
Nope.
A sphere that exists in nature? 'Cause
Maybe water droplets, but that's stretching it. 'cause
I
they're
can only
not
think of like maybe
sphere.
fruits or some type of food, maybe.
They're not
they're
a
not
sphere
perfect.
though.
Mandarin?
There is no perfect sphere. You know, pie
Oh,
goes
you mean
on
perfect
forever,
sphere?
right?
Oh,
I could
sorry, I
name
didn't
Yeah, it doesn't
There's no
exist.
perfect anything. There's no perfect triangle. There's no
There's
perfect.
a
No, I have to
hexagon. That's
disagree. I think we are
the
perfect.
bees that make
We are
hexagons.
made in the image of God. Our bodies are perfect. Does not mean they're indestructible and we're immortal, but we are perfectly designed. Our bodies have been ruined by the food that our parents have eaten and we eat. That's why we get a lot of common like gene disorders and our bodies are more messed up than they've ever been before. Whereas when you look at people back then, their bodies were like literally perfect because we are perfect in a sense.
Yeah, Cody, you're dropping some bombs, but let's try to answer this guy's questions. Remember?
Yep.
Do
Sorry.
you remember
about
what
that.
he asked?
So what I'm getting at here is that some mysterious people made this up to control everyone, basically.
How's that controlling us, though?
I'll explain. It's really simple. Okay, so if you know about these natural laws, you know about your rights. What rights, you might ask? We hold these truths to be self-evident. So what are these self-evident truths that we know about, right? So would you ever want to suppress anyone's speech? Like, you can't say that. I don't like that. Put him in a cage. Seize him, right? You know that every man, woman, and child has the right to speak, right?
Yep.
So you know that you can't steal their lives. You shouldn't steal their wives. You shouldn't steal their car. 10 Commandments, right? Starting to sound a little familiar. You should honor and obey your parents because they may be the only people on the earth that actually give a fuck about you, right? Sound familiar? Okay, so if the government comes up to you and says, hey, give me your ID, what are you going to say? You might say, okay, sure, no problem.
Yeah.
For my papers, this is no, Nazi state that I'm under. This is not a stop and identify state. I don't believe I have to give you any of my papers. I haven't committed any crime. Do you suspect me of committing a crime, officer? No? Okay, then you're dismissed. See, once you understand that this place might be created and you comprehend that your rights don't come from men, it comes from the creator. So you probably heard of, people who call themselves sovereign. I believe there's a sovereign God and we're all equal under him. Now, we usually try to avoid God in this, arena that we're in right now. We try to stick to the science and the geometry and the math as best as we can. But in order for me to answer this question, honestly, your rights come from your creator. And if you don't have a creator, if your creator is gravity, you may think that your rights come from the government because all men have a space in their heart or in their soul where they want to be followers. Everybody wants to be a part of the group. It's psychological. I can't explain it. Right? So you can be a statist.
You get another religion.
Yeah, if you're not part of Christianity, then you'll be a leftist state cuck. Right? So you can be a state cuck if you want to. And you can cuck to the state all day long. I don't really give a shit. But if you were to be so inclined to go out and find for yourself what is the actual shape, is it curving? Once you realize that this place is created, it's game over for that state is my God bullshit. I'm not a statist. I think that's complete bullshit. We're all equal under the creator. And if I don't cause any man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss, fuck off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, the Christian. Also, really thing that fascinated me is that when you realize that the Earth is flat, you realize that the Bible actually talks about it, and yet no Christian ever really says or so-called Christians say, "Oh yeah, the Bible actually says the Earth is flat," and here's what it says about it and all that. And that's actually another thing too. And also, what else? What was it again? I forgot what I was gonna say.
Doesn't it say in the first page?
Shoot, I forgot what I was gonna say.
I got something. I usually answer it this way, just really simple and stupid. But I have a little brother, and when I was a little younger, I used to play video games a lot more, and he was really little. I would basically tell him he would want to play, so I'd be like, "Oh yeah, you can play." I would hand him an unplugged-in controller, and if I could convince him that it was him playing, he was really enjoying it. You know what I mean? So it's like if they can get you to think you're playing the game and you're not even plugged in, while they actually are the ones playing. I don't know. If I can do that to a little kid, you know, why wouldn't they try to do that to you? So
that does make sense.
See, that's a really good point, because this life is like a game. Like, if there's a dragon guarding the door, right? You've heard it before. You should go fight that dragon and reap the treasures, right? But they don't tell you like that. They tell you, you know, to be meek and be humble and be subservient. Sit down, shut up, do your homework. You're not even free at home, you bastard. Do the work we give you and sit down and shut up and don't ask any questions. Or it's to the office and they'll beat you with a piece of wood with holes in it until you submit, say uncle, right? And that's the mentality we need to steer away from. We need to think for ourselves, question authority. So the only authority, you know, we're supposed to respect is our parents and our creator. Everyone else, who the fuck are you to tell me what I can and can't do in my life?
Yeah.
When they're telling you that you live on a ball, they're reserving the knowledge of what this place is to themselves and depriving you of the knowledge of where it is you live.
They make a prison with no walls type of thing.
It promotes nihilism. It promotes hating God, getting rid of God all out of the picture when you believe in the common mainstream
Oh my
beliefs.
god, bro. I have a story about that.
It also just makes you so depressed. I used to be so depressed. I was thinking to myself, like, if there is no God, then I'm meaningless. Like, everything in the long term is meaningless. Like, it doesn't matter what I do in this world, because they say, like, everything's going to end eventually. Like, all the theories, like, oh, it's going to be the sun that blows up and kills us and all this stuff. So it's like, well, everything's ultimately meaningless if there's no God. Like, if there's no God and everything's going to blow up someday, then no matter what I do, nothing matters.
Yeah. I have a story about those types of atheists. Do you ever hear about the one that got hired at NASA as an intern and made like a fat deal about it on Twitter? And they're like mega atheist and full of themselves, and they're just full of it, you know?
I haven't heard that one.
Oh, well, they ended up getting fired because they made such a big deal about it, and they were a furry too. So it's, I don't know, man. But the stuff they hire,
You say they were furry?
at these places, yeah.
Oh man, I do not.
Oh, man.
I cannot stand people like that, man. It's so messed
Furries?
up. Yes,
Bruh.
people do not listen to what they say. They say, "Oh, I'm not promoting zoophilia and all that stuff," but they are.
Oh my god, bro. Dude, I've been on Discord for way too long to know what the stuff they do, and it's not good. That's what I can say.
You find the most degenerate people.
They're not normal in the slightest at all. It's not good. But yeah, anyway, the stuff the people they have at these institutions and these colleges like Harvard and Yale and these liberals and these types of people, they're just downright insane. It's pretty crazy that they want everyone to be like that.
The sad thing is, the really sad thing is that a lot of people actually like believing the Earth is round, because then it gets rid of God, really. And same with the Big Bang Theory, of course. Because then they could think, well, there's no rules. I can do whatever I want. I don't need to worry about, they don't even think about dying, like what happens when they die until they are on the deathbed. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's check in with Benny. What do you think of all this? So basically, they've brought randomness into the scenario. They tell you that you just came out of nothing for no reason, and just through billions of years of just random processes unfolding, that this just came to be. But
I do believe in God.
This is not random.
So it looks like what's happening here was actually
probability.
intended. It was intentional, and it wasn't random. It didn't just spring into existence for no reason and just turn into this for no reason.
As I'm aware, yeah, I believe that there was a God, whether they created everything in existence or if they created Earth, whatnot. I don't know the whole story behind it. But I personally, I think evolution to me is a completely rational idea, and all the evidence that I've heard about evolution.
Well, let's go over that. Okay, so there's two stories. One is that God created the earth. So let me just say this. Two stories. One is that there was a creator, and all the stories that it all came about by a natural process. By right? So we can look at both of them, right? Nature. Well, that's like a man-made concept, right? Like infinity. Well, what about God? Some people say that, a creator is like a man-made concept. So, okay, so far we're equal, right? Except for there's this thing called functional sequence specified complexity, right? And this is the theory. Yeah, this is the theory of information, right? So if you ever get a letter in the mail and it's, in English and you can read it, so there's a transference of information, then the law is it has to come from an intelligent center. Like nature's never going to send you a letter and you can read it, right? Nature, what does nature usually send you? Like dust in your eye or, rain on your parade, right? Rain on your wedding day. That's the kind of stuff that nature does. Nature doesn't give you a CD and then you automatically know, like, oh, I got one of these, like, in my chest from the 90s. I could put a CD player and hook it up to my computer. They called them CD-ROMs back in those days. Okay, I could decipher the information that's on here. That CD that came in the mail, it came from an intelligent center. So let's say you find a document, right, and it's written in Mandarin. No information was exchanged. But let's say you give it to your buddy who's from China, and he speaks and reads Mandarin. Information was exchanged, right? So at this point, you know that it has to be from the center. Well, the genetic code is about as complex as the Library of Congress, every word, every sentence, every paragraph, in one file, right? And if you change a couple of the letters around, that's usually fatal to an organism. It's called cancer, right? So when the genetic code checks itself through mitosis, as the two cells are breaking apart, it checks the code. If there's an error, it fixes the code. Now, if you want to say that just happened to come about by a natural process, that requires a great deal of faith that I just simply do not possess. But here's the thing. There's a whole lot of information that's here that's supernatural. Now, most information is supernatural, right? The information that man-made is synthetic, right? We write letters and, computer operating systems. But you got to ask yourself, how long would it take for it to write its own operating system? If we left it there for 65 million years, do you think the computer would write its own operating system? Like Linux or Windows or Android Cherry Pie 5.0 or whatever that kids are putting in their cell phones, right? You would have to have an engineer to write the programming, right? Because you can have the hardware, but if you don't have the software, what's going on? So who told the turtle to, climb out of the hole and get in the ocean and dodge seagulls? Right? Where did the programming come from that tells monkeys to stay away from snakes? What about the cat video? Never seen a snake in its life. You put a cucumber behind it while it's eating, that thing will jump up like 6.5 feet there. How does it know to be afraid of this? Right? This genetic memory, right? And all this stuff is in the code. Think about it. Your mom and your dad, they get together, right? They share genetics, and the zygote forms. And it writes a meat suit, and 9 months later, a man comes out, a man-child, or a baby, whatever you call it, right? Like, that's some serious programming. Anybody who knows anything about programming. And I know that I've been long-winded, but I just wanted to be real crystal clear about this. One creation myth is that Big Bang, somehow defied gravity, and then gravity made Spaceballs, and every creature you see here sprang up out of the elements or the rocks. I mean, that requires a great deal of faith. I'm sorry for being so long-winded. If anybody else would like to respond or continue.
I think it's a statistical improbability for it to just be random and happen by chance. That's just not statistically possible in math or anything.
I agree. Some things you can say some things are possible, then it gets to the point where it's so ridiculous, the theory, that it's impossible. Like saying everything exploded out of nothing for no reason. That's just impossible. I don't need to say it's a 0.001% chance. No, it's just impossible. Some things are impossible. Also, another thing is, I hope you realize, Benny, but by believing the Earth is round and believing in evolution, which has no proof besides the like little changes in people of adapting to certain environments, then you are believing in a religion. I hope you realize that, just so you know, because some
I say
people
I
don't
do believe in
realize
God,
they're in
but
a
I don't know
religion.
what particular religion I believe in.
Pardon?
I wouldn't say I follow a particular religion, but yeah, I do believe in God, and I think that there are aspects of the Bible and stuff that could be true.
Oh, I just wanted to add earlier because you asked about when we were talking about outer space and stuff. You were like, well, what about the Big Bang?
Yes.
That's sort of the right mindset. You're asking, well, how did the Earth get here? That is a good question that you should be asking if someone does present you with a flat Earth with no outer space. So I think you're almost on target there, asking how to get there. But then you say you might be into the Word and a creator. So you're already on target, my friend. So someone else, go ahead.
I'd just like to say something real quickly. I don't think you need to believe in God for God to be real, because I guess you could say believe. I just knew he existed. I don't know if it's the same for anyone else, but it's just so obvious. Even when I was a kid, I just looked around outside. I looked at everything. I was like, yeah, there's no way we just poofed out of existence here. Everything just makes so much sense. The real question is, which God? That's really was my question, not whether he exists, but rather who is he? And I came to the conclusion it's a Christian God because, man, I've been reading the Book of Enoch, and in case you didn't realize, the reason it's not in the mainstream Christian text because I think it was the Catholics, basically the evil guys, like the mysteries and all that. They're the ones that decide which books are in the Bible or not. And there's a really good reason why Book of Enoch isn't in there. It actually talks a lot about flat Earth, and it makes a lot of predictions like how the actual days in the year is 364, and it says they'll change it in the future, and they actually change it. Now it's 365.25. So that's an interesting one. They also said how what else? I forgot because I just recently started reading it, but that's a really interesting one that is really on my mind recently.
Wait, why did they though? Why did they change the day? Is it just random?
Because they hate God. They want to literally stray away from God as much as possible. Like they literally hate him so much that they've made
I'll be right back.
their own model of the world, round model of the world. They literally oppose God in every way. Like
seems about right.
Casey didn't realize Satan rules this world.
With the stuff I've seen in this world, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Satan existed. I think the biggest fool he did to fool everyone is that he doesn't exist. But I mean, they still doing their rituals and shit, fucking Bohemian Grove and whatever the hell that is.
So you guys are talking about Satan, and Hasatan literally means your adversary, right? And if you don't think that you got an adversary, apparently you've done no research into like child trafficking and adrenochrome and the elites and Bohemian Grove. If you've done like any research at all, like you have an adversary out there somewhere. If you think that no one's opposing you, then you're probably I don't know, naive maybe. Yeah. So you definitely have an adversary, and I just want to get back to the shape of the Earth because we try to avoid religious topics because everybody has their own religion, and if we get into that sooner or later, we're going to spiral out of control and start arguing. So what we do here is we try to stay focused on the Earth. So we were talking about evolution, which we kind of can't avoid it, but we need to nip the evolution thing in the bud. And basically, what it boils down to is that if there's macroevolution, here's the problem. There's the missing link. I'm sure we've all heard of it, but this is 100% true. There are 0 human bones in the pre-human fossil record. Now, what does that mean? That if we're dealing with humans, right, like they might find like a little tip of a pinky and say, this is a Denisovan, right? Okay, well, that's great and everything, but it's just a pinky tip, right? We want to see like a full skeleton. Well, they show like Artie. Oh, Artie, yeah. Their funding was about to run out, and it looks like they grabbed some pieces together from different locations and said, look, here's Artie, right? But I don't know, that's not really worthy. So we know that we know that Neanderthal interbred with Homo sapiens sapiens. So that means that Neanderthals are Homo sapiens sapiens. There is no subcategory human, right? We're all Homo sapiens sapiens. There's no Homo sapien Neanderthal, Homo sapien Cro-Magnon. No. We're all interbreedable. We can all breed with each other. And I'm not talking about inbreeding like, Einstein marrying his cousin or the other guy, Darwin, marrying. Anyway, not talking about that. I'm saying that we can, create life together, even the Neanderthals. So this whole idea of out of Africa theory, it's racism as far as I can tell. It's like if you take a look at the, subspecies, like, telling people that white people have privilege and black people are inferior. It's like, that's just racism. It's a bunch of bullshit. And to me, only very low IQ, low brow mouth breathers actually believe in racism. Because anybody who watches the Olympics, well, yeah, that's what it promotes. It's scientific racism. Right? But there's no science involved because who wins the foot races? Africans. Okay, well, who wins the swimming races? Usually Europeans, right? And then, Asians are like a lot smarter than us, right? And they're definitely, a lot more privileged than even the whites in some scenarios, right? In certain aspects of academia, especially, right? So we're different, but we're equal, if that's comprehensible for some people. And I really do believe that. We're different, but we're equal. So I'm a MMA fan, right? I've been watching people fight since I was growing up in the hood, right? I've been in several fights, 17 fights myself. No exaggeration. So I know that different, so-called races, which are actually ethnicities, they have different attributes. But that's by and large, right? Sometimes you meet a dumb Asian. And sometimes you meet a white guy who could beat a black guy in a foot race. But not all the time, right? So there's outliers. There's people who are, outside of the bell curve, so to speak. But the thing about it is that the whole Darwin's book about preferred races, if you don't know the full title, please look it up. It's basically like slave trader literature and doesn't have any actual validity in the scientific academia realm. Just my opinion. Thanks.
Also, Hitler was an evolutionist as well, so take that in.
Or wasn't Walt Disney also a Nazi sympathizer?
Also, it's pretty funny if you believe in evolution that it came from a rock.
Rocks aren't alive, so that's not a thing.
Well, NASA.
What they say that we say like there was chemicals and all that explosions on the rocks, whatever on Earth. Then we just somehow life just created out of immaterial materials, which has never been done before.
I live an hour away from NASA, so.
Well, here's what the experts are saying.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks. I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Exactly.
Sounds like one of those.
So when someone says you have rocks for brains, be like, yes, I do.
Dude, when she says that, it reminds me of those tree hugger people, but not to be offensive or anything, but like the people with the crystals, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. This is worse than that. This is a lot worse than that. Because, okay, so Michelle Fowler works for NASA. She's a science communicator. And she's saying that you're a complicated rock, basically. Right? Other people have said that we're fungus on mold on bread, right? And all sorts of weird things like that. I would say that you are a man and you're capable of manifesting thought from an immaterial world and manifesting it onto this 3D plane, right? And you can change the world forever. It only takes one man to change the world forever. You are such a powerful being that you can come across all sorts of injuries and survive, right? But the most important thing is that you have like all these mechanisms for like second chance to live again, right? You get stabbed, you got platelets. if you're, hunting or whatever, you get knocked out. Well, you can't further the brain damage because you're in, a wobbly chicken leg, Like, think about all the survival mechanisms that we have. You get too close to the edge, and, like, your hippocampus or your hypothalamus, like, takes over, and, like, makes you back up without even, like, thinking about it. Like, this design that we have, we are really powerful beings. In fact, I would say one of the most powerful beings on Earth is a man or woman that can read, think, and write. Because ideas change the world forever. You're not just a complicated rock.
It is amazing.
Yeah, I think the
how
goal is to degrade it.
amazing our brain is, how we can think, how all the things we take for granted, like seeing, how perfect we can see. Like you don't even think about it, but it's amazing how pinpoint perfect we can see, how pinpoint perfect you can hear. Okay, well, not some people can't. I don't understand, but yeah, and just everything about a body. It's just amazing.
Think about a soccer goal. Think about all the calculations it takes to make a soccer goal between 3 defenders.
How complex it is just to walk, and our body is just amazing. It's just completely amazing, and how it can adapt at certain scenarios now. So, like for example, I personally think that this is gonna sound crazy, but I personally think that cancer is actually good for you. It's your body trying to adapt to what's happening, trying to help you. It's really tumors and other stuff that causes the problems. So when someone smokes, it's your body adapting, trying to fight it and trying to help you. It's really amazing. It's just amazing how tough our body is and how smart we are. And just all the little things we take for granted. This is absolutely amazing. It's stuff that we can't even do nearly as good, like with robots, trying to make them balance as good as we can. That takes a lot of time. I'm pretty sure they have done it now, but it's really hard and complicated.
And that's a good point.
I think back to the topic of NASA is that their whole point is to make us feel inferior to whoever the heck is controlling us, and that we're less than what we're made for, and that they're trying to make degrading us basically. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's why you see all these people cuck, and like when you ask them for proof, they're like, "Well, you have to ask them."
Yeah, exactly. And that makes them more submissive, and that makes them more controllable, and et cetera, et cetera. You know.
My theory, it's a bit religious, but my theory is that I think they're trying to hide the truth, like the ultimate truth, which is, well, in my opinion, Christianity. Because I mean, when you look at Christianity, there's more than 120 something. I think it's 28 something denominations. Which, if you know what a denomination is, that's basically another religion of Christianity, and that is ridiculous. 128 religions in one religion. Ridiculous, just in one book.
Yeah, and they make fun of Christianity a lot, but don't dare make fun of Hinduism or Shiva or any of these other ones. But they mock Christianity a lot.
Yeah, people have thrown away their morals now. Like something that was a common belief back in the day was like how being gay is wrong, but now it's just a common thing. No one cares. No one's fighting against it.
Must be Aleister Crowley.
Sorry, guys. Gotta cut you off again. We don't really care, on this channel if people are homosexual or not. We're trying to stay focused. Morals are a big issue. I'll give you that. Morals is definitely kind of the forefront of the war, right? So I'll give you that. It's really important that we keep and go back to our old school morals. But we don't really care what people believe. Like, it's not about what you believe. So let's stick with what we can prove. Okay. So I was talking earlier about the
What do you think about schools? Just a question. What do you think about schools?
Schools?
I'm against organized religion, taxing schools, pretty much all the things we didn't ask the government to do for us.
Do you think schools can work?
Yeah, if they're not controlled by the Rockefellers.
The way schools are, especially colleges, is just it's not good.
They taught me back in the day that and I remember them telling me this. I heard from someone that apparently they changed it, the theory, but back when I was in primary school, the teacher taught me that the reason the sky was blue was, I believe it's water, because that's what the Bible says, it's water. But what they said is that it's because of the ocean. I don't know if you got taught this too, or it was just my school, but I got taught that it is the ocean, the reflection from the ocean, that made the whole sky blue. And I'm so stupid for believing that when they taught me that.
It's so weird because now they say that it's the particles in the atmosphere that make it blue, but then again, like
currently they say it's Mia
it
or
would be an
Rayleigh
infinite
scattering.
reflection. It would be like the water reflecting the atmosphere and the atmosphere reflecting the water. So where the heck does the blue come from? You know,
Must be Australian schools because I got taught the same.
Yeah, I'm in Australia. So I guess Australians get taught that. And I always remember looking up and I started thinking to myself, wait a minute. Like, this is when I start becoming a flat earth. I was like, wait a minute. Like, that makes no sense if it's because of the ocean. Because then, like, when I look in the mirror of a blue t-shirt on, the whole mirror doesn't turn blue.
Yeah, and why would it be blue in the middle of the desert?
True.
I want to go to the desert in Australia.
But hey, we won't need to look at the sky anymore because of the chemtrails.
Oh yeah, I heard about chemtrails. Is it true what they say about it, that it's bad for you?
I don't know, man, but they're doing that a lot where I live. Can't
No,
even
it's
see the
false.
sky no more.
Chemtrails are not harmful. They're just contrails.
I'd also love to see the not blue sky. The night sky. You ever heard about it? How like we can't see the full beauty of the night sky.
I've never seen
I
the
think it's
night
one of the
sky.
most beautiful things, but we can't see it because they call it light pollution.
Yeah, I
because of
live in the
light.
city and it's terrible. It looks like
we
it's
literally
daytime.
like people back in the day would say all about how there's so many stars in the sky. It's like trying to count like the sands on the seashore. But now when I look at the sky, I can count them. I can count every single one. But okay, there's 10 in the sky. Whereas back then it would be like, whoa, there's like hundreds. It's like amazing and beautiful. So that's one thing I want to do. Go out. I also want to go to Uluru as well.
I'd love to go out in the middle of nowhere and look at the sky, away from the city.
It's one thing I want to do before I die.
I really
Just to
hate
see
the
how
city, man.
beautiful it would look. I think it would be the most beautiful thing ever. I mean, like the blue sky, I already think it's beautiful, even though it's literally just blue. I still think that's beautiful and look at a tree. So I can't just wait and just believe. I can't even imagine how beautiful it would look on a clear night sky.
The blue sky with no clouds. Must be nice.
Very relaxing too.
Well,
Are they
anyway,
putting down restrictions for the thing that's going on at the moment?
I don't know. But anyway, on the topic of the sky and the stars, the other flat Earth theory thing about the stars. You know how they don't like move that much because if we were
Yeah,
spinning around,
I heard that they move only in like a perfect circle.
yeah, they move in like a figure eight or something. You got the shoot, I forgot what it was called, the equinox stuff, and then you got the bottom of it. I don't know. There's a photo somewhere, but basically the stars don't really deviate from their path that much. Because if
Also,
you were
if you're a round earther, that makes a lot no sense. I said that wrong. It makes not that much sense how the stars move at all.
Yeah.
I mean, did I say flat earther? I meant round earther.
They've been
Don't remember.
relatively in the same spot for centuries. So if we were moving around everywhere, then that wouldn't happen.
You would literally be able to see the stars moving
Yeah.
as you're sitting there. Like you'd literally be able
Yep.
to see it if you look at it for just a while. You're like, wow, I see it moving. Look at that.
Yep,
You'd also
yep.
feel. They also say the Earth tilts. You'll definitely be able to feel that because they say it tilts. I think 2 or 3 times a day, like very little, or something like that. Like you should be able to feel it.
I don't even know why they put that in the theory.
They say it's always tilted, and then it's rotating like a gyroscope and maintaining its position in space as it orbits around the sun, still pointed at the Polaris at all times. It's a little bit retarded, but that's what they believe.
Yeah, it doesn't
Well,
make a
I
lot
have a
of
question
sense.
about that.
Ask away.
How come, like for an example, I can see the constellation Orion in the northern hemisphere. That's where I'm at. I can see it 3 months only in the winter. Cannot see it in the summer. I can see Sagittarius in the summer, but not in the winter. So how does those stars move? If it's moving in a circle, I see that Orion.
I can explain it. I can explain how it works.
Night for 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the solar day is exactly 24 hours, and sidereal day is like 23 hours and 56 minutes or something like that. And then the moon's day is like 27 hours and like 49 minutes or something like that. You know, they have different times, right? So the moon laps the sun, the sun laps the moon once every 28 days, right? And then the sky laps the sun once a year. Does that make sense?
Sounds complicated.
Also, I heard some theories, like some people
Okay, I'll try it again. You got a sky overs, right? And it's turning faster than the day, right? So if you wake up one day and Pleiades is right over your head as soon as the sun comes up, right? Well, that's going to change, and it's going to be a little more towards the east the next day as the sun comes up. And the next day it'll be a little more towards the east. Until eventually it's too far away, like 6,000 miles away, and you can't see it anymore. You expect it to
Heard some people think that there's like other like suns and moons in that, like outside of our was it like outside of Antarctica? Like outside of there's like other sun, like other areas in that, kind of like ours.
That's all speculation. So is what I just said about it. It's pretty close. Yeah, just look up solar day, sidereal day. It's pretty.
Could it be simply described as by saying that the constellations that you can't see during a certain season, that if you could see them, they would be in the direction of the sun, so in the daytime sky, and so that's why you don't see them?
It reminds me of eclipse, how eclipses work, because the sun and moon have to be the same size.
It's over the course of the year, the stars move over the land, and then because we understand where they are and how they're mapped out, and it doesn't change, we can navigate using them. All of the stars are always visible above the Earth. There's no stars hidden behind the sun in a heliocentric delusion. The stars are just not visible while the sun is passing above you.
Makes sense.
What do you guys think is going to happen in the future? Do you think it's going to get better or worse?
I'm not very optimistic about things when it comes to that. I don't think it'll get better. Although, with the internet and stuff, I would say we're waking up more people. So that's a good thing.
Why do you guys think people don't want to believe in the flat Earth?
I would say conditioning.
Yeah.
Just conditioning?
They've been taught that it's ludicrous, crazy, insane.
Cognitive ease and conditioning. Like when you have thought something to be true your entire life and everything appears to confirm it that you see in media and all of the people you know believe it, it's really easy to convince yourself of it. They've even done studies on this where they take a whole group of people who are in on it and then one person who is not, and then make all the people who are in on the test say that, for instance, 2 plus 2 is 5. And once it gets to the people being tested, most people will actually say 2 plus 2 is 5.
Yeah. I think, if enough people believe in something, people will believe it's true. That's pretty much how everything happening is happening, if you think about it.
It's also to fit in as well, I think, as well, because a lot of people like to be the mainstream. Like, you know, it's a trend nowadays where everyone believes in the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's like cookie cutters, like all the same people, really. Sad that no one really is their self anymore.
It's like a housing district. The suburbs where all the houses.
I actually think it's less than 50%. I think the number is smaller, around like 40% of the people that are just like really too far gone. They won't even listen until like 5 in the morning. Like they're only saying females. Right? That's not a thing. I mean, I have that some person. I don't think that's most people. I think the number that can
to your point, I do think that more people are aware than not aware to some extent.
So, like, I see some polls recently that most people think the country's heading in the wrong direction, like 80%. But it's like, let's do this. But who's the 20% that are like, no, everything's going fine. I love expensive gas. I think
I'm the only one that can't really understand Larry.
Oh yeah, Larry, you're kind of cutting out a little bit. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Is it possible to go over Antarctica?
I don't know about that one.
I'd love to try it. Even though it'd be almost impossible.
That'd be a tough journey.
Operation Fishbowl. Oh wait, it's the other operation. I forgot.
I think that's high jump.
Yeah, right. Fishbowl is the one where they launched the bombs at it, right? One of these silly military names.
Even if you got there, where are you going to go? Can't refuel. Can't do anything.
Unknown.
Good point. We can make it into a giant ski resort.
I personally think there's islands beneath it. Or really countries, because I think the countries are beneath it.
That'd be crazy. But I mean, who knows? Like, they ain't gonna let us go over there. They'd send in like F-15s if you try to go over there, right? Or you just freeze over.
I think it is possible, maybe, because I mean, like, I don't know how hard it is to live in the snow. I don't know how hard it is to make like a huge trip across the country in the snow.
Well, all the resources you're going to need, you got to bring them in yourself.
Yep, exactly.
Pretty much.
You got to get
is
there
it possible to live in
first.
the snow? Like
The
just
government will not help you at all.
I mean, like let's say hypothetically you somehow teleport, or maybe you just ship to get there. Let's just say you teleport in the snow, and you have like at least some warm clothes on and like some basic necessities. Is it possible to like make it? Like if you're a pro expert survivalist?
How do you teleport?
What are you saying hypothetically?
I'm saying hypothetically, like let's say you get there, like any doesn't
Okay,
matter
but the
how you
problem
get
would
there. Let's say
be,
you say you get there, right? You get there to
I
begin with.
think you would need to eat, and there's no fish because it's ice. And no matter how far you dig, it won't
Is there no
have
animals?
fish.
No, there's
There,
no animals.
there's only like penguins on the edge,
Penguins.
but that's it.
But you
Once you
can't
get
get there.
inland, there's nothing there.
You guys know obviously know about the Antarctic Treaty. Yeah.
Yeah, I know about that. So it's basically
Okay.
no
Well,
man's land. Like there's like no man's and no animals land.
It's funny how we have oceans unexplored, Antarctica unexplored, and yet they want to focus on space so much with the SpaceX rockets and the new frontier for human
Oh,
exploration.
we're gonna go
and
to
stuff like
Mars
that.
soon, guys. Be excited for that. You better go on Mars, yay!
Oh yeah, I'd sure love
Keep
to
over. We're
go
not
on
gonna go back
Mars.
to the moon, guys. Nah, the moon's old school. Like, who wants to go to the moon? Like, put buildings and give life to
Come
it? No,
on
no.
now.
Let's just skip the moon and go to Mars.
Yeah, right. Like, let's just get some Bitcoin and save up our money to go to Mars with Elon Musk and Bezos. Some of these stunts are pretty funny though.
Yeah, so glad you were right about that thing or him or her, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Should have booted that thing pretty quick.
Well, yeah. Is what it is.
I can't believe we spent like an hour talking to it.
I mean, I understand. I like to play with my food too, and
I'm not even sure that there was sentience behind that thing.
I know of a prank caller who is really good at what he does, and he uses his voice changers all the time that sound pretty genuine, and then some of them just sound like guitar pedals. But so the technology out there exists to make it sound real enough for 85% of people.
It was at a point though where I was like, okay, the horizon, it's before or after that rig. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to look stupid.
Yeah, it's just it was a show. I could tell from the start.
Yeah.
A few other people were agreeing with me in DM, so it's fine. No worries. It happens, and I probably overreacted, but I'm not gonna say that I don't still stand by my reaction because I don't like liars.
It was there's some sort of LARP, some sort of strange activity going on there. It was a clown show, and we were just giving into it for way too long.
I get it though.
My
I
opinion.
mean,
Jokes on them because they don't want to believe the truth.
it goes either way. It's like it's fun to point out how the only thing people have if they don't want to learn is to mock things they don't understand, and that's sad to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I'm saying is I'm not.
how people have
I'm
become
not
nowadays.
I'm not convinced that thing wasn't just a bot, even.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, in DMs I asked Morningstar, why do you call yourself the god of vocals? And they said it's a joke, just shows that I'm a vocalist. People say I'm good, but that is their opinion.
Yeah. See, all robotic answers, like
Fucking
everything
weird.
I said to it, it was just like robotic, scripted, vague, non-answers. It was like, okay, what's it saying about where that oil rig is or something? I don't know. I can't give that kind of information or whatever. Those types of answers.
To be fair, I did say that Helio fed her the answer. I don't think anyone else picked up on it.
What?
Yeah.
So I was trying to look at both sides of the coin, and I did call her out for that.
Oh, well, Larry, I was getting salty at you, but I didn't want you to keep feeding the monster. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, if you thought it was I mean, Well, that one guy was AI before. We don't know what the might
Oh dear.
see.
I really want to hear what you're saying, but you're roboting. It's like the worst time to have somebody robot.
And then it's like, I was like, well, I'm just going to put you on mute if you're not going to go on your phone and just, just prove your actual voice to us. And they're like, that's okay. That's just the kind of person I am. I'm like, oh, okay, Siri.
Weird, yeah.
It's like, oh, who doesn't have a phone and who's so-called like famous?
And who responds to, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to ban you. Well, that's okay. That's your opinion. Okay.
Right.
And she
Total
couldn't even
monotony.
He couldn't even change his voice. I remember someone was saying oh, change your voice, literally anything. You could just go a little squeaky voice something, but nope, wouldn't do it.
Well, I know. Anyway. I'm clearly over it. If you think I overreacted, tough shit. Let's move on.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about that. I don't know. Just wanted to talk about it because it was a weird thing.
It was strange. And I heard about kind of the rest of it, so I'm glad it went the way it went from what I heard.
I haven't seen much voice changes, so it's pretty funny to see one in action.
Yeah.
It does cost money anyway to do.
A little bit. The guy said my friend is pretty good with software. It is more like that than it is. You have to have a lot of expensive, equipment to do it.
Why do people get it?
I mean, there's certain stuff they make for movies to do audio replacement, overdubbing, and stuff like that to make things true to life. They did it with Val Kilmer's voice in the new Top Gun. Val Kilmer has throat cancer in real life and stuff like that, so they didn't want that voice to be with Val Kilmer saying what he says to Tom Cruise at the time, but it's his voice pieced together just like a Siri kind of deal, and so he would speak and then it would sound more like him than just like something else would. They used recordings of his voice. And it really does. It sounds like just a regular person whispering, talking. So it sounded just like somebody. So they can do it if they want. People can do it if they want. And it's not really that expensive either. It's mostly software anyway. In fact, I wouldn't be able to see what hardware would be used for something like that. You don't necessarily even need it. Anyway, is what it is.
Is what it is.
Yep. So Jesse Gordon, you've got some theodolite action going on or something. What's this in the picture?
Well, I went to the lake yesterday, and I put up flashlights and a telescope, all 48 inches above the water, spaced out about 1.5 miles roughly between each, for a total of 3.1 miles from end to end. And that's what it is. So, for some reason, the light in the middle was higher than the light in the distance.
Do you know the heights of these trees?
No, but you can tell by the diameter of the trunk of that tree that the light is higher by approximately that much at least. So it's not like we're just looking at a couple millimeters of
And what does
difference
this
there.
mean to you regarding the shape of the Earth?
Well, it kind of makes it look like there's a bulge in the middle, doesn't it?
No.
Well, how would you explain three things that are all at the exact same height above the water, not being in line with each other?
Bro, I can barely see the picture you're using at all, let alone what's behind those dots. So
Okay,
I don't know what you're trying to say here with any of it.
Is this his profile picture?
What's that?
Huh?
Is that his profile picture that he's talking about, yeah?
You're super quiet.
No, it's
No,
not a
it's
profile
I.
picture. It's a picture
I
you
uploaded it
posted in the text.
in the chat.
Bloody noise suppression.
Oh, crack villain. Yeah, you're quiet, bud. Oh, but I have you
How
down.
about
Hang
now?
on, hang on.
Could you post the
That's
one
probably
with
fine.
labels?
Do I sound? Am I sounding definitely fully low to anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, I apologize for the quality of the picture. It
I
was
just don't know
pouring
what you're
down
trying
rain.
to prove with that. That's what I'm saying. Like that, I don't even. All I see is dots, and in the middle of what appears to be a very, very, very blurred out filter on what could be a photo.
Yeah, it was.
Does it make sense to you how sloppy this is to even bring into a debate about the makeup of how the surface of the Earth measures?
Yeah, and I'm going to try to get a better one when it's not raining or foggy.
Okay, my friend, and I don't want to be rude, but you have not provided one piece of evidence for anything to back up any of your claims. And further, none of your claims have anything to do with the Earth actually directly measuring flat. I guess I could say another thing. When did you measure with a laser anything?
So that was my question. Would it be better if I set up a laser that was shot out across the lake and then measured the distance between the water surface and the laser beam at different distances?
Basically, yes. Yeah. Do it at night. It's, got to do it at night. Try to get a place where it's the frozen lakes are the best, but not on a night when there's a lot of, steam coming up off the ice. So really clear, frozen kind of deal, if you can. If not, no big deal.
Yeah, we don't have frozen lakes around here.
Okay, yeah.
So, like, wait a minute. Are you giving us this as a form of proof in favor of the flat Earth?
I wouldn't say that.
Like, you do realize that well, I'm asking you. I haven't even read it yet. It's just what Glatt was saying. Then sounded a bit confusing. He's like advising you how to do it, right? And I was like, wait, like that can't be a flat. No, it definitely isn't a flat Earth. It's an attempt to, prove that the Earth is flat because look at the state of it, right?
You're looking at what?
The state of it.
The state.
The state. Yeah. If you lived in England, you'd understand. Like, look at the state of it. It's sort of like saying like, "Raw, that's disgustingly rubbish." Ugh. Yeah. Damn.
I'm not sure I followed that.
He's saying your picture.
You think it's great. You think it's good work. Obviously, I get it, bro. So you can't follow when I'm telling you how shit it is. I understand. I didn't want to swear. That's all. Sorry, Abby.
No, I'm not saying it's a high quality picture. It's just the best I could get in a rainstorm trying to hold an umbrella and a phone and on a phone.
So why don't you wait till a different time?
Why? Yeah, what are you doing? Like, slap. What is it with people? What is it with Globers?
Guys.
No, wait there. I need to say this.
Friendly
What
environment.
is it? Okay, I'm not talking about that. What is it with Globers? Yeah, that believe that they can basically go out and do whatever. Literally, oh my god! You remember this already comes from the idea of fairy tales. All right, guys, big lies. These big lies are here for a reason. They are here to ensnare people in forms of slavery for the rest of their life. Okay, right? Remember that. And so we have people trying to remedy the situation. Yeah, delete your picture, mate. I would. No, I'm just joking. But anyway, listen. We have people trying to remedy the situation in their own mind of like people believing in the flat Earth because we're so dumb, guys, and they come and bring us this. Like, what? In what world do they live in?
I'm not sure.
The first test I did for the flat Earth, I had a balloon and had it to a rock. And then if there's any movement, it was a helium balloon. So if there's any move, because helium like literally lying there, any movement, even a slight breath would move it, and you'd be able to see. If there's any movement on the ground, like the Earth's spinning, then it would look like the balloon's being pushed. Because I mean, like if you walk up a balloon, you see how you obviously know the balloon falls behind. You'd see that, but that doesn't happen. So Yeah,
Uh,
no movement on it.
in what setting? I'm sorry, like, I don't quite understand what you're trying to say. Like, you're trying to
Helium
say
balloon,
that
right?
you would
A
see
helium
the
balloon.
reference of. You're trying to say you'd see the reference of the Earth's rotation underneath the balloon.
I'm saying there's any movement on the ground because they say the ground's moving, like the Earth spinning.
Mhm.
Then there'll be at least any kind of movement on the balloon, like a slight movement at all. 'Cause
Yeah,
of that light
okay.
speed.
That could be good for you to like for yourself, right? Yeah, because
Yeah.
you understand it. It's impossible for motions and everything. But with all the rubbish and malarkey that they've told over the years, with like conservation of motion, and gravity and all of that stuff, like that wouldn't like sort of help anyone else on the globe side sort of
It helps me.
decipher. I'm glad it does. Like that's brilliant. You know what I mean? Mate, just a helium balloon alone should help somebody out. Like the helium balloon doesn't. You know what I'm trying to say? Like that's simple. But yeah. I'm just saying it's not a good evidence. You know what I mean? That's all.
I thought it was good.
Yeah, yeah. But there are
It's like
a lot of
gravity.
holes.
Gravity. I don't think that has an impact on the experiment.
Just because the helium balloon's doing it alone, right? Yeah.
Because the way the
Yeah,
physics,
no, but
I forgot what it's called, the way the physics works, like how
Uh-huh.
you know how like some energy, like if you're running, like some of the energy turns to heat. So like if you throw a ball in the air on the treadmill, like it won't exactly stay on the same plate because the way the thing works. So that's why yeah.
But the issue is that like, so the point is they also say that the atmosphere rotates with the Earth as well, so that anything that's within inside of the atmosphere was already at that speed. So they have like all these stupid excuses, right, to negate.
I know they keep making. I heard one person say that to me. I was like, no, that's not that. Because I remember I looked up, and that's not the way it works. They don't say like. There's so many different like round Earth excuses. Like some say it's the wind that keeps everything in place, and if that was the case, then you do it inside. There's a lot of excuses.
Well, conservation of motion also, like anything that sort of leaves the ground, anything that is attached to matter that has gravitational force on it and all this sort of stuff. It's like they will say, like the plane takes off, and because the plane takes off of a runway that's already doing that speed, like, but then they forget that obviously, well, what about if the runway's facing in a different direction, right? Like, what does that do for conservation?
The
You know what I mean?
ultimate
Like,
thing is that really they have to prove their own theory.
of course.
So like, even though I may not have all the evidence, especially me because I don't know everything about flat Earth. Like on the proving side, I guess you could say. But on the end of the day, I know I'm right, so really it's them. They have to try and prove their own theory. When they do that,
Of
then
course,
they'll
man.
see the truth that I see, and then they'll
Bro,
start
that's
doing
why I said it's perfect for yourself. Like, that's what I meant. Like, it's perfect for you, bro. Because at the end of the day, like, it's not like it's yeah, it's perfect for yourself. They're the ones with a positive claim. They're the ones with a problem, not us. No one senses any motion. No one sees any curvature anywhere at all. You have to
Truth's
basically
right in front of you. Like
disbelieve.
when you look at the sun, you don't think, "Oh man, that is a huge sun that is millions and millions of miles away." No, you think, "Hey, that's a little sun. That's very little.
Mhm.
It's very bright."
You don't look at it and think like, actually, the sun isn't actually. Wait there, the sun, instead of it being like moving around small above my head, it's actually millions of miles away, right? And I'm
No
on a
one thinks
ball
that.
doing a backflip away from it. Like
No
literally,
scientist
think about
goes
that.
and looks at the sun and thinks that. No scientist goes and thinks, "Hey, what if the sun? This is a crazy theory, but what if the Earth that we are on is moving, and what if the sun is huge?" It's completely, it's completely contradictory to what's like our body's telling us. Our body literally says there's no movement. When I look at the the sun, my body's telling me, "Yep, it's far away, but it's definitely not billions of miles away." It's also not bright enough to light up the whole Earth. It's like, man, it's like the truth. The truth is right in front of them. Like the truth is right in front of their eyes, and yet they deny it. This is so funny.
Yeah, man. It is hilarious, especially that wording of it as well. I like the wording saying like, "Yeah, you see the sun there. Like, by the way, guy, It's not that you're seeing that sun just, rotating and orbiting. I would say rotating and orbiting, whatever. Orbital paths are not claimed and owned by the globe yet. The word orbit. Some of these words, I feel like we've got to redefine them because they don't actually know what they mean. They use it in the way they want to use it. They want to
Also,
use it.
gravity makes no sense. They say, "Oh yeah, gravity." It's like, "Oh, why does Earth have gravity?" It's because it's really big. It's
Oh
really
yeah,
It's
of
like, oh, okay,
course.
what about mountains? They're pretty big. Like, wouldn't you have at least like a dot of gravity to it? Nope.
And also, they say that we're revolving around the sun, right? Because it's the biggest amount of mass. But it's like, how come the sun's revolving around an invisible center of mass with another planet in our solar system? That's what they claim. So how are we revolving around the fucking sun? That makes no fucking sense. Sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. Legit. Matthew, you can answer me that one. Matthew, riddle me this one, Batman, because you're here. Matthew.
Okay, go ahead. What were we asking?
Right, so how is it, right, that you would say that we're effectively orbiting around the sun, yeah? Would you say that's true?
Yes.
No.
How is that possible if the sun itself is orbiting around an invisible center of mass with another planet?
What do you mean? I mean,
What do you mean?
if
That's the claim.
if the sun is moving and the Earth is going around
No,
it,
listen. The sun and another planet. I'm not saying the name of it because I know the name of it obviously, but I'm saying it in this way for a reason. Okay, Matthew. The sun. This is the claim. The sun and another planet of a equipotent mass. I say it like that. Are apparently rotating around a center of mass that operates between the two of them orbital bodies, as it were, and they're orbiting around that point. How is that possible?
Let me answer.
I don't know what other planet you're talking about, but
Well, you don't even know your own model, mate. Do you? That's the problem. Right, cool.
So when the Earth and the Sun when the Sun is orbiting the Earth, really they're both orbiting a center of mass point, which happens to be within the under the surface of the Sun.
But what's the distance between that planet and the Sun, Matthew?
Earth, it's about 94.8 million miles right now.
Between us and the Sun, yeah. Right? No, I'm on about between the two planets that are orbiting around a center of mass. That would be then the center of the mass of our solar system, would it not? Because if the Sun's orbiting around an invisible center of mass with another planet in our solar system, that would be what? The largest center of mass in the solar system. So how would that affect us orbiting around the Sun?
Yeah, I don't know because I'm still unclear.
You need to go and type up the newest claims from NASA, bro. Go and look. Go and have a little look. And every scientist.
Hey, Matthew. Matthew, can I ask a question?
Hey, the Backroads. I haven't seen you here before, but yes,
Hello.
I'd be happy to answer.
Oh, I'm really on. I got a question. So, you think the Earth is a globe, right? Yeah.
I think it's roughly spherical. Yes.
Okay. So, with that theory, the theory is also that we're moving, correct?
Right.
Okay. So, if we're moving and everything else is moving too, right? Like the stars and this other solar systems and other planets and stuff like that is moving too, right?
Yeah, everything's sort of moving relative to everything else. It depends on the reference frame. It depends on how far and how fast it's moving. But yeah, that would be...
That came from a singularity, by the way. All of that came from a singularity explosion.
I would say from a creation event. But yeah.
Okay,
well,
so,
yeah.
How come when I, look at the sky, you know the stars, they kind of don't move a lot, and they kind of in relatively the same area for centuries.
Yeah,
You're able to explain that.
It's due to the vast distances, and the stars do move a tiny bit, especially the closer ones.
So yeah, they do move, but they eventually come back around to almost the same spot. So like ancient cultures from like 2,000 years ago, they used the sun, Stonehenge and stuff like that. They used that star mapping thingy, and like
Yes.
the night sky is relatively the same on the same time of year. So if we were moving, how does everything else move with us, or are we not moving, or are we moving not that much, or does it do something to the light, the gravity? I don't know if you could explain.
Yeah, so for example, Polaris has a proper motion that is a small number of milliarc seconds per year. And the reason we don't notice it that much is because it's so far away and the change is so slight that it looks pretty similar. However, with photographic evidence, we take pictures, photographs, and compare stars against, something taken a decade earlier, and you can measure the proper motion of the closer stars.
I see. So,
did you see what I posted about how Polaris is in a different spot now than it was in 1850? It's 30 past the hour I posted.
I see. So
what you're asking is a good question. Like, how, if everything's in motion, why should everything be in exactly the same spot? And that's a good question. And my answer is it's not exactly in the same spot.
Well, it isn't, but we're moving. Like, how fast are we moving? If, let's say, pick a star. Let's see. Let's pick
I mean, the star would still be moving even if it takes a long time for the light to go in your eyes. It'll still be moving in the sky.
So, say if we pick a star that's like on this side of the Earth, and then we're spinning around the sun supposedly. How is it still on that side of the sky in that general area?
So you're talking about like 6 months later, how come you can still see some stars compared to what we see today, or how it hasn't moved? Or what do you mean?
Like how the Big Dipper is still the Big Dipper, and like how come we haven't completely lost it because we're zooming through the galaxy and other things?
Oh yeah, sure. It's relative distances and speeds, and so the heliocentric model says that the stars of the Big Dipper are so far away that even if we're moving fast in comparison to the center of the Milky Way galaxy, for example, that the relative positions of those stars barely move.
So our Earth is, moving, but we're in a 3D space, right? So I don't know how you would like label a sphere, but like sides of a cube, like left, right, top, bottom, that. So say if the North Pole would be on the top, and so would that star. Actually, let me do a better one. Yeah. Say the west side of the western hemisphere is facing the Big Dipper, and we're spinning around. So now the Big Dipper will be on the east side of us, but we'd be on the west side. I don't know how to explain it, but you know what I'm saying. Like the Earth, it spins, so we spin.
Polaris would move around Earth anyway. So obviously, it doesn't move when you look at the naked eye. So that just proves it right there.
I see.
You're right,
cutting out, Larry.
Was he on a spaceship?
Yes, Hank. Best.
Well, so to answer your question, astronomers keep track of stars according to some celestial map where there's a celestial North Pole, and then there's a right ascension, and then a declination. And so even it doesn't matter what time of day or night it is, they use that as sort of like a static position, and then add to it the rotation, the relative rotation of the stars to the ground. to locate a specific star at a specific point. But you're right. There is sort of a map that's based on a position.
So, what is this celestial North Pole?
It's generally thought of like straight north from the, straight above the North Pole. Almost Polaris is almost at that spot. It's the point in the sky that doesn't have any apparent rotation.
So, relative to the other galaxies and solar systems and stars, the North
relative.
Pole
Yeah,
will always be north. Will never like flip upside down or anything like that. Like it'll always be at the top if we're relative to everything else. The top is the North Pole, right?
Right. That's right.
So it won't move other than the slight angle that supposedly the Earth is at, right?
Well, it stays the same. The celestial North Pole stays the same. It doesn't move.
So still pointing up, right?
Right.
Okay.
And everything appears to go counterclockwise. If you're staring at the celestial North Pole, all the stars have an apparent rotation counterclockwise throughout the night. I mean,
I see.
But if you're in the southern hemisphere and you're looking at the southern celestial pole, everything has an apparent rotation of clockwise.
No, east to west.
Wait, so if you're on the northern hemisphere and you see the Big Dipper, would you still see the Big Dipper on the southern hemisphere? Oh, someone's telling you to look in the live stream text, Matthew.
Oh, hold on, let me look.
So everyone see what happened with the Georgia Guidestones. People were like cheering about that. I'm like, I don't know. I think that's them sort of like, because they knocked the rest of it down, didn't they? So yeah,
bro. Them Guidestones.
I don't know if it was a good thing that it happened. To be honest, it could just be them being like, right, that's it, we're fucking doing it.
But you know about the Guidestones? They also used they had slits like holes and.
Oh, yeah, I know. They line up with the Polaris. Yeah. My good friend went and did like a big time lapse of it and everything like that, right?
I do wonder how the heck they predict these stars to be in that particular place at a particular time.
Whoa, what do you mean?
I mean, like at the stars for like how you look through the hole in the Georgia Guidestones, how it's supposed to line
predict
up
it
perfectly.
They didn't predict it. No. It's called post-diction. So it's happened before, right? All you would have to do is go out there, know the day of the solstice, for instance, for the slits in the middle, right? So that it looks like the sun's in the middle of that phallic symbol / pillar, right? Yeah. And all you'd have to effectively do is know that on this day, the solstice, should I say, where exactly. So, like, if we look at the Earth from above, we can even do this for a flat map, right? So we have the sun orbiting around, right? I say orbit because that just means circular path, okay? And we we roughly know. So you look like a spirograph, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Think about a spirograph and imagine like 2 lines on that spirograph, and that spirograph slowly declines. So then the sun and then the moon on their different paths or whatever, they slowly creep around, right? And then they end up going further up toward the north, right? And then they also, at a certain time in year,
so
as we go through, that's how the seasons are created, right?
Yes,
Obviously,
so
they say that's because of the tilt. That's what creates that hot point of the Earth's, the sun on the Earth, right? But obviously, that's just a load of bollocks. So all you have to really do is post-dict it. Like I said, you know when the sun is at this point here. You can put up a little reference, like a piece of paper, like literally the year before. You could have been there and done this. You wouldn't even have to have been around for long. You could have been there just like from a year before, and then put up a slit, everything like that, and found out, right, okay, the sun's there at this angle. We build this. It's on the solstice. It's not that hard, man.
If I put everything you said in simplicity, there are points where the stars are in the same place more than once. Correct?
Yeah, it's a cycle.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask
This
Mr.
proves
Matthew.
it.
Mr. Matthew, if we're spinning around the galaxy and going around, doing that, how do the stars manage to be in the same spot more than once?
Because our relative motion is so small compared to how far the stars are.
Yeah, but Matthew, wait there. Okay, so let me help you out a second. Matthew,
Matthew's
are you?
relative.
Please, I have to help you out a second, bro. I'm trying to help you out here. Okay, Matthew, bro, listen. Okay, let's do it properly. Are you also claiming? Because remember, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're also claiming that came from a creation based event. Yeah, which is probably like the idea of ripping off from the Bible that Yah spoke the earth into existence. Acoustic sound, the idea of we are made of dirt and ash, right? So like atoms, like you would say. Epicurean of you and very ancient of you also. But would you say it is a cataclysmic event where we were born of nothing but hydrogen in a big bang, right?
No, I think there was special creation events all along the way.
So you don't believe in a big bang?
I don't believe in methodological naturalism of a naturalistic Big Bang that happened without intelligent design and without some.
Oh yeah, because you're also a Christian as well, which makes. Wow, I forgot you're a Christian as well.
I'm a Christian, but
that's even funnier.
Can I ask about?
That's even funnier, bro.
Can I ask about statistics?
Yeah.
Like, how statistically probable is all this happening? Like, it seems a little statistically improbable. Do you believe in evolution or something like that?
So you're right. I do believe that the fine-tuning of the universe is one of the strongest evidences that the universe was designed by an intelligent designer. Because
of course
all
it was.
the proof is that if you look at all of the physical constants, like the weight of an electron, the electrical charge of proton, all these things have to be really, really finely tuned. If they're off by just a tiny little bit, then you can't even have matter. So
wow, who told you that? How the fuck do you know that?
Okay. So
how can you verify that?
Wait.
I'm talking about physical constants.
Wait. Let me say something. So, when you're speaking about the particles and the atoms and stuff like that, I'm sure you know about CERN.
Yes.
Hadron Collider. Oh man, I love that thing. Not really.
They powered that up the other day, didn't they? Right after the Bohemian Grove, and then we had this thing happen with the Georgia Guidestones, didn't we? Like in a little nice, like a little correlationary thing,
It means nothing, dude. You guys put a bunch of cables in an underground tube system and say you're fucking changing reality. Get out of here. You've got nothing. You're doing nothing. It's all fucking smoke show. Smoke show, bro. Change my mind.
Okay. Yep. Forget about all the conspiracy theories for a second. Just put that aside for now. Okay, so they're using that to supposedly find.
Well, they're trying to control people with ideas. Don't worry, sorry.
The information they're putting out about the Hadron Collider is that it's for physics research and particle research, and that they want to find the God particle and all the stuff about,
Oh, no, they said they've already found it. Higgs boson.
Right, but they want to find more, right? Because there's more than that or something.
Yeah, because we've got to remember they're multiple gods because they've got that statue, the destroyer of. Is it the destroyer of Earth and the heavens? Yeah, so yeah, that's what that represents.
There's some things that don't make a lot of sense, because apart from the fact that they have a statue of Shiva on their facilities, that they want to find particles by supposedly recreating the Big Bang. Okay, so how the heck does smashing atoms together do that? I'm not.
Oh wait, that helps me. Thank you. That helps me for my next question for Matthew to get back to the star thing in a minute, the sun thing with you. Sorry, Matthew. Answer that question, and then afterwards, just to put a pin in it, bro. We're gonna be able to go back to the last question.
Okay, now I'm confused about which question. Who asked which?
Just answer what he just asked you, not because I didn't ask you anything extra. he basically spoke about smashing particles together, right, in the Hadron Collider. Do you want to reiterate that last part of your sentence to him? Because Matthew can.
Yeah, no, so if you use the particle accelerator and smash things together, what they do is look at what happens, and then they use statistical models to try and guess at these subatomic particles. But I don't know much of the details beyond that.
Right.
It was an interesting thing.
But you believe that they're doing that, though, right, Matthew?
I don't have any reason not to.
So, like, you believe there's a genuine effect going on there, right? So you understand, obviously, that that's the same thing as the Big
So
Bang,
they
acoustic
pour
sound.
billions of dollars into this.
Yeah, they use a lot of
machine.
helium and hydrogen as well. So every
Yeah,
time you
don't you guys know they're looking for the Grant particle?
Yeah,
Get it?
yeah. Yep.
Grant particle.
That's pretty funny. I like that.
What the hell is the point of this particle? Just to know more about the universe? That is pretty stupid. Like, you're spending all this money on this thingy to do what? Find a particle? Come on now. Like,
Well, listen. Right, like, I've heard some really serious, like you know that scientists have recently come out and said stuff that's so stupid as, like, sound is faster than the speed of light. And then you look at the experiment they did when they did it. And it's tantamount to, like, pushing a pencil on the edge of a table with a sound wave, and because the pencil moved at the tip end at the same time as the back end was touched, it's now faster than light. Well, of course it is. That thing's going to move the moment you touch it everywhere because it's a solid fucking object. It's a crystal. You know what I mean? So, like, they did this, like, they literally reverberated sound for a crystal and then said the crystal moved, like, at the front instead of, like, instantly, as opposed to, like, you know, after a certain amount of time. Well, like, that's so ridiculous. That
It's just
doesn't prove
sound
sound's faster than light. And then I've heard scientists recently talking about there's a crystalline form, apparently, on literally on a quantum level that is born out of the back of light. And I'm like, oh great! So, like, now you've got the speed of light. Now you've got the speed of sound. When it's going through a crystal, can keep up with the speed of light. So, like, what you're gonna assert soon that there's fucking time travel or some shit? Like, because that's all they really need, right? They need to be able to move light, and they already claim that we are light beings and everything is just light, right? Because what is light?
Photons.
Right?
We're all
So, like,
electromagnetic waves.
these people are insane, bro. They're literally insane. And Matthew's a Christian, and trust me, he believes half the shit these people say. Do you know what I mean?
Matthew, the Bible promotes flat Earth. You really should look into it.
You
I'm
think?
be honest, bro. Apart from this, like, Earth stuff, the stuff they're doing there, man, it seems a little suspect. You could at least say that it's not 100% what they're telling us is the truth. Like, you could agree with that.
Would you
right?
agree, Matthew?
As far as the super colliders go, I don't have any reason to disbelieve what they say. I do see what you're saying about it costing lots of money, and who knows if it's
all right. What about
gonna
this?
actually be worth it.
What about the opposite way? What about the opposite way around then? Let's talk about another collider that wouldn't cost lots of money, okay, to make. Yeah. So right. So what's that guy called? The Japanese astrophysicist or theoretical astrophysicist. What's his name?
It is Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku. So, do you also believe that Michio Kaku, you know, when he was like, what? How old was he, Hank? Wasn't he like school age or something? I believe. He managed to build a particle smasher, didn't he? Not a particle smasher. Sorry. Let me just type this up 1 second.
I don't know, man.
I remember the presentation, the thing you read. Go ahead.
Right, Michio Kaku.
I feel like the stuff they're doing there isn't 100% genuine.
Well, yeah. So you could build like smaller particle accelerators on a small scale, but the high energy ones take these huge circles, and so they can do higher and higher energy, and that's why they have the big expensive ones.
You got to think about what that does. Like, it's the size of a
Bro, you
city.
can't get
It's
to
like under Switzerland. It's freaking massive.
Yeah,
It's
I've
basically
heard.
like a giant magnetic coil. You think that's not doing anything harmful to the environment or anything? Even as little as the magnetic field being skewed a bit, it has to be doing something.
I don't know. The Earth is pretty big, so I don't think it's doing like something any permanent damage to Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I guess it won't be permanent, but it wouldn't be good. You know, it'd be better if they left it alone. But they don't do that.
Yeah, and some people are saying, "Oh, what if it opens up a black hole and swallows up the Earth or something like that?" So they're like, "Well, we'll take that risk."
They will take that risk for us.
They took that risk, and they didn't tell anyone they were going to do it either. By the way, like they didn't actually get they start. I believe they either started to ask or they asked the second time. I don't know. And but yeah, they didn't actually get confirmation to even do that, like to use it, because obviously, if you're creating a miniature Big Bang and if you genuinely believe that's what you're doing, like I don't know, like they obviously think these materials can hold a miniature Big Bang, right? Whatever that means, right? So anyway, so Michio Akoku, right? So that guy, yeah, he built an atom smasher in his garage, right? So that's actually how he got, that's how he got, I believe, his scholarship. Yeah. So he's the co-founder of the string field theory, right? You know what I'm on about?
Yeah,
Matthew?
I know. Yeah, I know who.
Yeah, so when he got to high school, right, it basically had apparently he had like a science fair or something coming up, right? And yeah, that was it. He had a science fair coming up, right? And Michio basically constructed a 2.3 EV atom smasher in his garage. This particle accelerator was made of 400 pounds of scrap metal, 22 miles of copper wire. Bear in mind, he came from a very poor family, and generated a magnetic field 20,000 times greater than the Earth's. He did that at the grand old age of what, like 15 or something? Was it even less than that?
Bruh, do that.
Like, bruh, you know what I mean? This guy is just like, you know, and this is a guy who did this, yeah, and then he ends up going into guess what field? What field should this guy really go into if that's true?
Physics.
But applicable physics, right?
Quantum physics.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, he's a physicist, but he wrote string theory. What's string theory?
Something to do with strings?
Well, it's theoretical.
It's revived into it's the theory of everything.
Yeah, it's an unproven mathematical model in attempt.
Yeah, but why would that guy, Matthew Learns, you have to understand the holes in this, bro, yeah? The guy who made a 22-mile copper wire atom smasher at the age of 14 or 15, who got a scholarship to become a physicist, went into theoretical physics. This is before CERN, bro.
I guess he likes physics.
He's a poor kid from Japan. They lived on really low amounts of money, and he had 22 miles of copper wire. I don't even care what gauge it was. It could be listen, it could be so thin, that gauge of wire. Right, you know, he had 400 pounds of scrap metal, 22 miles of wire. Do you genuinely believe that this guy did this? If you do, you are deluded.
Yeah, I mean, I've always wanted to do something like that, but even though I'm not poor, I couldn't
Particle
find
smasher?
the amount of money to do that.
What's a particle smasher? What is a particle smasher?
You take a particle and you smash
How
it.
do you isolate a particle? So we're talking about atoms, right? Atoms. When were they first conceived of as an idea?
I think they could be electrons too. They don't have to be a whole atom.
Okay, well, if I take a piece of sand, no, actually, a piece of mercury, and then another piece of mercury, and I put that in a tube, and I put magnets around it, and it'll
Right.
accelerate it, and then it'll smash into it, and then
No.
that'll be a thing smasher, but it's not an atom smasher because you're not smashing
Yeah.
individual atoms.
That's my point. How are you isolating a single atom? Bear in mind, like atoms. Can you show me a picture of an atom, please, Matthew? Post it in live stream, please.
The picture would just be a diagram. So
Well, yeah, it'd be a diagram, right? Because like we can't see atoms, correct?
Not even microscopes can see atoms because they're.
But we see apparently the remnants, right? The remnants of atoms that have been smashed into billions of pieces. Yeah.
You would just sense that.
We can see that though.
Wait, hold on. Wouldn't an atom smasher create a nuclear bomb?
Well, this is the point, bro. Listen.
Besides the point.
Right, so a nuclear bomb, depending on what type of nuclear bomb, a hydrogen bomb works upon the theory that it effectively removes a lot of air that's inside of the atmosphere to the point where there's a higher concentration of hydrogen, which is a chain reaction of an explosion that then ignites the hydrogen. And so it does that by using high explosives first to split an atom. But again, how do we isolate the atoms and then smash them together, the ones that we've got diagrams of, any atom, how do we do that then, smash them together into lots of little pieces and then go, oh yeah, guess what, right there, boom, those atoms right there, we smash them to pieces, but we now have found the Higgs boson. So you can't isolate an atom and show me what it is, but you know what smashed up atoms are. Listen to how stupid this is. And also, a kid did this, and he's 15 with 22 miles of copper. I don't know any kid in the world that could get 22 miles of copper wire. Literally, I'm talking about Will Smith's son probably couldn't afford that at this moment in time. Oh, copper was cheaper back then. Don't give me that. You know what I'm saying? Copper's always been useful.
Do they claim it still exists somewhere? Do they tear it all down?
No, it's gone. No one knows where that is. No. They gave him a scholarship for it, but they didn't save it, Orion. Come on, Matthew, you've got to hear this. This is like the most stupid shit you've heard.
I hear this. I don't know anything about his background or his history. I hadn't heard anything about that scholarship.
He got a Nobel Peace Prize. In a way, they got a Nobel Prize, so not peace. He got what was he got for it? Wait there. Let me see what he got for it. That was from APS Physics, by the way, when I was reading a minute ago, Matthew. So and it's not like this isn't like controversial. What I'm saying, this is like well-known stuff inside of his background, right? Right.
Yeah, it's either really fishy or a story of the worst wasted potential ever. Because he could be building so many wonderful mechanical things, but instead he's a theoretical physicist.
It makes no sense.
Theoretical.
Have you not noticed that this is like a pattern, right? So the pattern is this, and it goes as follows, yeah? So we have Michio Kaku apparently doing this when he was 15, what CERN did with all this money, yeah? 22 miles, by the way. How big's a Hydro Collider in Switzerland? How many miles is it?
A lot.
How many? Look it up.
I don't know.
Look it up.
Is it 22? Or am I remembering that wrong?
His was 22.
Oh, his was 22.
Yeah. Michio Kaku's just 22 miles. Okay. So, Hydro Collider, yeah? Hydro Collider, its length is 27 kilometers. So it's basically 23 again. The number 23 is a bit of a weird number anyway, let's just face it, guys, numerology speaking anyway. So, we're supposed to believe that this kid did what CERN did at 15 and created a magnetic field 10,000 times the size of the Earth. They say the magnetic field of the Earth is detectable on some of the most distant planets. So, basically, we could be speaking to aliens by now if we just kept that thing running, right? According to them. Guess what, Michio Kaku, that's all he ever talks about, isn't it? It's contacting aliens and stuff. Why aren't you carrying on building devices that you can used to communicate with these aliens. Who knows? What do you think, Matthew? Because like,
Well,
these
so,
are
yeah, so
these are
you've told a
claims
bunch of
by
stories about Michio Kaku and his history and growing up, but I don't know anything about that to to be able to agree or disagree with any of that.
Yeah, me
why don't
neither.
you? But
I do
you
think it's
agree that you
plausible.
can smash particles in a Hydra Collider, yeah? And you think that CERN are doing it, and I've just told you that a 15-year-old did it too.
Right.
And you can. I'm not lying to you.
Right.
I don't say lies when I'm on here because I'm being recorded, right? You know. If I wasn't on here, I would lie all day. I'm joking, obviously. The point is, you have to have some serious cognitive dissonance because you want to believe the possibility that someone can isolate something that we can only paste up onto a screen and emulate into a model that for some reason also looks like the globe model itself in the solar system, right? A heliocentric model, right? With your quarks, your quasars, and your lots of spherical balls rotating
I never
around
thought of
bigger
that.
spherical balls, if you look at atoms on a conceptualized basis. So, like, again, we have the same thing there, right? We have the same. We have a miniature version of the solar system claimed in the atom itself that we can't even see. And then we're supposed to believe you smash them things to pieces, and then you gained any data from that once you did so, when you can't isolate it in the first place to even show us an image of it, right? And
So,
who's
Fair point.
So you're so against the idea of a spherical Earth that particle physics you reject because it has spherical-looking things?
Did I just say that?
It sounded like you were complaining that particle
whoa.
physics had spheres in it.
Tell me what particle physics has achieved. Go ahead.
Like quantum computing.
Quantum computing. Okay,
lasers,
what's that got? Wait,
materials.
that. Tell me the correlation between smashing particles in a Hydra Collider. At that, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
To
So
that.
I don't.
Tell
I
me
don't
how it
know that-
developed into that, Matthew. Because you just claimed all of those things were a byproduct of that. How did it get to that then? From that, you better know because you just fucking said that. So I get annoyed with you people. You chat shit all day, every day. It's what you do.
Okay, I feel like there are 3 or 4 topics you brought up, and I'm confused what you're asking.
Yeah, you're confused now because you just said a big boo-boo lie again.
No, I didn't.
You did. Come on, mate. You just basically claimed that particle physics caused quantum computing. What else was it?
It would just be guessing because I don't know.
So you guessed a positive answer that you just gave in a positive claim. Thank you. Liar. Bye-bye.
Oh, got it. You're kicking me out. All right.
No, I'm not kicking you out. No, I'm saying like bye-bye. Like I would never kick you out, Matthew. What? Why would I kick him out?
Why the fuck would you kick him out? You don't need to kick Matthew out of here. Oh,
I didn't kick him
he
out.
left.
I
He
didn't.
just left.
He left me.
He left.
I'm saying like bye-bye. Like
What
it's just
the fuck?
to the globe.
Fuck, come, Matthew, get your ass back in here. No.
He should know I would never kick him out. Actually, he at least engages and is respectful, man. You know what I mean? Like I never would kick him out.
I like him. I like him better than some of the flat earthers in here.
Yeah, same. But I don't. When he lies like that, though, when he lies like that with a nice, like, sort of smirk to his face, like that's a bold lie. That was. He claimed something he knew nothing about. Bro, listen to what I said.
Hey, how's it going?
So tell me how particle physics, yeah, went to what, right? Because I said, okay, what does smashing atoms in a Hydra Collider give us? And he said, well, particle physics have given us this, this, and this. I said, okay, tell me how it did that. That's a positive claim, right? Couldn't tell me. And he said, I'd have to be guessing. Rewind it back. Glat. Flo, please tell me you're there. Listen.
Yeah, bro, but I'm eating pizza, but what's up?
What's up, bro? What's up, bro? What's
You
up?
gotta remember, you might not know me because I've been away for about 6 months, by the way.
Crack villain?
I'm a moderator in this place, and like, I don't lie. I don't make shit up. I know what I'm talking about. This is being recorded.
Hey, on the topic of quantum computers, so I think I heard Dr. Michio Kaku describe years ago, what they managed to make with one of these quantum processors. He said that they made it out of 6 atoms, and that they made it so it could do one simple thing. You could input the information 3 times 5, and you could have it output 15, reliably, as long as it held together. And I was just wondering, and they said that they managed to make a processor that could do that, but it was just made out of 6 atoms, but it was barely stable and barely functional. And are you saying that's like more than likely just kind of a story they made up, like they didn't actually make that processor, or do you think they actually made that processor? What would your guess be?
Come on now.
Well, what 6 atoms did they do? Did they use? Like what?
No, they just said they had to put it in an environment that isn't shaken about, because they said at the very moment that you try to make one of these things, if the container it's in moves very much, then the processor itself just breaks.
They can't even take a photo or look at an atom with a microscope.
Exactly. Yeah,
So
yeah.
how are they engineering shit out of atoms? It makes no sense.
A really good microscope.
That's the micro to the macro. Micro to the macro. Right?
Hey, I'm just gonna say, Backroads, you really should turn up, because people are just gonna keep talking as if you're not there, because it's just so quiet and it's just like white noise in the background.
But I have my mic volume on max, so I don't know how to make it louder. But,
okay. Well,
all right.
Well,
hey, Bax, man. Welcome to the server, man. How you doing?
Yeah, Back Rose, nice to meet you, by the way.
Hey,
I really like your input so far.
You remember me? Flat Earth Dude.
Back Roads?
Yeah, I was here like a week ago.
I could have been here.
Flat Earth Dude. Nice to see you, by the way, as well. Wow, I just realized it was
man.
you.
Dude, Crack. Crack and I go back, man. Crack and I go back.
Bro. I just realized it was you.
Crack Villain, what's up, dude?
Hello, Hank. Your name's Larry. What's going on, man? Oh,
I want to apologize if I was totally out of whack earlier. The thing is that, like, not that long ago, I thought I was talking to an AI in Cogvis, and I don't know if anybody was there, but I eventually dismissed it and thought that I just had the pareidolia. So I'm kind of extra vigilant on the AIs now, so I probably had a bias today. So I apologize if I was completely wrong and that was a voice changer. And just remember, I'm only using $70. I'm only using $70 earbuds.
There's AI here in this server. Like, I found one in the debate lobby the other day too. Yeah,
Really?
it was just a total bot. Like, I was asking it questions, and it just gave me scripted answers, vague answers. Like, it just could not go beyond this little script that it had. So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, see what I mean? Why would they have to attack us with AI, guys? Come on, think
That's
about
fucked up, man.
it. That's seriously messed up.
That's fucked up, man. I hate that.
Oh,
I
wow.
don't go up against AIs, man. That's why I love VC, bro. VC rules.
That was in VC, I think.
There ain't no AIs in VC, by the way. If you are, man.
No, Flat Earth Dude, that's what we're saying. We
That's
think
what
there
we're
was
saying.
one earlier.
This isn't, yeah.
None, right here, not
Yeah.
in the chat, but not in
I
the
believe
fucking.
it.
We couldn't hear their voice, right?
No, it was like robotic. It was a pretty good imitation,
fuck.
but we're asking them like specific questions. They're like, "Oh, I don't know about that. I can't answer that." It's like, is that Horizon before or after that oil rig? It's like, I can't answer. I don't want to look stupid.
Get the fuck, man.
Listen to that part. Helio fed her the answer, right? And when he did, then he answered it correctly, right?
Yeah.
And I picked up on that live, and I did point it out. So I was trying to be both sides of the coin, just so you know.
I wasn't here for that, I don't believe, Hank, was I?
Me either. I wasn't here for that either, man.
And then every time it's like, well, we're just going to kick you. We're just going to mute you or something like that if you won't just get on your iPhone and show us your real voice. And they're like, oh, well, that's just your opinion. And I'm okay with that because I'm that kind of person. It's like, okay, Siri.
Can someone please message Matthew Learns and say Crack was never talking about
dude, it's like late here for him. He's probably gone to bed. I'm gonna Let's leave it.
Oh, I just meant like when I said bye bye, I meant like bye bye, like to like you're done.
To
Like,
the argument. To the
yeah,
argument.
to the argument. No, like not him.
Not to him personally. You're right. Exactly.
Yeah, like, I love that guy. I think he's great. He's a Christian as well. He's my brother, man. Like,
we
what?
love Matthew, man. I mean, as incredibly as it sounds, man, I'm on the fence with the fact that he's actually here to just give the Glober arguments to us.
I think he is the best flat earther I've met in a while. Right?
Exactly, right?
So like, I've got no problem with that
It's
dude.
crazy,
I will never boot him out ever.
I hope I'm right, man. I hope I'm right. Fuck.
Like,
Yeah.
of course, bro. Like, because listen, someone was arguing with Helio the other day, yeah, being like, "What? You can't keep him in here and all this stuff." And I'm thinking, what are you talking about? Can't keep him in here. Who are you to tell us what we do here? For one, you didn't build this server.
Exactly.
Like, how long have you been here for? For one, like, legit, and for two, like, he's like brand new guy or whatever. He's like, yeah, but he lies outright, and I'm like, that's brilliant, good, because he's got a lot of followers on his YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, people listen to that guy, and we get enough clips of him saying things like what he said a minute ago, where he basically claimed particle physics have given us this, and this, and I go, okay, cool. So, tell me just tell me the story in chronological order of how they did that then, and how it led to those things from particles being smashed all the way to the let's say, the copious amounts of research and data collected in order for them to even start to define an idea that could be used using those things, and then tell me exactly where it ends up, and like show me those products you just claimed they made, and then he was like, well, I'd just have to be guessing. Whoa! I just said, do you believe in particles being smashed and that, right? Yeah, I believe in that. Cool. It gave us this. That's a positive claim. Now you've got to back it up with at least a storyline. Can't then say you're guessing. That's why I said, all right, bye bye.
Yeah, you have a point of reference, and you say, yeah, bye bye. You took it the wrong way, and he'll be back.
I think he didn't want to be dealing with me as well.
He'll be back. And
yeah, because like he would have looked up the other thing that I said to him as well. I'm like, how are we orbiting around the sun, right? When current science is claiming that we're actually orbiting around. I think it's is it Jupiter? Jupiter, the other biggest planet, or is it Saturn?
It's supposed to be bigger than all the other planets combined.
Right. So yeah. So how, Hank? Hank. You could answer this one better with the Glober answer than Matthew. Matthew didn't even know this existed. So, how are we ever going to be revolving around the sun in the solar system when they claim the sun itself revolves around an invisible center of mass created between the two biggest masses in the solar system, that and Jupiter? Because that's what they say now.
Because that's the three-party problem, or the two-body problem, something like three-body problem. Thanks.
Three-body problem. The three bodies, man.
Yeah, but no one ever says it in that way, though, do they? Like the claim of
sound better.
Say the sun is orbiting, because three-body problem, that's quite vague, isn't it? And I hear it quite a lot. But like when you actually work out, like, okay, so we revolve around the sun apparently. Okay, that's cool. But the sun's also revolving around nothing, and then so is Jupiter. They're both orbiting around this so-called nothing in the center of them. It's an invisible mass, meaning there is no mass there. It's just that the gravitas, or the gravity created by both planets, is of an equipotent range. So they orbit around a center of mass that doesn't actually exist. Okay? So, like, how are we revolving around the sun again? And how does that affect that? Matthew's like, I've never even heard of what you're talking about. So I don't know.
Hey,
I never meant that I was going to kick you out, Matthew. I would never, ever kick you out, bro. Ever.
Never. Dude, Matthew.
Okay. Never.
I apologize for running away. I went back and listened. Yeah, you totally weren't. You weren't saying.
No, yeah. I literally meant like bye to that, like that part, like the argument.
Totally.
And it makes sense. You think that as well that I would maybe kick you because I haven't been here in like literally
I'm
6 months.
no. I'm
So-
yeah. There are certain mods that I'm like gun shy about.
Oh,
'Cause
okay.
I've been banned a couple times, and so sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm one of the people that would fight to keep you here.
Hey, Crack.
Over. I literally ask anyone what I just said a second ago.
Crack. Could you please ban Matthew forever? Thank you.
Yeah, like
Thanks,
no,
buddy.
dude. I think you're someone that needs to be in here, and I'm happy you're here. And even though I get maybe a little bit irate and stuff like that with you, it's just because I'm passionate a little bit about it. But as a dude, I love you, bro. Like I think you're brilliant. Like,
Listen,
Oh,
Crack.
thank you. Likewise. No, we
I
were
like
having a
Matthew.
good
He's a
discussion.
nice
I
guy.
feel like I ran away.
Hey, Crack,
I
man.
apologize.
Listen, man. Last week, Matthew and Witsit did like
live stream. I know.
5
I got told.
hours. They
I got told.
It was like stupid, ridiculous long.
Yeah.
It might have been 3 hours. It was
I gotta
long
watch
time,
it.
man. You guys were both worn out by the end of it, man.
Yeah, it was kind of long. I don't think it was 5 hours, but maybe 2.5 or 3. It could be.
Yeah, it might have been close to 3. It was
Probably almost felt like an audio or something in some ways, but like off the mind.
It was
You know?
it was the physicist from hell showed up. It was epic, man.
Yeah, Witsit had a huge number of quotes from
Yes.
physicists about the problems with current cosmology. It was really
Oh
interesting.
yeah. Oh yeah, current cosmology's got a lot of
I'm
problems.
still thinking about it, man. That
And you get to like the axis of evil, like that's why I wanted to ask you about a singularity Big Bang explosion, bro. Like that's like what crepuscular fashion and the idea of the expansion of the universe from a singularity. And you say a multi-chain event, and then you're like, but you believe in what they do in the Hadron Collider. That's what I wanted to go back to, a particle smashing, right? It's like, well, so are you saying that there are multiple events of that then? Yeah.
Particle smashing sounds hot.
Yeah, so in general, the particle smashing and high level physics and particle physics, I think they're just sort of studying the fundamental structures of atoms. But as far as practical inventions, I'm guessing that there are a few things that have to do with quantum mechanics. But I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, you can't drive your car faster because of what they figured
We
out.
know like the quantum arrays and like, you know, experiment and all of that sort of stuff, right? We know exactly how like you know, photons of light, you know, react when you try and trace what they're doing. They change their mind almost, right? You know?
Yeah, it's so bizarre.
So but I don't believe it's bizarre at all. It's something that you're not meant to understand. So thus, yours like no.
Good
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
I don't know if I buy the quantum mechanical stuff. First of all, I don't understand it enough to like speak intelligently about it. But just all the weird contradictions that come up with it, I'm like, well, I wonder if there's something different fundamentally going on.
oh yeah, fundamentally there's something different going on 100%. Like quantum mechanics, however, as a field, if you're gonna like people can try and attribute particle physics to it. There's a difference though, isn't there? Like when you literally are using something that is quantifiable in the sense that we can see it, for instance, right? Yeah. It's different versus when, you know, like obviously like with Whitson agrees with you on the quantum razor thing because of that very reason, Matthew. So I believe that anyway. Like, but yeah, but what I was trying to get at, back to was the cataclysmic event, the multiple creationary events. Sorry, not cataclysmic. Multiple creationary events that occurred. In what form did they take place? Like, are you saying that those were micro big bangs that happened everywhere? Like, what are you sort of alluding to when you say that, bro?
So the basic answer is I don't know, but somehow God's word is powerful enough to create matter. So you know,
Of course,
something strong enough, and I think that that word and thought and matter and energy are all mixed up in weird ways that we don't really understand.
Like you could say God, for instance, like Black Flow say, no, there could be a different reason for it, but like it could have the same exact methodology behind it, right? For instance, yeah, like because like God sometimes is a cop out. That's why we don't really like using the argument of God here, right? But like I think with the Hydra Collider, I feel like they took the God part anyway, didn't they? They go, oh, okay, right. So we've got what we have here is acoustic sound, right? It goes all the way back to that Jesuit priest when he came up with the Big Bang Theory, right? He didn't have any atoms to look at, anything of any sort like that. And as well, remember the idea of the atom itself comes all the way from Demasiturus and Epicurus. Epicurean times, right? Like Demasiturus, Epicurus, like they said, like everything is divisible into smaller parts forever, right? I could cut up a table in half over and over and over again, and it would just keep going forever and ever. Obviously, that's completely false, and it can't be done, in my opinion, because we only have conceptual, we only have conceptual images of atoms, so we don't have any physical proof of that. But like, that's such an old idea that like, why is it that like someone's crazy for believing in, let's say, something to do with Tesla, and they're like, oh no, Tesla's like nuts or whatever, right? And Volta and everything like that as well. Like even some of the stuff Volta did, people dispute in some ways, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, like these guys figured out how to make batteries, like by dissecting like electrical eels and shit, and it works still to this day. But like the concepts, however, behind the idea of like what's causing it on the inside in terms of like protons, neutrons, and i.e. their structure therein, and making a claim about the structure and how it's formulated, that's going off into the weeds, and that's going off way into conjecture at best. It's just that sometimes you put certain things together, it works. We know it works because the eel electrocuted you. So then we copy what the eel has in its stomach, right? It's that simple. We test the volts in the water, we test this, we test that, we test this, and eventually we test the chemical composition inside of the eel. We can recreate that chemical composition, and it works, right? It's just that people want to go further and further down into the finite detail of something because they want them grants, as Orion said.
We want the grants. We want the grants. We want the grants.
Yeah, I like that. Whoever said it, that they're looking for the Grant particle.
Yeah, man. That was good. Again, like I said, like the problem is with when you were saying about the multiple cataclysmic events, a singularity, however, would have a more homogeneous, should I say, or a more uniform pattern to the expansion, and then obviously the events that happened from the expansion of a singularity of a Big Bang, that would have more of a uniform effect, which would create a more uniform celestial system above our heads, right? But the problem is like you're saying, there's multiple potential events, right? And created however it's created. And like that would make more sense or give credibility more to, like, let's say, the axis of evil, right? Where they took the observations, right, using cosmic background radiation of, I believe, 7 different galaxies that were all aligned, which, bear in mind, is literally numerically impossible that 7 galaxies were all aligned. And when they observed this over like 30 years of data, right, like it appeared that they were actually emanating, not just like they weren't emanating away from one another, right? These galaxies, like they'd come out of a corpuscular explosion, they were literally emanating as if they were like folding in toward the Earth, which is like, that sounds like everything's coming towards us, revolving around us. And 7 galaxies aligned is impossible. That's why they called it the axis of evil, because it was like it flew straight in the face of heliocentrism and aided the argument of geocentrism, right? Like, I don't know, man. Like, what do you think about stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, all that type of stuff is confusing, and I don't pretend to understand all the details of cosmology and particle physics. So I get what you're saying.
That's not particle physics, by the way.
Well, I get just general cosmology.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I don't know. I feel like you're a really smart dude, and if you were to just look into it for 10 minutes, you might be like, "Well, wait a minute," you know, like read the papers on it. That you would be able to help us out by calling out those people that made those papers, and those people that made those papers that say, you know, that this happens, and this happens. I say, like, I'm not giving real examples right now. Like, they're the same dudes that have like signed off and been like the peer reviewers and leaders, the leaders, in fact, of the peer reviewers of other shit.
The peer reviewers, yes, the peer reviewers.
Yeah, man.
It's exactly peer reviewed. You fart and it makes a smell. Did somebody peer review my farts by chance? I'm just asking.
Dr. Fauci in the chat.
That was wait there.
I gotta throw you off the peer reviewed papers, man. Oh my goodness. It's been okayed by the high god of the person that checks that makes everything okay. Oh my god, it's the peer reviewed. It's peer reviewed, guaranteed. That means it's totally good. You fuck off, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Fuck off. Fuck off with your peer reviewed shit, man. That shit is it's sent into Cuckville to get approved by the Cuck fucking villains, okay? That's what I'm saying. Okay? You got that? Write that down. Okay? Nobody's ever said that before, but it's the Cuck villains approving the cuckery of the fucking cucks. Fuck. For fuck's sake, man. Come on.
Okay, right.
I like you.
All right. Well, it's getting late for me, so I got to go. But nice to see you back, Crack Villain.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I know you didn't actually run away then earlier. You were in genuine fear that you may be banned.
You guys are about 8 hours apart, so.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, good night.
3 a.m.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Matthew.
Good night, Matthew. Good night. Hey, if it's peer reviewed, that means it's been processed through the machine that produces the outcome, which is definitely agreed upon by us cucks, and we've taken care of the peer reviewed papers that must pass through our curriculum. They pass through the curriculum of our gods, and only the gods that produce the scientific curriculum are produced to make sure that everybody follows exactly what we say. Okay? Everybody got that? All right, write that down. Okay, good. Good.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Actually, wait, that one actually made me feel like a little bit tired. Like, yeah, I'll pay you like every now and again to say that to me.
Don't have to pay me, brother. You don't have to pay me.
Actually, you write it down and get someone else to say it. He's less passionate, because that would be even nicer. Then that would,
there you go.
Then that would be like a I guess like a, you know.
It's a metaverse. It's a metaverse collaboration. Yes.
A metaverse.
I sure love the metaverse.
Metaverse collaboration with the AI and the information, and we find that we make money because we say shit. Yes, okay, great. That's a good idea. Dude, I don't know where it's going. It's going fucking stupidville. I know that.
Who's been around anyway? Like earlier on in the night, I guess. Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm still here. There's some amazing people still here. We're trying to crack the matrix, man. We're trying to crack it, baby.
Yeah, no, I will.
Crack it on the head, crack it in the ass, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. We got to crack the villain, man. We got to crack the crack villain, man. Fuck them. We can't let those cucks win, man. Fuck them. George Stones, fuck off.
They lose every single debate. So
one thing though, like I know some people aren't like sort of religious or whatever, but like, did you notice, right? So Yahushua HaMashiach is the cornerstone, right, and the foundation, the cornerstone. Yeah, okay. So then the capstone, yeah, exactly, the cornerstone and capstone. Okay, if you look at the Georgia Guidestones, right, so the explosion that happened, apparently explosion, demolition wise or whatever, they may have had a shape charge anti-tank mine, okay, maybe, because the percussionary and the way the explosive work, like, it doesn't really make sense. If it was like a crepuscular formed explosion that expanded in all directions with a pressure wave, right, it would have been basically that the bottom pieces, right, would have been the bigger pieces of rubble, yeah, and the top pieces would have been the smaller. It was the other way around. It was the smaller pieces on the bottom. Could be proximity, right? Or it could have been proximity to the explosive could have been really close there. So past the pressure wave, before it goes down. So it's like, it blew up the smaller pieces, whatever. But then the capstone above, right, it's been also slashed across, right? The main capstone on the top. So again, this is a bit messed up though, right, guys?
This is fucked up.
What one of the pillars was it that got destroyed? What one of the pillars was it that got destroyed? Wasn't it I looked at orientation. I think it was the Babylonian one. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's the Babylonian one. And then if you look on the opposite side to where the explosion happened, where the top capstone has not been even slightly touched, but one bit chipped off, and it looks like a cornerstone, and it's on top of the Paleo Hebrew.
Oh yeah. This is
pillar. That's pretty mad, though. That's pretty mad.
This is a 9/11, bro. This is a 9/11. I'm calling it. You're calling it. You're on it. I'm on it.
I'm just saying. If it was I think it's the elite wiping the board, going, right?
Yep.
Wiping the board.
100%, man. It's exactly what I was thinking, man. I was like, wait a minute, man.
But they can't control the way that the breeze goes.
These cocks are taking down their own fucking declaration, man.
Of course they are. Of course they are. They're just trying to freak people out and stuff. But I'm just saying, it would be really funny for all of the people out there that know what that means, right? To be the cornerstone, to be the cornerstone, to be literally that, like Jesus, I'll say once, but like Yahushua HaMashiach, to be the cornerstone, yeah. And it ends up on the one slab that's not hurt, and it's the Paleo Hebrew one.
Fuck those motherfuckers.
Which would be like saying, Yas people are protected almost to me, like, from this. But it's just conjecture at best. I'm just, I'm doing like a more of an old, less skeptical sort of take, But yeah, a lot of this is just basically game theory 101, End of. It's the same thing they did with Jabotinsky in the past, turn him into a psychopath, putting him into Harvard, putting him in with the guy that created, what was the program again, guys? MK Ultra. He created the MK Ultra program. And people forget that Ted Brzezinski was taught by that guy for years in a debating society where there was two of them, highly intelligent, IQs of 178 for Ted Brzezinski, the other guy's like 180. And Ted's ideas were all shot down, even if they were correct as a test, and the guy admitted to it. They didn't know he was involved in this test at all. It was for years. They picked him out and they made him do that for that reason. And then so it was tailor made. This guy had so much information put into his brain. He had such good ideas that you read his manifesto, it's like, oh wow, this guy is a genius. But the point is that he ended up becoming the Unabomber, right? Right? Again, how many laws were changed because of that?
That's the story, bro. That's the story.
But how many, like maybe he literally organically became it. Not organically, but like organically in the sense that like he could have done everything that they say he did, right? But like,
Sure.
maybe they programmed him in Harvard and put him in Harvard when he was 15.
There you go.
IQ of 178, put into a debate society, and the debate society was run by the guy who created the MK Ultra and the high, the high sophisticated forms of what? Torture that were legal at that time. That was what he was allowed to do, where you can literally coax people into saying what you want and doing what you want and hating who you want. And then all of a sudden, he goes through all of that when he's younger. It's apparently perfectly normal at the beginning. By the end of it, though, this man is off in somewhere and he's doing all these letter bombs and that. And they managed, the FBI, who did a terrible job because it wasn't the FBI that found him. It was someone that actually was very, very good with letters.
Brother,
right?
stepbrother, some shit.
Yeah, the stepbrother. And it wasn't really him, actually. The stepbrother ended up mentioning that, which made them re-look back on what this expert had said. A topography expert had said about it, like years before, and said, "Look, it's this guy. I know it is." They didn't. They ignored it because they didn't want it to stop. They wanted it to go on for ages, so that they could keep changing laws and restricting freedoms because they put a lot of effort into making this guy to do this. They probably did it to 500 people, and only one of them actually ended up turning out being the guy they wanted to do this. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm gonna rant.
I've never heard of a hoax event ever in my life. What's that? Come on, man. Shit.
Yeah, I believe less in hoax events these days and more like, game theory 101, like just like make the event actually happen, but just like have years of planning into it where you like predictively program people and then like predictively program events, make them happen, and then the organic reaction. If you know anything about game theory 101, right? It's a simple thing you can do. It's just to force people to do stuff. And by the way,
hey, dude, that's the MK Ultra shit, man, that they figured out a long time ago.
Exactly.
They've been playing that MK Ultra shit for a minute.
But it's like, how come people don't see that? Like the Unabomber guy was like educated for years in a way that was subversive, meaning like he was being trained by someone that was currently working on torture techniques for the US government, and he was utilizing those techniques inside of those debate society classes on the debaters as the moderator, like messing with their heads. And then he comes out of college, he was a non-violent man and all this, comes out of college and he's got all these theories that he thinks that like you should do this and this. Man, they made him into that cooking time bomb so that he would do it so that they could get what they wanted. Like this stuff's so obvious once you start adding it together, It's like, how many people have they done that to now? Like, do you know how many organizations run for lawyers like this?
Crack, man. Dude, just in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
2.5 years, whatever. It's been a fucking cock show of what we can do, what they can do, not what we can do. What we can do is keep calling them out, man. That's all I want us to do, man. Keep calling calling those cocks. Hey, whoa. This is a cock here, and there's a cock here, and cock there, and cock everywhere. We just keep calling out the cocks, man, and we'll be all right, man. We'll be fine.
Definitely. We definitely won't end up anywhere near any game point, at least. I know that. You know what I mean?
I do, man. They're cocks and we're not. And we talk truth and they don't. And that's, when it gets down to it, we love truth, we love reality. And we will take that to the ends of the earth. To the ends of the earth, I swear. We will take it,
Jimmy boy, all the way to the end of the earth.
The ends of the earth. I will take the truth. Yeah, man. The truth will lead you to the ends of the earth, man. And that's it, man. And figure it out for yourself, man. Don't believe me. Don't believe Crack. Don't believe Larry. Definitely don't believe Larry. But no, I'm kidding. But it's the reality which we live in, man. It's what we live in. And the sun and the stars go above our head, and then there were no spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Fuck off. Fuck off with your millions of miles an hour. Fuck off. Thank you.
Great speech.
Speech, bro. Yeah, the back roads. Yeah, it's nice to meet you, man. And
Nice to meet you too.
well done for asking those questions and that earlier as well. With like, because those questions put them on the back foot, like because these people claim to know a lot about what they're talking about. And those questions are important, like the star questions.
I feel like that is one of the strongest arguments.
It is. They always point up to try and prove what's beneath our feet, but actually they're doing themselves a complete disservice because that's one of the worst places to point.
Yep, it's pretty obvious when you look at it.
Pointing in exactly the wrong direction.
Yeah, all the time. It's like point at my sister, and they start pointing towards like their own sister, and it's like, bro. You said you wanted to date my sister the other day, and you just pointed at your sister when I asked you to point at mine. Get the insinuation. That's how backward it is.
Pretty wacky stuff, man.
Dude, that's heavy, deep shit, man. That's no.
Sounds like some West Virginia backwoods.
I come up with that on the spot as well, by the way.
I love on the spot shit. Rules, man. On the spot.
That is quite funny. I got to remember that one, isn't it? Bro, you so twisted that I asked you to point at my sister, whom you said you wanted to date, and you pointed at your own.
It's a little silly.
What's it?
Hey, man. I've been a
little with it,
dude. Hey, man, crack, man. You got any curvature, man? I'm a little short this month. I need a little help,
that's the one I like. That's the only one I like when people mention my name in conjunction with that drug. Like for real.
I need
crack, dude. You got any curvature for me, bro? I've been looking everywhere, man. I can't find it.
I can't find any curve, bro. A little help.
Yeah, you get it, bro. You get it.
Ah, shit. I hope you guys are laughing, man, because
that was some funny
at some
shit
point, this shit becomes laughable. And I hope you can join the laugh party because it's hilarious, man. I've never laughed so hard in my life, man. God damn. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you. Crack included.
We got Charlotte Rambo.
Like nothing else I've been.
Hey, we got free crack.
The back road. Sorry, what was that?
I said this server ain't like any other server I've been in.
There's no other.
Bro, there's no place like this. No, yeah, I've got to turn you up.
This is the place.
This is the best place, dude. This is
the base.
I don't want to brag, but it's amazing. It's amazing the shit that comes out of your fucking guys' head.
Yeah.
Fuck, it blows my mind when it comes out of your head. My head.
I get bored a lot of the time about what people have got to say, and then when I come in and I've been listening on YouTube the last a little not very long at all.
I'd say 2 months, 6 weeks, whatever.
No, I've been away for legit 6 months.
It's been that long?
Oh yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, no, it has been.
My time is all messed up, man.
I've been gone for a time. I won't mention why right now on here, but
yeah. It's all good. Hey, thanks for dropping in, brother.
You can do the math on that one. Not guilty, by the way.
Hey, thank you. Crack. I'm a crackhead. Crack. I love her. I love to crack somebody's skull with the fucking flat Earth, man.
Flat Earth, dude, you just love the word crack, don't you?
No.
That's what it is.
We're cracking skulls with the flat Earth, and then those cucks don't fucking have any idea what they're walking into. They have no idea.
It's kind of funny. Like my name's
It's funny. It's fun. It's fun.
My name's got nothing to do with that drug, even, by the way. Like, well, slightly does. Slightly does. Like, I got the nickname when I was like 14. We were walking home in our school uniforms, and a crack dealer was there. And he was like, come up to me, and I'm like, in my school uniform, right? And he's like, do you want any crack or brown, bro? Like that. And I'm
crack?
Like, I was like, what? And he was like, do you want any crack or brown? And I just like went bang, punched him in the face, like knocked him clean out, like, and like, yeah, he was like on the floor, like looking for his teeth and his like rocks and that, like, probably ended up smoking a tooth later or something.
Damn.
To be honest, I didn't let him pick up anything on the floor. I said, just go, get out of here.
Hey, I'm a pot villain.
Yeah.
I am a total pot villain. If you got a problem with being a pot villain, I could be pot villain, dude. I could change my name.
Yeah. I've got a lot of bad things to say about pot, as well as good things to say about pot. Yeah. I think that's what everyone on the server hates me, to be honest, though, because I can chat about weed, but like, you know, it's all good.
Well, there is a thing to being a villain. If you are a crack villain, you are against the crack.
Exactly.
It's the problem that people have with your name, man. It's like,
they think I'm all for it.
You think you're for it. No. You're 100% against it, like myself.
You know, when I go
against crack, dude. I've seen guys on crack. I met dudes on crack and chicks. No.
I go with Jim Pandas, and they were like, "Oh, mate, you're a crackhead. Like, what are you on about?" I'm like,
I mean, hey, the United States' president's son is a crackhead.
Yeah.
Hey, Hunter's laptop is not real for sure, and it's just made up in cyberspace, and for sure that the crackhead Hunter.
It's funny though.
Definitely not a crackhead.
By the way, also, like, by the way, the government definitely couldn't get into it to reveal it to the public. But like, you know, I managed to see what was on that laptop.
Oh.
Tell me more. What'd you see?
Don't get arrested.
Loads of people saw. I won't go into too much detail in here. I know it's a good idea, but
I'm just messing with you, man.
But we can go into it somewhere else sometime. Yeah, definitely.
This late at night, do not take me seriously. Everything I say is comedically
in her.
In case of investigation by any federal entities or similar, everything I've said here is satire.
You motherfucker.
Disclaimer: none of this advice has been anything to do with actually any real things. This is satirical entertainment for the value of, obviously, you know, other current programs out on Netflix, such as Space Force, etc. It's pretty obvious people are going to satirize that on here. On Discord, you know, we need our version too, right? But also, I'm not giving any medical advice and no legal advice either.
This is not financial advice.
Yeah.
Hey, I got some NFTs up my ass with some Bitcoin. How do I extract my NFTs?
Oh, wait there. Listen to this actually saying that about NFTs as well, right? I made an NFT, yeah, that said, don't do crack, right? And I got banned from Discord, yeah. I got banned from Discord for giving financial advice. And it's that twisted at the minute that you could almost believe it. I'm only joking, but obviously, you could almost believe that happened, didn't it? Yeah, man made an NFT. I put don't buy crack on it. They were like, nah, financial advice, get out of here, brother.
That's hilarious, dude. Dude, that's next level shit, man. Beautiful, bro. Fuck, I'm laughing my ass off over here. Oh,
Since you've been gone, we found out that math is racist.
Oh no, I know that. I know.
No doubt about it. Math is definitely racist.
All right, okay, wait. Okay, math is racist. Yeah,
Not as racist as heliocentrism and evolution.
Yeah, that's been out for a while.
Since we're having a laugh, you should probably go ask your, your space doctor. If you can take space aids if it's right for you.
Oh yeah. Also, remember, guys, I also said on live stream that the first space baby would be soon. Yeah, okay. I said that, and I spoke also on the live stream about 2 years ago, I think it was, or more, that the first crime in space will happen soon as well. Also, and that woman ordered some pizza or some shit. I don't know what she did from her husband's from her husband's Just Eat account, and she committed space piracy. Like, what?
Fuck off.
These astronauts are complete pirates. They're the equivalent of I don't know what. And people trust these people. Like, they're out there ordering Just Eat off their husband's accounts. Teething while up there on the bloody ISS, bro. Like, what?
Dude. It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous.
I know. You can type it up as well. Apparently, it really happened. And I wonder when the next. I wonder. It's got to be soon when a woman goes out to space and it's gets pregnant. Like, it's going to happen at some point. I don't know what they're going to call the baby.
Space abortion.
Vacuumed out of the porta potty or some shit. No, I think she'll go to full term, bro.
Dude, no. We're gonna abort the shit out of that baby because we're
no, but at full term.
Mission abort.
Abort.
You're not getting it at full term, because obviously anti-gravity. She doesn't feel the effects of the extra weight on her belly, right? She gets on the toilet. Contractions are going, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And boom, like the toilets on airplanes, evacuate straight out. But the issue is she didn't know she was pregnant. What? How would she that at the gravity situation, the weightless situation, getting fatter, you're sat around doing nothing. You know what I mean? Muscle atrophy, all of that. It's just like they went under the guys, and then the baby came out.
I'm pretty sure if they were in weightlessness, you would just fall apart. Like, you would just get stretched out and your veins would just explode or something.
No. I tell you what would happen if you were in weightlessness. You wouldn't know which way was up or down, because you've got the vectors of all the gravitational bodies around you orbiting, or you're orbiting, and now your vestibular system is going to be like, whoa.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be alive.
They reckon that I don't know if this is true, but I've never been to the moon, and I don't think anyone else has. Oh yeah, recycling day, isn't it, today? So I better sort through all of the recycling, make sure all the plastic's separate from the cardboard, and do all of that, which we pay council tax for them to pick up, which they recycle and then make money from it, like millions. And yeah, they're recycling for the planet's well-being. When they turn all that plastic into diesel, by the way, that we separated for them as well. Yeah.
The blue box has been used, but they won't take anything that's in that blue box. There's gas.
Are you hot mic correct?
No, I'm not. I'm being
Larry. Hank, go ahead, man. Piff.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm just riffing about the fact that the local government where I live won't take recycling boxes if they're 4 feet away from the place that they're going to be placed. And if you haven't sorted out all the plastic from all of the glass and all of that, because it's to make their job easier, right? But like their job is to collect it, to melt it down, make money, to turn the plastic into diesel, and they expect me to sort it out for them before they come and get it as well. And I pay council tax for them to come and pick that shit up. Like, how stupid are all of us? Okay, I'm
Careful now. You don't want to get carbon taxed.
I am being carbon taxed. What are you on about?
My name is Klaus. I will tell you that you will own nothing and you like it. Hey,
you
we
will
got
earn nothing, and you will like it.
We got a Tim in here, man. Where's Tim? Tim, you there, bro?
Hey, what's up, man?
What are you doing, man? What's up, Tim?
I'm just waking up, y'all. Here in Denmark.
You're in Denmark. You're just waking up. Cool, man. Grab some coffee, and you'll notice when you pour the water into your cup, by the time it gets up close to the rim, it's going to be very, very level. It's going to be level, like if you were a construction worker and you worked with levels, it's going to be within the markings of a perfect level plane. That's all I'm saying, man. That's it. It's beautiful. Water is level, man. Hey, wow, what a cool thing, man. Water's level. No shit, Sherlock. Yeah, that's a good one, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's one of my favorite. Polaris is a bitch. She's my bitch, of course. But water level, yeah, that's a good one, man.
Yeah, and then they say if you keep on filling it up, gets to the top, the water starts to curve.
No
way.
Yeah. If you
that's their evidence of curvature.
I love it when water finds its level, and when my beer is run out of gas, it's level.
Hey, you gotta remember, Flat Earth dude, when you're telling someone that, you gotta make sure to add the point that it's level for further than it should be. You're not talking about a swimming pool or a cup of water. It's level for 10 miles. Shouldn't be level for 10 miles.
Well, I look at my beer. My beer is level with my glass. Damn it. But yeah, 10 miles is an amazing observation, man. If you can see 10 miles off of a 1 foot up observation level, yeah. If you can see 66.6 feet of missing curvature, yeah, it's going to be a problem if you don't see 66 feet over 10 miles. Damn. It's a lot of footage, man. Yeah. It's a lot. If you can see the shoreline from 10 miles away. Uh-oh, globe. We have a problem. The globe has a problem. Oh my God. Somebody call the cops. Because the globe...
No, don't call the cops. Call Glober Man.
Call Glober Man. We have a problem with the globe, man. The geometric observations don't match with reality of your...
Quick, pull out the decoder ring you got in your cereal box. Use it to Summon Global
Global
Man.
Team Dakota Ring.
Yo, I got the Dakota ring from my cereal box that tells me I definitely live on a spinning, globy, shooty star ball thing that's shooting through outer space across the universe in the Big Bang explosion that's traveling at 600 million miles an hour. Yes, that one. Yeah. Hello? I have a problem with the 600 million miles an hour thing, man. Can somebody help me, please? 95 million miles a second. That's how fast the universe is expanding, according to the model that's been given us. Everything in the universe is expanding into nothing from at 600 million miles an hour or something crazy like that. 95 million miles a second. You figure out the math. 95 million miles an hour a second. That makes the light speed seem ridiculous, by the way. Because
so that's how fast nothing expands?
Yeah. 95 million miles a second, Larry. Come on. You know that.
Whole lot.
Let me guess. I clock it with LiDAR. Moving on.
You tracked it with the radar dish in Arizona from New Mexico across to Houston to Florida. And then we tracked it from, it's definitely 95 million miles a second. Yes, that's how fast the universe is expanding. But Polaris, that little bitchy Polaris, doesn't ever move, ever. Oh, that's...
Well, your buddy came in here and said that it moved back in the 1850s. It was somewhere else. He said it moved.
It moved? Really?
That's what Matthew says.
Yes, that's what he says. And he is the person that gives us the proper Glober answer every time. Every time. But proper. He's good. He's you know, he knows the Glober's information. He knows what they would say every time.
And people be like ragging on him sometimes.
Yep.
He be stoked as fuck sometimes. Only thing that scares him is when he thinks he's gonna get banned, then he's like, I'm out of here. Fuck, I've been shot at. Well, I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I don't want to get banned either, but it's like you just want to look at the information and say, hey, man, what does the Glober say about this information? And you're like, ask Matthew. And he goes, well, according to them. And you're like, I love you, bro. According to them. He goes like, this is what they would say. And I don't know if you can ask for a better flat earther than that, man. Because the guy knows what they would say. And they would say, yeah, of course it's spinning a million trillion miles an hour. Yeah, that's right.
He leaves out the part where he says, drink bleach, don't breed. You know, he leaves that part.
No, he's not. No, that was 2016, 17. Yeah, drink bleach and die, flat earthers. Drink bleach and die. You remember that?
Was the dumbest trend ever.
Those were the days.
The Tide Pods, too.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Hank, I haven't seen any drink bleachers lately, man. They've all faded away. What happened? Come on. Where did they go? Ah, shit, you're
I
breaking.
haven't seen it.
Oh, shit, we lost him. Damn, we're so close.
Hey, the person a second ago that said Tide Pods gave me a funny idea. Like, all these quote unquote inventions that NASA comes out with Velcro and being able to crap in a machine and get out some coffee out the other end or whatever. I think it'd be great if they came out with some some good shit, huh? Yeah. I think it'd be great if they came out with a Tide Pod that both works in your washing machine, but you can also eat it. So your really stupid child won't kill themselves with it.
Honestly, the only good thing Darwin theorized was the part where people will die out because they're too stupid.
Have you guys seen the movie Brave New World? Anybody?
Oh, you mean the one made in the 90s?
Dude, I think it was like in the 60s, 70s, maybe. Brave New World.
I haven't seen that one, but I've seen the one made in the 90s.
It's Huxley's book, but they made it into a movie. It's Huxley's Dreamtopia of the world. But anyway, I was just curious if any of you guys have seen it. It's really weird, man. It's really weird. Brave New World. Yeah. Check it out. The book's different than the movie. Yeah. Like every movie is different than the book. No shit, Sherlock. Mm-hmm. That's where the mind manipulation, MK Ultra, becomes so evident that we can see right through it. Is the fact that they manipulate the mainstream media with the Coco and the 19 and the 911 and the thing with the thing outside the OJ thing with the
one-niner.
Guide stones falling down with the thing. They just pump it. Once you have control of the mind masses, the MK Ultra, then you can do whatever you want. Boom, there it is. You can do whatever you want. You can make the masses think any way you want. Any which way you want. You want to go down this rabbit hole or that rabbit hole? We can do it because we have the mind manipulation tool of all time called television. Yeah. Thank you. I'm done. Carry on. Do not be afraid of the mind controlled manipulation of the MK Ultra cucks, because they're just cucks, man. And we're way better than those cucks, man. We are so much better than those guys. We are fucking awesome. We kick ass. Those guys suck because we can see through their bullshit all day, every day. No doubt. We got it. I have no doubt. I'll take this.
I love it. I love it how my brother and his girlfriend a while ago, when I was arguing with him about flat Earth and some other things, I was like saying, I'm like, you guys just watch the mainstream news or whatever. You guys don't, have any alternative, any contrary ideas to the mainstream, put in your head from any source. And they're like, no, we don't get our, news from the TV or anything. We got our news from CNN.com. I'm like,
wow.
I'll take it from the internet. I watched MSN today, and Tucker Carlson said
they seem to think that because they read it as opposed to heard someone read it off a teleprompter for them, that it must be true.
Yep.
I don't get that. Why would you Why do you think it's more likely to be true then?
Logic before authority.
That's where we are next. Next level thinking. We're able to open up and consider the possibilities of all these different situations. And that's what makes us different, because we are actually questioning shit. And that's the way it is, man. We have to question shit. Say, wait a minute, man. What do you got? Thanks. Let me look at that for a minute. I'll get back to you. But if you go out and zerb 56 miles of flatness, that 56 miles, bro. That's a pretty good observation, man. And
Talking about Chicago for fucking Michigan.
There's no curvature, Hank. There's no curvature, Hank. There's none. And that's what Poncho sat on his fucking couch for 3 years and said, dude, show me the fucking curve or fuck off. And he was pissed. And I can't blame him, man. I would have been pissed too, man. But I wasn't in his situation. But I'm glad I got to share some time with him and say, hey, man, he's right, man. Show me the curve or fuck off. And that was his stance. And I love that, man.
Is that where we met, dude?
Fucking
We
curve.
got over there, didn't we?
And that was his.
Did we meet Poncho?
Poncho was an anchor, man, saying, hey, man, show me the curve. Show me the curve. Where can I see this curvature? Where can I see the curvature? If I can see curvature in the middle of the desert or on the ocean, no. I'm not seeing it. Help me, please. He was begging. Dude was begging like for 3 years. He's like, please, just show me the curve. I'll go home. I'll die on my couch. Whatever. I don't care at this point. Just if anybody can demonstrate the curvature of this globe that they say we're living on, we are here 24/7, 365. We're here for you, and we will embrace your presence if you do show up to this live stream on Discord / YouTube / I don't know, Twitch. I'm not sure. But if you have demonstration that we can go out and find the curvature, we're here, man. We are here to let you have the floor for. We'll give you an entire day to present your curvature. Would be great, man. We're here. Cheers, everybody, man. This is a great place to like questioning what you live on. Please join the discussion, man, because we're here. Because that's all we do, man, is discuss what we live on. Period. That's it. What's factual? What can I prove for myself? What can we do to observe the great, beautiful place that we live on? Hey, guess what? We live on it. It's pretty easy to go out and check it out yourself. Guess what? You live on it. Go out and measure 10 miles, 20 miles, 100 miles. Yeah, man. Where's the curve? Where's the curvature? Where is the curvature, man? Where? Please. That was one of the epic OG flat earthers, man. Where's the curvature? Where? He's like, there's no curvature, man. There's none. And you can't show it in every observation you go out and try to prove, man, is coming up short for the curvature, man. It's a little short, man. It's a little short, man. Yeah, it's way short. So, come up with the curvature. We're here. We're 24/7, 365, man. We're here to present the curvature of the earth. And if you can do that, man, that would be great, man, because without you guys showing up, man, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. We will keep going. And we will push on beyond that you think we're falling over. It's horrible. It's horrible. Don't go there, man. Don't go there, man. Keep it on the level stationary plane that you live on. You do live on a plane of non-motion. How else can I put it? I could say, hey, man, you're living on a place that you definitely don't know you definitely know you're not moving. You outside your house tomorrow and you go, fuck, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. I know I'm not moving. I'm not rotating. I'm not spinning. I'm not shooting through some galaxy. No, just notice that you're not moving, man. It's really easy to do, man. It's not hard, man. Trust me, it's not hard. This is one of the easiest things you can do in life, is to notice that you're not moving. Come on. If anybody has an argument against the fact that you can notice without a doubt that you're not moving, yeah, welcome to not moving Earth. Welcome to not moving Earth. I hope you guys enjoy my new vocabulary of the Earth. Is that welcome to you're not moving. They told us, hey, we're moving, we're spinning, we're shooting, we're Scooby-Dooing through this galaxy with the thing with this beauty. Okay, yeah, man. That sounds cool, man. How do I check that out, man? I don't know. We wrote it in a book. Trust me, we wrote it in a book. Yeah, thanks. That doesn't help me, man, figure out. I'm not moving. I'm not spinning. I'm not shooting through space. Oh, my God. That's amazing. You're not shooting through space. Yeah. I would have told you last week for sure. I saw it on the news that you're definitely shooting through space and at millions of miles an hour. And you're going to be an amazing person that goes to space. And what? Wait a minute. We're already in space, man. You're telling us we're going to go to outer space? And what? Wait a minute, man. We're shooting through the galaxy on the Earth at, millions of miles an hour. And we're going to definitely be the people. Wait, what? We're not. Wait, we're all everybody is an astronaut. You guys don't even know it. I want you guys to be aware of the fact that you are an astronaut because you are shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. And you'll just have to trust me that that's definitely the case. And I got some books and stuff here to back me up and some math and shadows to definitely tell you that you're spinning and shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, and you definitely have this whole thing figured out. And that's because we told you that you have it figured out in our education system that definitely totally makes you think that you're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, not some slow speed or something, man. It's a big speed, man. It's big. It's astronomical speed. Millions of miles an hour. You're shooting through this beautiful universe, shooting out in space and thing with the we gotta definitely to tread. We got black holes and nebulas and things that. Okay. Cool, man. It's a good story, bro. Good story, man. You told me all about the nebulas and the space and the thing and the traveling in the outer space with the shooting and this light. Yeah, that sounds cool. How do I check that out, bro? No, you don't, man. You don't get to check that out because it's all Disney. Disney figured it out with NASA, and Disney worked together closely to make sure that they had it all figured out. Definitely, NASA and Disney worked together to figure it out. That made the possible indoctrination simulation that traveled through space and time bending. This time now is bending. The time is bending. The time is it still time? Space and time are bending through a quasar reflex, a parameter that definitely cross paths with a nebula quasar that amounted to the disproportionate time and space that averaged the speed of gravity times 42 divided by the thing that made the light in the sky at 33 degrees seem impossible due to refraction of the space-time, which continued the continuum that made it possible for us to see the light through a quasar space-time of 1.47 trillion miles divided by the vector of the horizon at 33 degrees, which produced the light that shines from the sun potentially from a different angle that produced the space-time that needed to elapse between the 8.75 million minutes that divided the plant life that produced the quasar that definitely no doubt about it, has the divided attention of the Cosmos Nebula, which traveled through the nebula of space-time, drowned to gravity, to back down to the Earth that does the. I think I ran out of this shit. It's all relative. That's all I'm saying. That's what they used to tell us. They still tell us that bullshit, man. They still tell us that bullshit. I'm not making shit up, man. This is all from different scientific papers that produced the what do we call it? The science fiction mind. The science fiction mind. The science fiction mind. How do you produce a science fiction mind? That's it, boys and girls. I think I nailed it. Science fiction mind. That's what they produced. That's the whole riff here, man. Is they produced this scientific mind in your mind through education, bro. Through the education system. It's like outer space is real, and then Mars, and then went to the moon, and fuck off. No. They produced it in your mind, man. 100%. 100% in your mind. 100%. If you are anything that has to do with truth, the first thing you admit, man, is the moon landing was a scientific operation on my mind. If you can't get past that, man, shit, it's a science fiction world, man. Star Wars, Star Space, fucking you name it, man. There's a million shows. All they do is, man, they're outer space and they're going to this galaxy and the monsters and aliens. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for the aliens in outer space and they produced. Yeah, thanks. Fuck. Aliens in space, really? Like aliens, like acid fucking breathing aliens. Really? Acid blood for aliens. Acid blood. They have acid blood. Really? They gonna have acid blood? I got acid blood. Guaranteed. If I spit on you, it'll just eat you alive. What? Oh, shit. Hollywood. Fucking Hollywood, man. What a mind manipulation motherfuckers those cucks are. Those guys are the worst, man. The fucking worst, man. They are the fucking worst, man. Fucking alien Hollywood motherfuckers. They done fucked it up, man. Fucked up your mind, fucked up your senses. Yeah, thanks, NASA. Way to go, man. We're going to fucking Mars. Yeah, definitely, guaranteed. Yeah, we're going to Mars. We got helicopters on Mars, for fuck's sake. We're the greatest. We are like amazing gods from Earth that produced outer spacing things that go on the other. Yeah, we're the greatest. We landed on Mars with a helicopter. I'm telling you, I got pictures on the helicopter on Mars. I know the atmosphere is a little thin. We're going to have to terraform the atmosphere on Mars because, we can add oxygen and hydrogen and nitrogen and all these gens. We can do some We can gentrification Mars. I totally 100%. I can make the Mars whatever I want it to be. It could be gay, straight. What would you like? I terraformed Mars into a gay red planet. What do you think? It's if you guys, if you have objections to the Mars gay planet, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Because I terraformed it definitely into. It's now the gay planet. Definitely, Mars is gay, and you have to just deal with it because that's the way it works in the world. You just have to deal with the Mars is gay. You guys can fucking kick me out anytime. I hope you guys are laughing. I was laughing. Mars is gay. Really? You had to go there. Okay. Come on. Somebody bail me out of here, this shithole I just dug myself into.
Hello.
Somebody. If I'm not spitting the truth, man, please. Stop me. Stop me. Stop me on my tracks.
I don't know. That was pretty funny, mate. I'm driving and that kept me entertained.
For real, bro. I thought I was watching a YouTube video. You remind me of a particular someone called A Call for an Uprising.
Damn.
How do they actually explain away that helicopter on Mars?
So low.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How do they How do they explain that helicopter on Mars?
How do they explain the helicopter on Mars? It's an amazing phenomenon. Damn.
Because there's like air in Mars.
Well, it's 1%, isn't it? Or so they say. Well, a place that doesn't exist, it's 1% the atmosphere.
Come on now. If you can't propel a rocket through a vacuum, I mean, if you could propel a rocket through a vacuum, then you could do anything, you know? You go fly to Jupiter and Saturn. And
we're
remember when they crash landed that was there a probe into Jupiter?
I sure love Jupiter's rings.
Jupiter's rings?
Yeah, they got nice rings.
That's Saturn, isn't it?
I don't know. It looks cool. Saturn worship.
There's been a lot of devil worshipping amongst the celestial bodies that show, yeah, there's been a lot of fucking cockery with the celestial bodies, no doubt.
Funny stuff, man.
Fuck.
We got them astrologist people with the crystals and the water and the veil.
Look at the water across the crystals with the negative north, minus south, divided by the clouds.
What about the ASMR?
Shit. Where does it begin? Where does it end, man? I mean, there are
full circle. Doesn't have a beginning or end.
That's what I love about a circle. No beginning, no end. Love it. Hey, we live in a circle, man. Check it out. We do.
What's always got me as well, the compasses point north. If I'm in Australia. If I'm on the bottom of a ball, that north is going to point out into space, or I should be pointing through the Earth to go north.
I'm with you, brother. I've
Fucking
always asked
stupid.
this question.
I love how they make it make sense by drawing the magnetic poles curving
Yes.
around the globe.
Gravity, man.
Oh yeah, like it'll just curve. Invisible forces like that, I'm sure it will.
Well, here's the funny thing, man. If you take a magnet and put a bunch of like iron fragments, little fragments like salt,
You could put some graphene in it. I mean,
fragments. If you put that around the magnet, you'll see the pattern of the magnet. You will see it. And it does look good. It does look good. The globe model says, hey, man, this is how a magnet works. And we live on a magnet because it's got the metal magnetic iron core and all the compasses point north. It's like, but if you look at the pattern of the magnet, man, it looks very rainbowish. It's kind of goes around the magnet, in a very, very particular pattern, man. It's a fascinating pattern if you look at a magnetic field.
yes.
It is so cool looking. And they don't show it on a globe, but you can show it on a flat magnet. You can show the magnetic field through just little particles of iron that are the same consistency of like a salt, kind of real fine grain.
Better yet, we could use
Right?
graphene.
Graphene.
Magnetic.
Yeah, better. Yeah, even better. Yeah. Same
We
thing.
love graphene.
Graphene's amazing, right? Yeah.
I love it.
Magnetism's a tough one. I don't understand much about it.
It's
All
tough.
I know is that if you wrap a wire around a nail and power it up, it'll be magnetic. So that's cool. Yeah.
Well, copper, if you wrap it around iron, yeah. It'll definitely have a magnetic field, man. Definitely.
Do you have to put a charge through it?
Oh yeah.
Or
I mean,
you gotta put electricity through it.
Well, magnetic fields, electronic fields, they're very similar, man, in their patterns. And I'm no expert, but it definitely is a fascinating subject to dive into, man. We're living on a ball, but everything points to the top of the ball. Whoa. That makes no sense. It makes no sense, bro. Right?
Yeah, I looked into toroidal, like torus fields, for a while when I was getting into flat Earth, and it's an interesting subject as well.
Bagel O-Day.
Well, I like fields, man. Fields are something we can check out ourselves, man.
Like soccer fields, football fields.
Grass fields.
Grass fields.
Football fields are pretty flat too.
The grass fields are my favorite.
Walking around in bare feet in the grass field.
Yo,
grounding.
Can you unmute Jerry Vigors? He supposedly has globe proof.
Oh,
he's not muted, man. He can unmute himself, man. How about that?
He has the Helioclocus roll, so I don't know if he can open his mic or not, but
it looks like he can, man.
He doesn't have a VC verified role. He has a detention role.
All right. dude, I'm not a moderator, man. I can't do shit.
Is he in everyone's DMs? Jerry Biggers is in my DMs.
Yeah, he slid in my DMs.
Yeah.
But I was just seeing if he could open up his, or yeah, you could chat about whatever, or like, yeah, he's
man. If he's available, man, that'd be great. I can't do.
You can probably VC verify him, but I don't know if that's the right. If he's got to go through the VC check-in, but
dude,
I can go to VC check-in and debate it, record it. That's all good too.
All right,
and then see if he brings him.
Well, don't give up the fight, man. Keep out there. I know these times we find ourselves in. Oh my goodness, it's incredible, man. I'm thankful to be alive during these times, bro.
Definitely
unprecedented.
Definitely
It's been a heck of a
interesting.
ride, man. It's been a heck of a ride. Thank you. Thank you guys, man. Keep it going, man. Don't burn out, man. It's easy to burn out in this field. I've seen it, man. But the strong, we'll persevere through. We'll keep going. But don't.
I feel so much better being a flat earther than a fucking than what I used to be. I tell you that.
Exactly.
Everything's like a joke now, you know. Like you look around, you go, "What a dickhead!" Look at this guy.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Next. All right. Are you kidding? Oh no, that's crazy. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. No.
You know, I actually
I'm not.
I work a lot less now as well. You know, like I realised that, you know, I got to put a lot more time into the family and you know, and not worry so much about work. I just used to work constantly, and now I go, all right, time to go home. Let's go and have some fun.
Yeah, you got to keep a good balance. There's no perfect balance, but when you can find the balance, enjoy it.
Yeah, you got to keep on adjusting it. So.
Yep. Adjust the balance
in the field.
Yep. Be in the magnetic field. Oh, it is a field of finding your place in the realm. Damn, ain't that a bitch? It's a bitch, man. It's not easy. You newcomers, man, you got a lot to learn, man. But yeah, there is a balance, and find it. Find your balance, man. Find that beautiful balance, and it will work out, man. I promise, it will work out. Just like that ocean right there, man. That picture, man, between the mountains. It's a nice, beautiful balance between the mountains. Is to have a love between the mountains. Are you kidding me? What could be better, man? You got two beautiful mountains and a level horizontal line. Damn. What could be better? Dude, were you sitting on the porch there when you took that picture? Fuck off. Beautiful. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Welcome. I know it's a weaponized term, man, Flat Earth. I know it is, but it does At the same time, it does explain, what we do, but we could be just, level horizonist earthers, I'm good with that. Whatever you guys want to call it. I'm cool. Flat Earth it's weaponized, man. We know that, man. That's MK Ultra, CIA, whatever you want to call them.
Non-curvers.
Right?
I'm a non-curver.
We're level non-curvers. Non-curvers. I love it. That's a great term, man. Non-curvers. Smoke that one, man. We're non-curvers. Non-curve earthers. Ooh, that's even non-curve earthers? Oh shit. That's a good one.
Non-curve earther. Non-curve earther.
Yeah.
They go, what? You're a what?
Non-curve earther?
I'm still searching for that elusive curve. So I'm a non-curve earther.
Yes. We've been looking for the curve. Where's the curvature? Where? My new perspective, he comes in here occasionally. He's a non-believer. I was like, I like that. Non-believer. And I thought that was it's the best I've heard in a while, man. It was good. Damn, that's so. But I'm a non-curver. Shit. Where's the curvature? Where? Oh shit.
Can't bloody find it.
It's hard to find, man. The curve is hard to find. It's incredibly hard to find. And it would be great, man, if somebody showed up and said, "Hey, man, I got it. Here we go." Oh, that's Lake Pontchartrain. Okay, Soundly, that was, you got the curvature. Okay, we live on a 200-mile radius curvature. Thanks.
Yeah, that was a pretty tight radius, wasn't it? You know?
Like, really? We live on a ball that's 200 miles in circumference? Thanks. Thanks, asshole. You dedicated 6 months of a live stream to that, bro. You really?
And then someone went out with a P900 and showed it from a different angle, and it was dead straight.
Dead flat. Dead flat, man. Not even close to even. Nah, thanks. That was hilarious, man.
People still go to it, what about Soundly's pictures? You know what?
Last night, man, the guy came in here and said, I saw a picture of the curvature from New Orleans, Lake Pontchartrain. I'm like, really? You think that's legit? Really? It's horrible, man. You can't go there.
Was that guy? Was he having a conversation with Lunatic? Was that then? Was that guy?
Yeah, Lou was.
And he was talking about the ceiling fans and stuff like that.
Nah, maybe not. Maybe not. No, but the guy brought up Pontchartrain and Soundly's picture of the globe, and I was like, "Oh shit, we're in trouble. We're in trouble, boys and girls."
Yeah, if he's bringing that up, then he hasn't been around for very long.
Yeah, that Lake Pontchartrain. Yeah. Thank you. You guys are awesome, man. All right. I have to go to bed. Love you guys. Keep up the fight, man. I know it's a burnout, man. I know, dude. Believe me, I know. It can burn you up, but stay strong. Take a break. Don't,
Good night.
Couple days off, here and there.
Use for it in my time.
But keep it real. Keep it straight, man. Keep it level. It's easy, man. It's just so easy. This is like, shooting fish in a barrel, bro. Are you kidding me? Yeah, thanks.
Have a good sleep, dude.
All right, guys. Cheers.
Good night.
You still there, Backroads?
Oh, yeah.
Whereabouts are you from in the US?
Florida.
Near the water, or?
No, near NASA. That's not a joke.
Have you ever been to one of the rocket launches?
No, but I've seen them.
What, through the sky?
Yeah.
How do they look? Do they, how they say they go in a parabolic curve? Is that what it seemed like from the side, or?
Yeah,
Was it going away from you?
They definitely don't go straight up.
Yeah.
It seems a little slow though, but that's probably just because of the distance.
How far away have you seen it from?
I don't know, like 30 minutes from NASA. 30 minutes from NASA Space Center.
30 minutes. So what's that, about 50 kilometers. Yeah.
I guess so.
Oh.
I don't use kilometers here.
Sorry, maybe 30 miles around there. 30.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do launch rockets there.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that. Just depends where they go. Kind of
I would say they don't go straight up. They curve to like somewhere. I assume that's the ocean, but
Yeah. Well, what's the whole idea is they go on a curve so that they can get up to speed, so that they exit the atmosphere on gradually. Yeah, that's what they tell us. Yeah, that's why they go in a curve.
I'll be honest. I feel like it would take a lot longer to get out of the atmosphere than what they show.
Yeah. Well, what's that Kármán line? What's that? 250 miles? I think.
Probably.
When it supposedly turns into zero gravity. Gravity.
They got
How long you been looking into it?
The flat Earth stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know, like a year.
Ooh.
All I could say is 2020 is when I woke up.
Yeah.
I haven't been the same since.
I think that was a lot of people turning point,
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. That was not a good idea. I think if they would have left that for like 5 more years, they would have had control. If they would have just waited.
Let's be careful what we say too.
True.
Right. Oh well.
Walk around.
So what got you into flat Earth? What was there a certain video, a certain person?
I'm gonna be honest. I just typed the invite because me and my friends were like going around and just typing random invites with words, and we just typed in flat Earth, and then we joined, and I was like,
and that
"Oh,
took you
bruh."
here.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, this is legit.
Yeah, because I've been looking at this stuff for, I think it was maybe since 2016, but I only joined the server maybe 2 months ago, I think. So, but
I've been in this server for like 6 months or something like that.
Yeah,
It's been a while.
Yeah, there was a time there. I think it was early, 2016, 2017. I was just watching. I did a lot of traveling in the car. I was just watching YouTube video after YouTube video when you used to get the good ones, and I just went every day. I just went, oh my god, it's being every day is being more solidified that it's true. It was some of the ODD documentaries are really good. Have you seen them?
I don't think I have.
ODD. Do you know who he is though? Yeah.
ODD.
Yeah. I don't know
Yeah,
if his
it's
videos
ODD.
are still
It's ODD
ODD
TV
TV.
or ODD Reality.
Oh, I think I've stumbled across his videos before.
Yeah, he's got some really good ones and explained really simply as well, like with really good graphics, really good music. I think he writes all his own music as well. So
That's pretty interesting. I've actually been more focused on the other stuff that isn't flat Earth.
the stuff that's happened in the last couple of years.
Yes, stuff that
okay.
They don't like us talking about.
Yeah.
Nah, when I came across the server, it took me like a month to like realize, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense, and I went on with my life, I guess.
So you came in as a Glober?
Yes, I did.
If I can ask you, what was the thing that legitimized it for you? Like you said, when you found the Flat Earth Discord, you were like, man, this is legit. What is it? Consensus because lots of people are now talking about it, that suddenly you want to belong to that group? Or did you actually see information that...
The information was the stars, definitely. I feel like that was the most, the one that made the most sense.
Which one specific, if I may ask? We're really curious about what leads new people into this discovery of truth. So the more that we can understand it, the better.
So like, I could go look up at the stars, and then I go stare at them for like an hour, and they don't move, but we're moving, supposedly, is what they tell us. So I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. If you think about what their theory is that we're spinning around very fast, and then our solar system is spinning around very fast, and our galaxy is spinning around very fast, and we're going around, spreading out from the center of whatever the universe is, and you think you would be seeing stars like move, but you don't. I think that's what solidified it for me. And they make up all these very high numbers of speeds, so you would think that would like show stars moving, right?
Yeah, that's a great one. It's like in the movies where you see that camera scene where it rushes in on the person and then suddenly they're standing there dead still and there's no motion. It's like that same realization when you realize the Earth is stationary and level. Therefore, all the movement we've ever observed has to be in the sky above us. It's like your whole mind melts.
It does. It's weird to realize that we're not moving. And then I'm like, well, if we're not moving, then maybe the Earth is not a sphere.
Something that originally dawned on me as well when I came to this topic was the angle or the way that the sun moves over our heads, even the moon.
Oh yeah.
That it rises at a 45, then it changes to like a 60 or a 70 degree. Then for parts of the day, it seems to travel straight, and then towards the evening, it starts to hook into the corner pocket again. And it's like, how would the ball be spinning if that motion was determined by us moving?
Exactly.
If it was truly us moving, you would see the sun rise perfectly east, stay on a straight tangent, all the way till it's set in the west. Would be on that one axis, because that one axis is what the Earth has, supposedly. But when you start seeing movement on 2 or 3 axes, it's like, unlucky buddies, your story falls flat.
It does.
Flat.
That's a good
Excuse the puns.
Yeah, it just travels around in an arc.
It does.
From down here, I see it when I face north.
The funny thing is,
And it arcs.
Now, I said before that I live in Florida, and Florida is flat. There's no mountains here at all. So I could go look out into
Florida is so much water. When you actually fly above it, you can see how flat Florida is because of all the water puddles that all have the same elevation for thousands of miles. You're just seeing the sun reflecting off this water that's all equally distant. When I flew to America, that was the one thing that dawned on me. I sat looking out the window. This was 2010. And I thought, holy shit, look how flat this place is. Like, I didn't know the information back then, but I remember sitting, looking out the window and thinking, wow, you can almost see when you're approaching from the Keys, you can see the ocean on the right and you can see the ocean on the left, and you can see how flat Florida is. It's amazing. And then when you realize the info, it's like suddenly all those little puzzle pieces just click into place.
It all makes sense now. But yeah, that's my journey, I guess. Is not very I guess how you say exciting, but it's something.
Are you still in school or uni or
university? Yeah, I'm gonna go to some college. Haven't decided yet, and I should though, because I got less than a year.
What are you going to study? Astrophysics?
Nope. I like architecture. In fact, the whole time I've been talking here, I've been building. And
I'm a builder.
Yeah. I like buildings, I guess. Architecture.
I build houses and renovate homes and stuff like that.
Good stuff. I've made electrical carpentry boards, like test boards. I have one in my room that I just use to plug stuff in. And I install emergency lights and exit signs, stuff like that.
Yeah. You gonna architecture for houses, or are you gonna go further, go into buildings?
I'm gonna go into commercial.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Stores and malls and airports, stuff like that.
Better make sure those slabs are flat, mate.
Yep. There is
not curving with the earth.
These giant airports that have no curvature. It's just perfectly flat,
Yeah, well, a good one to look at are those big share factory places as well. So
true.
We've got huge ones out here that go for miles and miles and miles. Or for me, kilometres, but
especially in Florida.
And they're dead flat because they have to work. Machines have to work, to go to go and pick up. They're just massive storage sheds, and they're all done off one datum point, and they're 15 kilometres long.
Yep.
Now, if you go 1 to 15 kilometres down each end of the factory, there should be a drop if they went off level. If level's curved, then I don't understand how that works.
But it's a strange thing that logic doesn't win in this argument. I think because we're not logical creatures just naturally. We'd like to think of ourselves as logical, but intrinsically we're not. I was speaking to an industrial engineer or civil engineer who'd actually been involved in road projects. And the longest road that he'd been involved in was about 250 kilometers, so 170 miles, 180 miles. And they had to create a grade or a level for that entire duration. And they spent months in preparation getting that thing level, with all the different substrata layers before you start doing the compacting and whatever. And when you explain to him that he's done this for hundreds of kilometers, he made one level, he still asserted, no, level is curved and it just bends with the surface of the earth. So our level is always level, but it just also happens to curve perfectly with the shape of the earth. So we're just obviously on something that's large enough that level is always curved and curved is always level. It's just retarded. Like an engineer, dude who does this and understands what a grade is and how you get these elevations or these level elevations for the entire duration of that road, the whole length of it. And he still can't understand that he built a flat road on a flat earth.
Did you end up telling him how much drop there should have been?
I did. And he said, no, you're misunderstanding because in your mind, you just tilt the ball and you're always at the top of the ball. So then as you tilt it, it's irrelevant drop because you're always just on the top and then everything just curves perfectly with, like I say, the logic is lacking. And you would think that an engineer with a logical mind would accept the logic almost emphatically, that you explain to him that he built a level road and he's going to say, you holy shit, you're right. I did build that road level. This place is level. Oh, it's flat. See? And it's like, no.
With that type of logic, your vision would have to curve down too, and everything would have to curve down. With that type of logic. But that just doesn't make sense.
But it would have to curve just at the right amount to appear flat.
Yep.
And that's the part that they always get stuck at. In their imaginations, they think it's curving, but so much so that it's always flat. So much so that it's always level. But yet in their mind's eye, they still see it curving.
And it's just to show you that the education system works. Works really well. Oh, it didn't work for me, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, it worked for me up until the age of 30-something, so...
Thank God I realized this young, because,
Yeah, good on you, mate. You got a good start.
Yeah, I often wonder if I discovered this while I was still in uni, how it would have impacted me, because once I knew that everything they've ever taught us is false, I never wanted to pay again for an education for false information. So, but it also showed me that when you discover the flat earth, you have to learn so much about so many different topics that your level of self-studying goes like a parabolic curve upwards. And once you realize that you can actually learn it on your own and that you don't need some priest telling you the answers, there's nothing that you cannot learn. And now you've gotten that realization early.
Yep.
Which is, or what would you like to be? What would you like to do? For me,
I go to university for that piece of paper that says I can do it, though.
Yeah, correct. Well, that's if you want to be employed, and if you want to be a debt slave to someone else who pays you a salary. But the word salary should be like a swear word, because it means that your time is owned. Effectively, you're owned by someone for a small remuneration at the end. Whereas if you realize your true intrinsic value and that what you can achieve with an 8-hour day, if it was in your own capacity, will always exceed what your boss is going to pay you for those 8 hours. And then believe in yourself and go do it. Like, holy shit, you discovered the flat earth. Do you know how intelligent you are? This is the greatest IQ test of our century. If you've discovered this, you have all the gifts or all the talents. It's about now what you do with it. And that's why also to a lot of other flat earthers, I say to them, there's no excuse to be poor if you're a flat earther, because if you can discover this, you can figure this out. You can figure out what's coming. And if you know what's coming, you can place certain careful bets, buy certain stocks. There's things you can do to ensure that you never have to be underprivileged or not as privileged as you want to be. A lot of flat earthers went into crypto and have made tens of thousands of dollars through crypto, not because they're blindly following a system, but because they know the system is intrinsically corrupt. And now they're leveraging on the fact that you know what the game is about. You're not just simply a bystander or a unwilling participant. You can now use the system against the system to achieve what it is that you want to achieve.
That's a really good point. Thanks for saying that. I do think that's true, you know? Yeah.
And also, a thing is, you still have to be involved with society. Yeah, don't let it don't let it take over your life too much. But you know, don't go, oh, like fuck this world, everything's wrong. You know, you've got to, you know, like you said, you got to work with it. Like I work for myself, and I would never work for anyone else. And I end up working maybe 40 weeks a year, and the rest of the time I go and I travel around in my four-wheel drive with my wife and with 2 dogs, and we go and visit places all over Australia. Come back, start working again, and you know, keep a good life balance. It's a perfect way to live.
I agree with you. I still haven't got a job anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're about to go to uni, but yeah, you know, if there's a way after uni to work for yourself, I think it's probably a better idea.
I just need that legal protection. You know, that's about it. I could make my own company, I guess.
Yeah, eventually. You don't have to do it straight away. You got to learn how a business works first, and then do it. So the only way to do that really is to work for someone else for a little bit, and then, you know, get out there and do it.
My server has really good advice.
Exactly. I was going to say, work for someone to learn, but don't work for someone for money. Try and learn as much as you can, and then because you're smart enough to discover the flat earth truth, you will be successful wherever you decide to place your attention. So then just figure out how to place your attention where it needs to be. I only started my own business in my 30s, so there's a lot of time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, true. I gotta say though, this server is great. Like, I've been in like 100 Discord servers, and this one's different in a good way.
I think what I found with most flat earthers are nice people, I'd say.
Yeah.
Actually, very good at listening. Suppose you have to be, don't you? And very patient.
at some point, there's people that can't be saved, and oh well. I guess you just move on with that.
Yeah, I think you notice with some people, you get when they ask you a question and then you start answering the question and then they move directly on to another question after you, and they haven't actually listened to what you're saying. They're the ones where you go, you know what, I'm wasting my time because you're not even listening to what my answer is. You're just regurgitating questions that you've heard about the flat Earth. Just listen, stick to one topic, and let's go through it. Most people don't want to listen anyway, so.
Yeah,
There's a few good ones that come on here. I think it was today for me, but I've been listening since this morning. What is it now? It's 6 p.m. 6:15 p.m. now. So I've been on listening since this morning. So I don't know what time it is for you guys.
it was only 4:25 a.m.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's that? 16 hours or something like that. Yeah, but I think there was a couple of Aussies on today as well. Globers. A Glober.
Some of these Globers are nice, though. They're just misled. That's all.
Yeah. I think generally most people are nice. Maybe,
I think what's amazing about this survey is that we've had to check our egos at the door to be able to accept this truth. And the other Discord servers are all a battle of the egos. Who sounds smarter on a specific topic? Who made the other person appear dumb? There's this showmanship around ego. Whereas when you come in here, I've learned more I've been in this Discord for about a year now. And I've learned more in the last year here than I did. I can't think of any other place that I've learned as much as I have in here. And it's because people put their egos aside to just share truth. It's not about trying to bash you, or it's just, if you're wrong, we're going to correct you. So don't make false allegations. But if you're right, man, you're going to get the type of responses you've dreamed about your whole life.
Yeah, and you see people when they're talking about a subject and then they say, I'm going to step aside because this is not my expertise. I'll let someone else take this, instead of making up shit to make themselves look good. So, yeah, I think you're right in that way. Ego.
The true smart people are the ones that don't have the ego, You gotta.
Sometimes it haunts you, but most of the time it's if you can get rid of your ego, I think you can succeed with most things in life. Oh shit, I'm wrong. How can I make this right? Instead of no, I'm not wrong. No.
Very true. Very true.
I'm actually on my way down the coast to. I'm going to try and get some shots, some photography shots from a town called Geelong, back towards Melbourne. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to see how the weather is. I think it's from memory. I think it's about 50 kilometres across the bay. So see how we go.
How is that?
Flat Earth Solar, the point I wanted to make about that story you were telling about with that engineer who's a Glober working on that road was that, he's really good at doing his job, maybe good at being an engineer, but he's not good at thinking critically.
You bring a good point.
I'm not sure he's still in here.
He might have left.
No, he's still in here. He's muted. That's what they should be teaching in schools: critical thinking instead of repeat and regurgitate.
It makes sense why they don't teach that in schools.
Yeah, they don't want 8 billion smart people.
Yeah, that would be good for their
not even
money.
Not even necessarily smart, but people that know how to think. Imagine that; they'd be fucked.
Oh yeah, man, they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing now. I mean, have you heard? I mean, I'm a part of this generation, and I'm not proud of it. But dude, I'm sure you've heard of TikTok and stuff like that. But these people are just mental.
TikTok.
They got an attention span of 30 seconds, and that's about it. And the fact that I sat here for I don't know, 3 hours is pretty crazy compared to other people.
Yeah, it's good. I used to love watching Joe Rogan. I think that's what started me on long conversation kind of podcasts. But I don't know how the kids do it now. They what do they watch? 20-second TikTok videos?
Yep.
The people that worry me are influencers.
And they're called influencers for a reason.
Yeah. What are they going to do later in life? I don't understand.
I don't know. I think their purpose is to just make everyone a little more compliant. I mean, you heard of the devious looks trend where they freaking destroy shit?
No. What is it?
It was a trend that they'd destroy shit in schools and in public places. Straight up vandalism.
On TikTok, wouldn't that be putting yourself
Yes.
Actually handing yourself over to the cops?
Yes. Do you know how many people do that? A lot of people do that. It's kind of frightening. They film themselves doing a crime and they get caught and whoop-de-doo, they don't really care. They only care about the likes and shit.
There was a couple of girls here that stole a car, started speeding, were filming it on TikTok, and then they crashed the car.
It's the dumbest stuff ever.
They died live on on their TikTok.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So
yes.
Just
I
anyway,
don't even know
it's pretty dumb.
It is. These are the people who are going to be future employees, future doctors, future. Scary to think about.
Future politicians.
Oh God, the politicians already suck. They're just gonna.
Yeah.
They're just gonna be even worse.
Future police.
Oh fuck it! By then we won't even have police. Some of the stuff, man. This stuff would not fly 100 years ago. The stuff that goes on now.
What with the police or
with society in general, Western society.
Yeah. I like watching those videos from the US about those First Amendment auditors. Have you seen what they do? They go around filming the police, and then they say, "Oh, have you got it? Give me your ID." They go, "Nah, it's a First Amendment protected activity," and they go through this whole spiel, and the cops never get their ID unless they arrest them. It's pretty good stuff. It's good stuff, you know. We don't have anything like that in Australia. They can pretty much demand whatever they want.
They disarm you guys.
Oh yeah, that's another story.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, everyone's happy about it too. Yeah, but We actually don't have a lot of crime here, so.
Oh, interesting.
It's a pretty good place to live, except for the last couple of years.
Oh yeah, didn't they throw you guys in lockdown for like forever?
Yeah, we were I'm in Melbourne, so we were the worst lockdown city in the world. So.
Oh god, even worse than China.
Yeah, Victoria, Melbourne was the most days in lockdown. I don't know now because China were. I don't know whether we should be talking about this or not.
Oh yeah, true. Because this is going on YouTube, right? Yeah, we probably shouldn't say that.
Probably not. This is a pretty boring conversation.
Yeah, but there's live streaming all the time.
Yeah. But the Earth is flat.
Yep.
Prove us otherwise. So your favourite proof is the stars. So, did you see that diagram that was on before where, this half of the year in June should be facing this way?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, that one gets me all the time. You should see totally different stars, not just stars in different direction on the horizon in summer and in winter. You just look at that and go, I don't know how they got an answer for that.
Make it make sense.
What about all these, long observations? You looked at a lot of them as well?
Yeah.
Like, the Black Swan is also, have you seen, there's a guy called Jay Tolan on YouTube. Have you seen him? He does long shots in infrared.
No, I haven't.
With filters on, look him up as well as that ODD TV. It's called Jay Tolan, Tolan, I think it is. And he flies on these planes, and he's got this wicked camera set up, and he puts these filters over the top, and he can see through all the haze on the ground, and he gets one. I can't remember how far it was, but he's flying across. He's flying across the Great Lakes, and you can just see everything. Like watch it on a big screen TV. It'll freak you out.
I remember going to there's this place in Tennessee, and it's called C4 States. And you go up there on like the top of a mountain, and you can see like everything. You see 4 states. I think it's Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee.
I think someone's posted that on here before in the live stream. Yeah.
Let me find a picture.
I'm driving.
7 states.
Are you putting it in live stream?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm just driving. I got to be careful.
It's in Chattanooga, and I've been here. It's a nice place.
Chattanooga. I've heard about this place. I don't know why I would have heard so much about it, but
it's a nice place. I guess because where the interstates converge, a lot of tourists go there when they're driving cross country.
Chattanooga. And that's Chattanooga, is that Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee. And then if you go up more north, you got Knoxville, and you got the Blue Ridge Mountains, and those are nice.
Blue Ridge Mountains, they're in many songs.
Yep. The West Virginia song has it too. But yeah, you can see it's pretty flat from up here, even though there's mountains, but it's like not curved, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. We've got these, I do a bit of touring. We've got a salt lake called Lake Eyre. It's in South Australia. And it fills up. I think it should be filling up now, actually. We've had a hell of a lot of rain. and it's 10,000 square kilometers of flat Salt Lake water. So I think it's every 10 or 14 years it fills up. So I'm going to see how full it is. I might end up taking a trip up there. So for me, it's probably, I'd say a 2 or 3 day drive. So
I gotta say though, it's pretty crazy how we have all this ancient history that's so-called lost and stuff, but when NASA was founded in the 50s, it wasn't that long ago if you think about it.
Yeah.
And everything has changed since then.
Bro, the globe's not even that old if you think about it. It's not even been being taught for less than
Not that
100
old.
years. It's not stood the test of time very well at all, my friend. That's it.
Yo.
I don't hear you. I'm talking to you, but yo. Sorry, I'll scroll up now. Continue. Sorry.
But yeah, it's not old. How come something that was thought to be true for thousands and thousands of years just gets overturned like that? It's pretty crazy.
Well, because if you think about it, right, yeah, think about what happened. What was it that Columbus was using to navigate on a boat? Because navigation systems on a boat have always consisted of effectively a pylon or a round tube made of brass that goes from ground to floor, right? And because it's hard to have maps out on tables while you're navigating the seas and stuff, they slide off and all that, right? What they did is they come up with this genius idea. It's like, right, create a barrel shape or create a sphere shape and then emulate your map onto that. Like, put it on there, stretch it out over it, paper mache it almost to it, and then have a map drawn out. And then all of the people can stand around it, rocky seas or not, and they can sort of point and go up and down because it's ideal as well for topography because you can take a section of that globe, open it up like that so you've only got a half of it because it's just split in the middle. And then that would, let's say, resemble a hill, for instance, right, on the side of where they were, and the topography matched more, right? So then the maps and everything, it would be easier once you got onto the ground to sort of say, oh yeah, the valley flowed down from here, this road flowed down from here. But apparently Columbus, right, bear in mind, he didn't have the Americas on that globe in that narrative whatsoever, but he was navigating the globe with a globe map of the world without the Americas on it. And why? Oh, great. And I just think they realised from then, if we use globes, yeah, then guess what? You can basically just go, this is what exists, this is what not exists. It's a 360-degree spherical implementation of a map that allows you to never ever question about what's going on anywhere else. And you ice cap that off on two different ends with unexploitable land, and no one really wants to make the fucking measure to go anywhere else. And if you look at the declination of the magnetic electrotoroidal field of the Earth, it shows that there's missing space, and it doesn't make sense. It makes sense for some of the land that we know, and the way that flows makes sense. But for the bits that are near the bits that they don't really want us near, the declination is completely off. So, and this is all I'm on about, the declination of the magnetic field. Declination might be the wrong word. Flat Earth Solar would know the better word for it. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Yep.
Like, that's frightening though, isn't it? To think, all right, yeah, okay, so Columbus was navigating the globe with all these countries on it, and all the countries that we've got on our globe weren't on his. So, like, do you know what I mean, bro?
Yeah,
it's like, fucking know what? And you say they reckon they knew the circumference of the Earth, right? By the way, before they knew the Americans existed in the Western world. How? That's so stupid. That makes no fucking sense. Because if it's 25,000 miles of the circumference, then you would have known that you literally only had 12,500 miles of circumference going from east to west, wouldn't you? These are simple points, boys, but I'm telling you, they stump anyone out there He thinks that even the top anti-flat earthers, like remember that Matthew Learns guy, Black Roads. The questions I was asking him, he's like, "Oh shit!" Like he didn't know how to answer me at all. I've been here 6 months or whatever, but like he didn't know how to answer me. He never rarely answers me. You even
How would you
stubbed him a few times, mate. Some people try and answer me. He's a little bit more honest though. But even he's a liar.
Pretend you were a Glober. How the heck would you answer that?
You can't.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I've been doing this like well, I like literally like it's a bit of a brag, but I was brought up a geocentricist, so I wasn't taught the Earth was a globe ever in my life anyway, right? I was taught it was a geocentric, meaning obviously orbiting around us instead of the other way around. Geocentric Earth, right? I wasn't taught it was necessarily flat, right? But not like that. My dad knew it was flat and all that stuff, I think. It's the stuff he used to say to me. And he'll be like, one day, when you get older, you'll evaluate it, yeah, and you'll be like, oh, okay, and after he died and everything, I did. I was like, oh shit, I had to think back everything he told me. I'm like, I need to see what's going on around it, yeah. But it was like in 2015, we started getting these white leaflets, right, about like the Earth curve calculator, measurements to the horizons, and all this sort of stuff, right? In like Christian bookshops and all sorts of different places, right?
Bruh.
And there were white ones, and it was like Edward Hendry, right? Yeah, and 200 proofs Earth not a globe, yeah, and stuff like that. And like I started reading one, and then I got a Zetic astronomy one next, and that was like 2014 or whatever, 2015. It was early on, you know what I mean? And then
Is it Zetic astronomy? Is it Zetic astronomy? That one?
Not that. I don't know if I had that one then, but I know I had Edward Hendry's book. Yeah.
Yeah.
Biggest lie on earth, what it was at the time, and then and then I had what was it? Darwin's Black Box by Michael Behe as well, going into irreducible complexity, the flagellum, obviously completely debunking every single point that Darwin said would need to be proven in order to debunk his theory, which was a family-held religious belief that happened to come around at the exact right time, obviously, with the original title of his book being, what is it? What is it again? Survival of the fittest, something else, and then preferred races or races.
Yeah.
And it's like done in like and they've changed it to be like, yeah, but he's talking about birds and that, and I'm like, what are you on about? It had phrenology in it, right? It was a family held belief, and it's an abhorrent one. It was his granddad did the same thing. Him going to the Galapagos Islands was just an exotic tale he could tell to everyone around aristocratic tables. So like that was like his coronation. It was like the thing that made him exotic, the thing that made him be the person that had done something different. So he might have some knowledge that other people hadn't had, right? Because that was somewhere most people hadn't been. And then it's like, it just so happens it coincides with the cotton picking trade, while his family's stuff before had been rejected and they could never get anything published. And then the cotton picking trade comes in, and every household in any country that had slaves had a copy of that Darwin's book of preferred races there, printed in every language, ready to read, because then it takes the moral. Now you don't need to morally condone why you're making black men pick these cotton in these fields as slaves, do you? And mistreating people because they're not even in the same species as you. Because the scientist who got the newest theory on evolution has said so, and the aristocratic party ate it up because it meant good money for them at the time. Do you know what I mean? And it's like no one wants to talk about that shit. It's fucking bro. That's some serious shit right there. Like Darwinism can't be taken seriously at all. Anyone who wants to talk about it, Michael Behe, irreducible complexity. Why did he get took to court in an ATF court? By the way, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Court. Judge was the one that judged on the case to do with the flagellum and the super poison injector, which is something that looks similar to the flagellum. The flagellum is like a super, efficient rotary motor. It's 99.9% efficient, but it's a micro. It's literally a bacterial well, you could call it a bacterial micro machine, but really it's a biological what do you call it? Biological thingy machine, right? Yeah. So
He had possession of this. Why did he get taken to court?
he got taken to court for this, right? Because he started going to different colleges and saying, look, this is a different take on Darwinism. He made a book called Darwin's Black Box, right? He outlines the flagellum being something that it needs all 60 of its parts. It's got a clutch. This is an organism, by the way, yeah? An advanced biological micro machine. It has a clutch. It has a C-ring. It has a differential, and it's one of the most efficient engines of all time. And what it does is it propels bacteria around the Amazonian rivers and shit like that, right? Yeah. And this flagellum, when under a microscope, right, you take away one of its parts, it's irreducibly complex. And it's a lot more complex than something like a mousetrap, for instance. But then you have evolution that says, okay, you need an amino acid, right? An amino acid to be able to turn into a protein has something like, I don't know, 20 million expressions that need to happen before it happens. They've only ever been in a cultured environment, they've only been able to get one amino acid to turn into one amino acid to turn into a protein, yeah? So then a protein needs to then attach to another protein, okay? In a cultured setting, they've only ever gone from amino acid to protein once. To do it like to get to the level of a flagellum, right? You need, for just one of its parts, remember, just to get up to the level of DNA, you would need one of those parts of protein to attach to another protein that was made from an amino acid, for them to have the right rewrite and copy and date, like the ability to copy and sort of merge to have functioning like cells between each other for them to work together, right? Yeah. For just two protein cells to connect. Two protein cells are nowhere near the level of even being anywhere near anything that's got DNA, by the way. So it then becomes like you would need next time it's got a square law on it. So now it's two. Now it's like instead of like 9 million expressions for the first square to attach to the next one, it's now like 16 million, and then it goes up to like 36 million for the next because you get more and more each time, and you have to be of equal size each time as well. So it ends up becoming the the odds on it are absolutely fucking ridiculous. Michael B. Type him in. He is literally an accredited microbiologist who was ousted by the scientific community because he did the list in Darwin's work. He did every point and disproved every point with real observational and experimentational forms of science that are reproducible, and he followed the scientific method down to the T. Naturally observed phenomena. Yeah? Flagellum.
Yeah.
Okay? Understand? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then how he disproved it is again, if you take away one part of that flagellum, is it able to exist and live anymore? You can't take away one part because every part serves a purpose. So how did it evolve from one piece, which as they say, it would have evolved piece by piece, and this flagellum, just one piece of it, is more advanced than like I was talking about, maybe like 19 million expressions of amino acids that then turned to protein and somehow collided and got together, yeah, to make something. How's that piece survived on its own up until that point? And how did all the pieces survive up until the point to get to the complex machine it is, right? Yeah? To be able to do its job to how it feeds itself. It's impossible. You take one part away, it dies, right? Provable in a lab. Again, the argument that's placed against it by some scientists, right? Loads of people become creationists in the scientific community in one big bout because of this guy, because they were on his side. And no one talked about it. QE did a brilliant breakdown of this years ago, right? But like this was before he was a flat earther, right? That's what I was watching him before he was a flat earther. But then this is where it's amazing. It's like this: they find something that looks similar to the rotary shaft, okay, of the flagellum, which serves a different purpose. Bear in mind, okay, it's an injector of a toxin that attaches to bacteria, okay, and feeds off of it. And it looks less evolved than the flagellum. It doesn't have a clutch or anything like that. But these things have an ability to poison something and extract nutrients. The flagellum doesn't work in that manner, okay? Like it does a different job. It ferries other bacteria around, and through doing so, they pay it in fuel, right? You know, these are micro machines, biological micro machines. And the flagellum, even in the evolutionary chart, was posted as existing, right, after the flagellum. Yet they argued in court that the flagellum evolved from the super injector. You can't do that. You switch your own timeline around to prove it in court, and then an alcohol, tobacco, and firearms court guy was the one who ruled on the scientific community's findings that he was in the wrong, and that everything he said was incorrect. And then he got sued, taken out of the scientific community because his books were inside the school libraries as an alternative to evolution. What's the fucking problem with there being an alternative to evolution? You already admit it's only a theory. Anyway, this guy comes out, disproves it all. Want to know why? Because the whole story falls apart if we don't have evolution, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
They
that's
need
it.
evolution for everything to turn from what? Hydrogen into what we have now. Because it's only hydrogen that was born out of the Big Bang. You don't get from hydrogen every element and compound in existence in the Earth right now. Bollocks.
Yeah.
Sorry, I went around.
What's no? That's all right. What's this guy's name?
Michael
Or is-
Behe.
How do you
Michael
spell that
Behe.
surname?
Behe. So Behey.
Behey.
Yeah. Just type it. Yeah. Behbe maybe.
Okay. Yeah. So Michael Behe. All right.
Yeah.
And can you still find his experiments, or are they kind of
Yeah. Bro, his book's still like you can still get his book, bro. I could probably get it for you like in a minute, like a PDF of it or something. Even.
That sounds really interesting. Is it illustrated as well?
Mate, YouTube videos about it are best to watch because it's like literally like the argument, how it was like a kangaroo court thing and everything like that. Like, trust me, like it's brilliant, mate. This is the argument of irreducible complexity, and then you've also got the argument with. It ties into the argument. Someone help me out. What's the phraseology on this? Flat Earth Solar knows it, but he's not really answering back. People talk about random speciation, or is it random speciation, and then I think it's random speciation. I'll post something if you want to find it.
You know what? This subject's so interesting. You can learn, out of all these subjects, you can learn something every single day, every minute of the day, and just keep on learning and learning and learning, and you still can't retain enough information to, and you haven't even, you haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg. Like it's.
That's why we're compiling it all here to make it quicker and easier. How long have you been in the server for, bro?
This server, I've only been in this server for 2 months. I was listening on YouTube for about 6 months, but I've been a flat earther for a while, since about 2016. So I've seen a lot of arguments, but
nice talking to you guys. I'm gonna go.
All right, no worries, bro.
See you,
nice to meet you, by the way.
You too.
Appreciate you.
Have a great day or night. See you.
Yeah, sorry
Good luck
for
with your
being
studies,
a bit
mate.
overpowering. But yeah, so
what we saying? Have I got what?
Have you got Flat Smacker's playlist, because he compiled all of the best videos from around the time of when YouTube weren't censoring us and all that shit, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
Who's that? Flat Smacker.
Flat Smacker's
What was
playlist. Basically, so okay, I'll send it to you. But any links on there that haven't been updated yet, I'm gonna go through it soon and try and update them again, right? I need to get the code to be able to like edit it properly so that people can't just. Well, I need to edit it on my account that's private, because obviously it doesn't matter if I edit mine. I'm not editing everyone's. Then, like, you know what I mean? Give it to the community, and then like update like just the videos. Like keep every link that he ever put in there, but put the links for the video archives for like Wayback Machine and that, because obviously a lot of the YouTube videos got deleted, but they're still on like the archive websites and stuff like that. I'll get it for you now, mate.
Yeah, I love that. Before I was in the server, I was always on David Weiss's app, just watching every video, every interview. But it gets a bit repetitive, and
Yeah, it does, mate. Definitely. I like David though. I do like David a lot.
yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think I'm friends with him on Facebook and that. Like, he's been about for a while, man. Like, he knows
Yeah.
what he's saying.
Yeah, I remember his other YouTube channel as well, the Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole.
Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
VC.
I like heaps of other stuff as well. Yeah. What's his name? What's that Sam Tripoli tinfoil hat?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that stuff.
You know what? I stopped watching anything to do with any flat earthers whatsoever, not even Joannaism, anyone. Probably going back about, don't know, maybe since 2018. Because I'd read. Yeah, I'd read the book
after 2018.
Yeah, I read all the books and all that stuff, and I just thought I've got my own brain. I'll just make my own arguments from now on.
Yeah.
And like, people don't take it deep enough, mate. They don't take it far enough,
Yeah, I like I was saying before, I'm going to try and get some shots tomorrow.
Yeah. Say that again. Shots of pictures. Sorry.
Yeah, long range pictures across the bay. So I'll see how it goes. The weather's not that great at the moment, but I'll see how it goes. The mornings are normally pretty clear.
Oh, I need to get my moderator tag back with her. Get my mod tag. I've been away for 6 months. Tag. Please. Back. Oh.
Yeah, when I'm just cruising around, now I just listen to this constantly while I'm at work. But I like watching Globebusters as well. But
Globebusters, yeah, it's annoying as well, man. Like, I basically got doxed heavily, and that's one of the reasons why I've been away for quite a while. Yeah.
You got doxed?
I got doxed quite badly, yeah, and the person that doxed me, like it wasn't really his fault, but it is his fault that he decided to record my cousin talking about me, and he split my name and all this stuff, right? Yeah, and then yeah, I got arrested like a little while back. Yeah, I got proven not guilty like literally the other day. But I was remanded for months, so it's what it is.
Yeah, you never get that time back, do you? And then when you've been accused of something, it still hangs around. Doesn't go away for a while.
Well, I've not been accused of anything that's like bad like that. Do you know what I mean? I was just out hunting on land that I thought I was able to be. The air rifle I had, though, unfortunately, was overpowered. But the guy from the factory that makes them testified completely to say that I didn't play around with the air seals or anything like that. And he said he would testify. I didn't even get to that point. They threw it out of court the other day. Like, I went into we rushed it into court as quickly as they could, because that's what they tried to do to me. I had to get it adjourned. They was going to try and run me over with a train mate, acting like as if it was an AK-47 almost, because it's an air rifle overpowered. In England, they don't distinguish between an air rifle that's overpowered, not on private land, with that. And I was 100 meters off of someone's land that I was 100 meters off of the land I was allowed to be hunting on. But they made it out to the people whose land I was on accidentally 100 meters there that I had like a real firearm and all that. But it wasn't. It was an air rifle. So once we got word out to them, they dropped the trespassing charges. And then they spoke to the people that let me on their land, and they said, no, he's a good friend of ours. And like, pretty much we didn't tell him exactly where the borders are. Because I'm in England, bro. There was no hedge line even. You know what I mean? I didn't jump over a hedge. Like, it's just big open fields, like hundreds of acres. And yeah, man. Like, like that got resolved, but it just took forever, mate. It took forever to do it all, and they were trying to railroad me, trying to force me into court on this firearms charge with no way of me changing the classification of anything. And I just thought, no, all right then, I'm not doing this. You know, and they said I could get bailed instead of be remanded, but part of that was that I had to sign on to like I was like someone that was
a
at
register.
like a gun crime registry, and like until a later date. But that stuff never comes off your criminal record as a reference, even if you get proven not guilty. So I said, no, just keep me in. I ain't risking me being able to like go and live in America or something like that, you know. And they would never let me in. But now my record says nothing. They had to throw out of court. They mishandled evidence as well. So it got thrown out of court. I was actually annoyed it got thrown out of court. I wanted it to go through the whole trial, mate. I would have made them look like absolute idiots. But yeah, oh well.
Oh, well, at least you don't have to put up with the stress of it now, anyway.
Yeah, it's done. I can't say correlation route to the doxing had anything to do with that. I can't say that, but I'm just saying I don't know if it helped. You know what I mean? I don't know if it helped at all. There's a guy that doxed me or whatever. Like I'd had conversations with him about hunting and that before. Didn't know he was a Glober. I didn't know he was like the way he was, you know. And yeah, I'm just feeling too. I'm coming out with like, but yeah, like same with Globebusters, it was annoying because they just put me onto the panel as a full-time panel member, and then I basically let all Nathan Oakley and that down because like the person that like doxed me was in that server, and like it was like the moment I went in there, I got focused hardcore, bro. You know, like really hardcore. People found out where I lived, everything. Mate. It's the day that I signed in on it or whatever, like, you know, my name and everything was on the bottom of my Google account and everything. So, yeah, because it didn't switch over in time. But yeah, and then so I let him down and everything, and I couldn't even tell him anything really because, you know, got nicked pretty soon after that.
So you just had to disappear and not tell anyone what was going on?
Well, not disappear. Well, yeah, it was ended, mate.
Sign off.
Custody.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to give anyone my sign-in details to come on here and do all of that. You know what I mean? Like, no way. Madness.
All right, mate. It's been a pleasure. I've got to get going.
Mm-hmm. Nice to speak to you, mate.
Yeah, you too. Chat soon.
Yeah, mate. You too, brother.
Good luck with everything.
Thanks a lot. Good luck to you too, brother. Northern Rebellion's in here.
You.
Oh, 3.0, bro. I remember when you was on like number 1. There you go.
I was deleted for my own safety.
Right, a surface containing all straight lines that connect at any 2 points on it. Curve.
Discord deleted my account. Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Say that?
they
Discord
deleted my
deleted it, yeah?
accounts for safety purposes. Yeah, for safety purposes.
All right. Okay. Who was someone about to be hurt? Were they? Oh well. Like that's what they said.
Now I'm not allowed to join any random servers.
Random servers. What does that mean? All servers are random, though, what? Treating us like extremists, aren't they? No, but they are, man. Like, you know. I remember when I got banned from Facebook, I was like, you know what? I'm never coming on here ever again. Bye then. You're a robot. Sorry, man. I didn't
There's
catch that.
many days where
You're a robot in a little bit.
3G.
Oh, man. I can't even turn the bit rate down because I'm not a moderator at the moment. I'm on limited activity. Yeah, I might be.
Yeah, you got 4 bars of 3G.
3G, to be fair, the fact you're on 3G, like, in England, you would never, ever Discord with 3G. So that's impressive. No, I can't do anything. Hey. Oh, yeah. All the rocket knowledge, did he? Wow.
Oh, you're back, or you're back for a bit?
Yeah.
You know, it's probably been a couple months, or what?
6. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see you. Yeah, I didn't see you for a while, for sure. I'm sure everybody has that where, like, I'm going to take months off. I'm going to take 6 months off, but then I find a bit more free time, and then I come back.
Sorry, what's that? What?
Oh, I got LTE now.
Yo, what's that? No.
Let me go. You're clipping. Get closer to the ground tower. I just hit LTE.
LTE's like 4G is, right? Yeah.
Is that any bad? Fucking dog shit. Mobile phone.
Any good conversation today, or dead?
I
know Jesse was here and Matthew were there too, but I don't know if you were talking to those guys.
Jesse and yeah, they left after I came in. Yeah. Like, he had some weird blow proof. And I was like, so-called blow proof. I was like, really? Come on. Like, I was like, how shit is that?
Yeah, it's desperate. It's just like, he's like, I think I'm not a surveyor, but I think I saw curvature, and it was just.
I think I saw curvature, but did you see the image that you put up, bro?
Oh yeah, I've seen. Yeah.
Are you talking about Jesse?
Yeah. I wasn't here, but I know
it was
his side of the
terrible,
street.
bro.
Is it on the X or Y axis?
The theodolite man.
Honestly, I come in here like and literally went on a tyrant since I've come back. I've literally only just been away. I've just been away for like 20 minutes to taking rubbish out and that and come back. And I've just been shouting the whole time. I've not really been able to like scream about this for like a little while. So just come in and I've just literally just been free going like go on the live show and record back. You would just hear me just being like, bah, bah, black sheep. Have you got any world globers? No, you don't at all. You know they banned that as a nursery rhyme, bar black sheep. Have you got any wool? It was apparently racist. What? Yes, Flatty.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say anything these days.
Anything. Rebel. Rebel to the end.
Oh.
Yeah, it's true though, man. A lot of self-policing going on. And all that. So what happened with everything as well? Because like battle mods and that is not here. The server I've been listening on the YouTube as much as I possibly. If I need to stop swearing. Did I just swear? No, I don't think I did. Anyway, roboting.
Holy shit! There's like one spot where I get service. Yeah, I can message you about battle mod, or I can tell you. But
I know. Well, I'm just saying that I don't really like. I haven't got a dog in the fight in that situation, obviously, because like I've been away or whatever. But the server seems like I've been listening on YouTube a little bit, even a couple of times when I was like in there or whatever. Right, I did. That was because a couple of people have like smartphones occasionally, right? And like I just like would on, you know? And it like to be honest, the server just sounds a lot better anyway of recent. I ain't gonna lie. So whatever's happened, whatever cleaning that's happened, regardless of the reason, it's been good. But yeah, hit me up if you want, bro. Like it'd be nice to know. But
yeah, I don't want to talk about it on live stream. I totally agree. There was one time like 3-4 days ago where like it reminded me of old times where like 4 people were jumping in and it was just constant 5 people, 4 people, 5 people. But in general, it's been better where it's been more one-on-one and like Witsit, Elijah, and I can't remember who else, but destroyed Matthew on Saturday for like 4 hours straight. And it was just like it was a 4-hour marathon of Matthew just getting bludgeoned constantly.
You missed me do it earlier for an hour too, bro.
I know, yeah. Matthew was in here, and who else? Matthew and Jesse. And I was just watching. I was doing other things, but I knew they were in here. And you know, when Matthew's in here, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be like, I believe, and whatever.
His name should be Matthew Doesn't Learn.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
like
right.
Whatever. There's no evidence for, or it's all bullshit. He's just like, I just believe it. I just believe that's true because they said it. It's like, what? Yeah, just he's good for sound bites. Just ask him questions and they expose themselves.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, you just have to ask him questions in a calm fashion. 1v1, 2v1. Give people the space and the mic, and you can get the best sound bites you could ever imagine if you just stay calm and ask him direct questions. But I'm sure you did. I'm not saying you didn't, but Just saying in general. And you never know who's going to hear that soundbite. It could be in the moment. It could be a year down the road. It could be 5 years down the road.
Mm-hmm.
So all I'm doing is speaking the truth with good intent and trying to survive and enjoy life. And like, I'm in a win-win. You're in a win-win.
Indeedy.
Yeah, I guess that's the part that's very fascinating about you never know when your words are going to be used by someone, especially with these live streams where it's mostly recorded. So Matthew Learns did a clip the other day where he copied a whole bunch of flat earthers speaking. He even took a clip of mine when we were talking about the difference between belief and knowing, and he made it out like flat earthers are the only ones who ever make that distinction. Because if you are under the belief of something, that means you know it. And it's just retarded how he's in here fetching content. He's taking video or sound bites so he can edit it later to make him sound like he's the teacher and we're the ones being taught. But it's hardly ever the case.
No, he gets destroyed. But I was going to challenge him. I would love to talk to him in a debate or conversation for 2-3 hours, just for my own channel, for my own content, where it's like, I want to get you to double speak on every single topic and have it condensed in a 2-hour version. But
I feel like that's a great idea, but Matthew is like he's version 2.0 of an anti-flat earther, whereby he stands straddling the middle. We often call him like someone who's straddling something. He talks about you flat earthers believe this, and then those globe believers believe that.
Yeah.
And Matthew Learns, I'm in the middle because I can see both your points and I can see why there's this stalemate in terms of information.
It's like it's like riding on eggshells and him, bro. Both do the same thing.
Yeah, they'll often try and tiptoe around claims, but make it out as though it's some globe earthers believe. But then when you press him on the topic, he's like, no. Or, like you said, he'll say, oh, well, that's just what I accept. Yeah, that's what I believe for now. And then he'll say exactly what he just said he doesn't say. So,
yeah,
I think someone needs to do a hit piece on him with all his contradictions.
See, I think the biggest misconception is like these globers think that there's actually people who go from flat Earth to globe. So they believe that they know Sean G, they know Ranty, they know these other two guys. They're like, I'm going to get this flat earther to flip, even though nobody ever goes back to the globe. Like, they're just here to try to convince the on the fencers to put a reasonable doubt in anybody who's potentially on the fence. But if you have like any inkling of truth, the globe is just done for in desperation and lies and pseudoscience.
I'm trying to get rid of India and CJ. Like at the moment, I'm technically I'm the only moderator I think at the moment, online, Whoa. Yeah, I'm gonna. Is my tin of rice put in there? Is my tin of rice put in there? So yeah. Yeah. What? So I got eaten. That bloody got eaten. Jerry Viggers. Okay, Jerry Viggers. Wait there. Are you VC verified? you are a helio cultist. Let me just unmute you a second, alright? Oh, your server muted. Ooh. Oh, maybe I'll unmute you for a second. Give me a sec, bro. And then I'll read out your comment as well.
Have you heard that term for them, heliosexual? Like they identify as helios. You know?
Heliosexual, yeah, man, that makes sense. It's like being, it's like, yeah, man. Well, we shouldn't really go there, you know.
I've been enjoying that word.
It's like being straight for balls. You know? Oh, wait, there is other moderators online. I'm lying now.
The free for all.
Yeah. Well, no, I've still got like the inactive.
I think we'd call Gem Pandas a heliosexual gangbang.
Well, I have to go in there. I joined probably on my other account. I haven't joined my new one, but like, just ask them, like, why would you trust the government? And what are they gonna say? We don't need the government to prove the globe. Eratosthenes did it. Cavendish, Foucault is like, they're just retarded. That's the, like, you trust government, and all these things are not experiments, and you're just parroting out the pseudoscience. Like, it's too easy. You can just get any glober and just take him, and you just grab him by the back of the neck, and you drag him to the woodshed, and you, like, it's too easy. Any glober, anytime, anti-flat earther, anytime. It's too easy. But you also have to have the one-on-one, or like hopefully not get interrupted, where you can actually ask questions. There is no 15-degree drift or conservation of momentum, and then you thank them for the concession. And they're gonna double speak and say it's moving, but we don't feel it. Yeah, like you just ask the right questions. Like, is the Earth rotating on a helicopter? No, conservation of momentum.
So this one,
robot.
This one. No. Listen to this one a second. This one's really funny. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm gonna unmute you, Jerry. Okay. Sorry about that. I just had to do something first. So I turned around to Matthew Learns, right, and I said, yeah, Matthew Learns. I said, so we revolve around the sun, yeah, correct? And he went, yeah. And I went, and you believe that, yeah? Yeah, of course. I said, so the sun orbits actually around a basically made up non-existent center of mass between it and the other largest planet in the solar system, right? So they orbit around that non-existent center of mass because of their so-called masses and their sizes being equipotent. That's the best word I can say right now. Not equidistant, obviously, but they're equipotent in weight. That's the best terminology I can use right this second. All right. Anyway, I said, so how is it that because we were talking about obviously like paths, light, and all this sort of stuff, or like the sun's motion on the Earth and everything. I said, so if that's the case, then how are we rotating around the sun, and why aren't we rotating around that center of mass between those two things that they rotate around? Because that would be the biggest generator of gravity, right? and how would that affect it? And he was like, he didn't even know anything about that. Like, he was like, what do you mean? Like I was I was making it up. Like, you know,
He
like,
didn't know about the great
robot. He dropped out.
I said he didn't know about the great attractor.
Nah. No clue about it, bro. Yeah. Then we went into it. Go ahead.
Oh, what? No. I was just gonna say, just like when they say, like the stars, the one rotation, when the globe requires 4, 5, 6 multiple vectors at multiple speeds, move at 800 miles per second. Yet we see this regular pattern, and they don't know their model.
Of course they don't. Of course they don't. You know. It's like even when they turn around and say silly stuff like, "Well, yeah, well, you know, you see the sunset, you know, okay, and it goes behind the curve." No, it don't. You don't see it go down behind the curve. In your model, technically, I'm doing a backflip away from it, for one. For two, like, it's so ridiculous at this point. In terms of, like, if you map it out in the way that the sun moves, and the idea of, like, the differential because of, you know, like, there's a differential between, the Earth, if it was to tilt the way they say it tilts, right? Okay. With that wobble as it does so, and then also with motion of the sun as it does so. Like, I can't remember how to say it, but it doesn't line up to the hottest portion of the Earth being exactly where it is. The banding doesn't work out right in terms of over a very long period of time of the wobble and the differentiation in degrees. If that makes sense. Like, I need to find the maths for it. Solar probably would be better at that one than me. Like, Solar knows like some of the like terminology that I don't know, but no, I rate Solar a lot when it comes to this stuff. Like,
Be like when that's one of my questions and one of my quizzes is I ask Globers, as you get closer to the heat source, does it get hotter or colder? And then they say, like, I preface it with like, okay, you're within a fire 20 feet, 10 feet, 2 feet, does it get hotter or colder? And they're, yeah, it gets hotter. But it's the same with the sun. In winter, we're 3 billion miles further away, yet it's hotter. Like, it's stupid. It's nothing in the globe model makes any sense at all.
Okay, right. Very vigorous unless he goes. No rolls. I could just unmute him here, but I don't know. Right. Jerry, you better speak like right away. I'm just gonna mute you pretty quickly. I just need to hear the tone of your voice.
Go on, PD.
Huh?
What's up, brother?
I don't know if Crack Villain knows, but he probably doesn't know about our friend.
He knows who he is.
Okay.
You know who Piss Drinker is, didn't you?
Who?
You failed. Did you not check the chat? The ranked chat roles.
Whoa. What's happened?
Well, I just went over to warn you guys that Jerry Vickers, dude, he's just been on the other side trolling and talking about really gross stuff. And I just
muted
watched
him.
and saw that. Cool.
Yeah, I muted him and then he didn't really say anything and I just muted him. No, yeah, what were you just saying about reading, what is it? Norman Rebellion, because I've been away for 6 months, bro.
I said in ranked chat roles, there's but yeah, it's
No, you have to read it out. But is it something I need to say?
No, that gives it away then. If I read it out, it gives it away.
I said don't read it out, but like I needed to know the channel name. Ranked chat.
I'll post it in live stream, see if it comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, well, there you go. I'll tag you too.
NC72, bro. Head up to the VC check-in, and I'll come up quickly. I do the VC check-in pretty fast. Anyway, we can come back down pretty fast.
Hey, Becky. Crack.
Oh yeah, hello Becky. By the way,
I think she took off.
you.
Oh, just left.
Maybe she just come in
Crack
just
Dylan.
warn
How you
us.
doing, Crack?
Oh, who's that? Wait there.
Trinity loves you.
Oh, Trinity, bro. How is it?
Bro? Hey,
what's up, my brother?
Long time.
Yeah, bless, man. I hope you're good, yeah?
You too. God bless, man.
Oh, cool. Nice to hear your voice. Ranked roles chat. I can't click on that hashtag. Not bad.
It's I think it's just above silver chat.
Alright.
Or you can go to usual suspects, but
maybe I'm not allowed in there because I'm on this limited activity moderator role.
No, you're above silver. Silver has access to that channel, but
yeah, but I don't even have gold on my thing. You see what I'm saying? So you get what I mean? So they may not have added that.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah,
it's like a flaw. Like you're temp mod, but it doesn't give you access to like the basic silver FE or something.
No, yeah, because I should have the silver FE tag, probably, shouldn't I? So, general conversation. Wait there. Where was it?
Yeah, like the simplest way is I would put it is, since he's not here, he's a notorious troll or truther who can, I don't know, he pushes a certain agenda. He's
It was,
okay, yeah, he DM'd me before.
Yeah, P Drinker. You remember P Drinker?
What?
Do you remember P Drinker?
I told you, he doesn't know. It's been 6 months.
I know P Drinker, of course I know P
Yeah, yeah. It's him.
What's wrong with P Drinker, bro?
I know they keep banning him all the time, man.
Huh?
They're banning him constantly.
Boy, he's a sound guy. He just drinks piss. He reckons he's Jesus too, like, you know? So, like, come on. Be careful there, guys. What if he is? What if he is? And I can say that as well because I don't believe that's Jesus' name. So, so Trinity, don't worry, I won't be blasphemous, by the way. Then. Yahusha, Trinity. Alright, brother? Won't say that again.
What's up?
Nothing. He said that. Was it Trinity? I'm confused.
What's up?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
No, I don't think you heard anything I said about the P Drinker guy. I said I think you think.
Oh no, I've met him before. Don't worry, I know him.
Yeah. I said I think you think.
I know him well. He goes to Bible. He goes to Bible a lot. I mean, he's always.
Oh,
in
really?
Bible. Yeah, he comes there a lot.
Yeah, I get on with him alright, you know. I get on with him alright. Yeah, I can't find like silver chat or anything, bro, like, unless I'm just an idiot.
Yeah, no, like I just posed like a little game since he's been here for like 3 months or whatever, that I just posed the game where we don't say his name in live stream or in text for like a week.
Right.
And see who can do it. Who can not say his name. But
man, he's been here for years.
Well, not years. It's been like less than a year even. It's like maybe at the most 12 months and a bit about that.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah. I only say that because I literally met him like day dot. And I mean, I know him from other servers as well, where like he's a mod in other servers that I've been like I'm a mod in and stuff. So I swear down.
He's a mod. He's a mod.
Yeah, yo, bro. Yeah, trust me, he's a mod in a server that I'm in. It's brilliant, and it's like not like a server that hasn't got it all together and that. Like, he just conducts himself pretty well over there, I guess. Like,
well, like I was telling him earlier today, like I agree with some of the things he says, but then he pushes it over the limit. And I asked him today, is like, do you believe you're spreading truth, or do you believe? I was like asking him as a pure person or human, like, what are you doing here? What is your purpose? What do you think?
He thinks he can give you eternal life through drinking stem cells in your piss.
Yeah.
So if he believes it truly, then guess what? He thinks he's here to save everyone. He thinks you never have to die ever again. So that he is the true Messiah. That like you don't even have to die in this life. But bro, not dying in this life has got nothing in comparison to the idea of what heaven would be after death. Well, not after death, after show anyway. But yeah, I'm not going to go into that. But yeah. So
yeah, this life is like nothing compared to after death. Like this is just
point.
The test. This is just the test, and then all we can hope for is to like hopefully we get judged. Like that's all we can hope for.
I wouldn't say test, and I wouldn't say judged. I wouldn't even use those words. I would just say God's just a big, happy God and full of love, and you can just come to Him right now. That's all I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
He just loves you, man. He's a loving God, and He's a loving Father, and He just wants you to come to Him. It's not about judge. It's not about waiting for some. Oh, maybe God will like me or not. God likes you right now.
Of course, man.
That's the whole issue.
Abigail loves everyone right
God's
now.
not religious. God hates religion. God's like real. He doesn't like religion. He hates religion and being religious and being worried about
like
fear
the greatest question ever. Trinity
He's not worried
loves
about fear.
God.
God's not worried about fear and stuff.
He loves God.
He doesn't want you to be in fear and stuff.
When was the last time you sinned?
It's not about fear. It's not about sin. It's about loving God. It's about just being in love with God. It's all about being in love.
But one part. Listen,
you sin today?
Have you ever met a girl before?
Or yesterday?
And fall in love with a girl?
Why do you like?
God wants you to fall in love with Him. That's what it's about, man.
I am in love with Him.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's not about religion.
But I'm just
religion's the bad stuff. That's the stuff that like we got to stay away from. That's the stuff that's toxic.
Well, it depends what you're saying by that. Like, so for instance, do you believe you need to repent in order for you to be saved?
No, you don't repent. You fall in love with God, and then you want to repent because He
exactly.
gives you the ability to repent.
Yeah,
It's
because
like,
you get convicted.
it's not like you try you run around scraping, looking for salvation, thinking, oh, one day maybe I'll hopefully be saved.
Bro, listen, I know that you're not saved by works. I'm not saying that. No, what I'm saying is that if your heart's truly changed, then guess what? You will be convicted by the things that you do that are not of Yah, and thus you will want to repent, and you will repent. And that repentance
will be natural. Well, the thing is, like at the cross, you become as holy as Jesus is. So you get that same holiness that Jesus has. You walk in that holiness. You walk in that same relationship. You don't get your own relationship with Jesus. You do in a way. There's secondary. You do. You get your own relationship with Jesus, but it's based on. You don't get your. Firstly, it's based on Jesus' relationship with the Father. So through Jesus' relationship with the Father, you do get a relationship, but it's kind of like a secondary relationship. It's through Jesus' relationship. So you basically you're riding on what He did. So everything is through Him. So your holiness as well. You don't just like, okay, wait for billions of years to become holy. You actually get sanctified by Jesus instantly through the cross, and then you actually become holy instantly. And that's what they're taught in the Bible. And actually that's and nowadays in Bible schools they've twisted and they changed it into like a progressive sanctification where it takes millions and millions of years to become holy.
No, that's the same idea as consciousness uplifting.
Like evolution. It's like evolution.
It's not just it's less like evolution and a lot more like higher astral planes through layers of enlightenment, right?
Like what's New Age movement? They're into that kind of thing, like improve themselves. So we're not about improving ourselves and hoping for the best. Oh, maybe God will maybe like us and let us into heaven. That's not salvation. That's not Christianity. That's something else. That's religion. We have to try. We should just relax and just say Jesus did it all for us, and that's faith. When you say, "Oh man, Jesus at the cross saved me," and you trust totally in the cross.
Okay. Wait there 1 second. Though. Do you keep feast? Do you keep the feast days?
What?
Do you keep the feast days?
Feast days. What?
The feasts.
I keep Galatians, and Galatians says, "He who goes back to the law is accursed."
Oh no! Yeah, going back to the law itself, right? What the law itself is, though, is different, right? Remember, you got to remember that when Adam and Eve were around, what happened, right? The covenant, was broken. The covenant again could be replaced as the word, the word. And who was the word? Yahushua HaMashiach was the word, right? He died. He defeated death. Thus, the word itself, the covenant, was reformed, right? Again, means it's now unbroken, okay? But the point what I'm trying to say here is this, right? Going back to the law as of then is not the same as the law. The law, going back into the law and looking at the laws back then, half of them were written by Pharisees, okay? They were expanded upon. Yahusha, he never completely and fulfilled every law. Some of the laws that were written weren't even applicable to him. He wasn't a farmer, let's say. Wasn't this, let's say, for instance. So he didn't have to necessarily even fulfill those laws, right? Okay, a lot of them are ridiculous, but it does say that you will observe my Sabbath and have a rest of a day as a day of rest. Yeah, and there are reasons behind this as well to do with like taxation after your increase, right? Taxation after your increase, 10% of that is supposed to go towards the widows and everything like that, and then your tithes is going to be 10% of again your earnings to be put aside for your own family. 10% of your tithe should be for the tax of the increase for other people, and that's so that you can have a sabbatical year, like every 7 years, roughly, right? And this serves a purpose of fellowship and creating community, right? Because that's the only way for us to keep, as individuals, keep ourselves, on not on fire for God, but it's the way we're supposed to exist, okay? And then I'll also add that the feast days, these are not detrimental to follow, right? And it's not like, oh, you're going to be chastised if you don't do it. It's that this is something you should want to do because you love Yah and because it glorifies His name to do so, okay? It's literally that. It's the same with like eating shellfish, for instance. Like shellfish are bottom feeders. They can literally end up with all types of poisons in them. Same reason for eating swine. Swine don't sweat. They have no way of detoxification. So, like, there's reasons why it was written in there. I'm just saying. And it says in the Bible, Jesus said, do not even think for a minute that I came to abolish the law. I came to what? Do not even think for a minute I came to abolish the law.
So which law are you talking about, though? You got to define which law. Because there's like the Mosaic law, there's the Abrahamic
what does Torah
law.
mean?
There's the Melchizedek law. Oh, so that's the Abrahamic law with the hundreds of rules, right? But what I'm saying is, Paul said no. If you want to go back to that law, then you are.
But Paul's not Yahushua HaMashiach.
You're not part of
Yahushua HaMashiach said, "Do not even think for a moment that I came to abolish the law, but to fulfill it." Okay.
And the law is love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. That's the law.
That's not.
If you complete those two, then you've done all the law.
Yeah, bro. No,
he said that.
No. It's not a salvational issue.
That is the law. Mm-hmm.
No, listen, it's not. So if that's the law, then is that a salvational issue if you don't do those two things?
No, it's not. It's that you can make that a law too. Then you're back into works, but it's not about.
But that's my point. So it's not about works with those two things either, and it's not about works with the other things that I'm talking about.
Love either, because
you part of that law.
You can't produce love because you and I can't love perfectly. I mean,
no, of course we can. Only He creates perfect love.
We can try, but we will fail because we have to have His power living through us. It's no longer us who lives, but
I
Christ
understand
lives
that.
through us. And then
That's why we had the scapegoat. I understand that. I'm not saying that at all, brother. What I'm trying to get at is that effectively, like, you know.
Yeah, but
anyway,
we don't live
we
under
might not.
the
We
Jewish
probably
law.
shouldn't do that here. We probably should do that here, actually.
Like Gentiles, yeah. I mean, they were told there's only 2 rules: don't commit adultery and don't drink blood.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Virgo, Greg, I understand what you're
There's
saying.
only 2 laws, yeah.
And as well, like, obviously at the same time, I agree with that. Like, yeah, there's only 2 rules here. I thought we weren't supposed to talk about
It's the only
religion.
ones in Acts. In Acts it says there's only 2 rules I give you.
No,
Do you
I
not
was
drink
talking about
blood?
in
Do you not
here.
commit adultery? Because the rest.
Wait, no, Jesus expanded on Acts. Do not commit adultery. He said, "Do not even look at a woman with lust in your
That's way after
heart.
Jesus.
You have committed
Jesus left
adultery."
already. Jesus had left already during Acts.
No, but I'm just saying. No, sorry, not on Acts. Sorry, Jesus expanded on sorry, I was talking about the 10 Commandments and stuff like that, right? Okay, sorry.
That was after Acts. That was after the whole Acts thing. That was once Jesus had left already, and Peter and Paul was just saying to them, okay, it was actually because that book was written by, was it Mark or Luke? I think it was Luke. Yeah, wrote Acts, and he was with Paul at the time. All the disciples wrote their books while they were with Paul. Paul was the main guy. He was given the revelation of the gospel, and the gospel is that man is not saved by what he does. He's saved by what Jesus did, and that saves you. And if you trust even in one little ounce on anything except what Jesus did, that is called legalism, and that severs you from Christ. It severs you from the grace of God. So you want the grace of God working in your life, you have to abandon all works and all efforts of self-effort to please God. God-pleasing is religion. That's trying to get... It's man-pleasing is terrible. That's a terrible thing, to try and please men. Man-pleaser kind of people are idolaters, right? But God-pleasers are even worse, because they're trying to get God's favor by doing something. And as soon as you come to God with anything that you can do, you insult Him the cross. Because Jesus did it all for you.
Yeah, no, yeah, and yeah.
So God pleasers are worse than man pleasers. Man pleasers are bad.
Do you
God
think
pleasers
that
are
I
worse.
don't think any different than that? You see what I'm saying, though?
God pleasers
like,
are the
the point-
worst kind of people because they're trying all the time to try and be religious.
But
and
do
they're
you
trying so hard.
wait there? Yeah, but this is in response to what I was saying. So, but it's a misguided response because you don't know, like, you don't know my opinions on that. You're not asking me. I'm asking you questions. You see the difference there? You're just preaching at me about what you think I might think. I am asking you individual questions to find out what you actually think and believe, right? I'm not just trying to like rebut what you're saying, like, because like I know that you know what you're talking about when it comes to that, right? Yeah, I know that 100%. You've got your narrative of what you're putting out, and yeah,
Oh,
cool.
no, I've got an experience.
But let's say for me, for instance, do you think it's worked for me to want to go to Sukkot for 8 days, yeah, and have spend time with my, like, if possible, go and see my wife and spend time with my wife and her family and everything like that, and all of us believers, and to sit down and to follow Sukkot? You think that's wrong? You think that's
I don't know
worked?
what Sukkot is.
Sukkot. I've had an operation on my mouth, bro. Okay.
What is
Sukkot.
Sukkot? I don't know what Sukkot is.
Sukkot. Someone else
Sukkot.
say it for me. Like,
What is Sukkot?
not the coast, the cot.
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, then that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you can't turn
Sukkot,
around
what
and
is
say
Sukkot?
that
Is that a place?
it's not a cove. No, 8 days, 8 days spent in the wilderness with Abaya. Okay.
Oh, you're talking about going out
To
into like
Sukkot.
a walkabout, like a.
No. I'm talking about literally the appointed time for us as believers to go and spend time with Yah in His creation.
Oh, you're talking about
And
like
with our
going
family.
out and camping.
Yeah.
Camping with Jesus.
Yeah. These are parts of the Torah, bro. The people, no one talks about that though, do they? Like, do you know how much that builds community, and how much that builds further love of exactly what you're saying? Do you understand what I mean? It's not about
What about people that
religiosity.
can't
It's not
afford to?
about habitual
People can't
nature.
afford to do it. What about people who can't afford to do it?
Oh, I couldn't afford to do it 2 years ago, and I was paid to go by other people because that's called community. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, that's nice to go on camps. I like camps. I mean,
well, yeah, of
Nothing wrong with
course,
camps.
but it's not just a camp, is it?
Yeah, it's like
You get what I
camping
mean?
out. You go and you sit outside and you sit by the bonfire and you eat marshmallows and have great time with Jesus. It's awesome.
We don't eat marshmallows, no.
You don't have marshmallows? Oh man.
What's in marshmallows?
Marshmallows. Gluten.
Gelatin.
Gelatine. What's it called?
Yeah. We don't. Well, Abba says don't do that.
Gelatine. What's gelatine
from a pig.
Is that from pigs?
Yeah.
Yeah, 200, 300 years ago, they didn't have marshmallows. Pretty much.
I like marshmallows. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you like marshmallows, bro, but at the same time, the reason that Abiyah said to you, don't not eat of swine is because they are
I don't
now
believe
scientifically
in
proven.
restrictions.
Listen,
Yeah.
listen. Listen, it's been scientifically proven that they do not detoxify. They have no sweat glands,
Oh yeah,
and
I
they
know about
don't
that.
really pan. They can't detoxify. That it's a meat that's extremely bad for you. I mean, and there's no way of knowing what they've been eating, and there are certain types of things that they can eat, over and over again, and it can be damaging to your body. Same with crustaceans, bro. Like lobsters, they piss in each other's faces to communicate, and they're bottom feeders. And what they do is filter water all day through their mouths in the sea, which is where sewage goes into. You understand? Right? So like toxoplasmosis and stuff like that, and other lots of rare diseases that back in the day when we didn't have hospitals, you should most definitely not do this, because also exponentially there were more people allergic to shellfish. Over time, people have been exposed to it more and more in trace amounts, and they've gained a tolerance like a drug. But back in the day, a lot of people would drop dead from eating shellfish a lot more often as well. So Abiyah put it in there as a thing. Don't do it for your own safety. It's not like a thing like you should do this because I'm telling you not to do this and it's worked. Like, and I'm trying to make your life hard. It's nothing like that. Like that's what people get it twisted. Like, nah, ain't like that, bro.
I like rib. I like pork ribs. Yeah, I eat pork ribs.
Well, yeah, all good for you, bro. Like, but you're nourishing your body with something that literally it's classed as it's sinful in nature, you know.
Well,
and you're not repentant because you love it as well. You're in love with eating pork ribs. You shouldn't be in love with eating pork ribs. That's idolatry.
I'm not in love
to be honest.
with a pig. No, I don't. I'm not in love with a pig. No, not at all. I just eat it.
You can enjoy it, but don't love it. All right. I'm just letting you know, bro.
I don't make love to a pig. No, not at all.
No, you don't. No, I said don't love it. Like the experience.
Love is a very tricky word because there's different types of love. There's agape.
Yeah, you can say agape. No,
agape. No. I don't phileo. No, it's not my friend. I don't
phileo love. Yeah.
I don't.
All of that's rubbish as well. All of that's rubbish as well.
I don't eros it because I don't have sexual desire for it. I don't.
Is that what you think happened with Jesus? Is it where he said to him 3 times and all that?
Sorry.
What
happened?
What do you think happened with Yahusha? Yeah. Right. With the with what happened with the disciples and with the different types of love, when
they had like phileo love and they had agape love. They were friends, and they were
But he still denied him 3 times, right?
Yeah, but you see, they were functioning from the old nature still, because they hadn't become new creatures yet. Because through the cross,
but no, but I'm saying, why was it stated that then? Why was it stated that way then?
Well, I mean, they were functioning from the old, the nature of the old Adamic nature, because the good and evil nature from the Adamic nature, that was dissolved at the cross, and that was buried 2,000 years ago, 6 feet under the ground.
I understand all of that. I understand.
And you are a new creation in Christ Jesus. So the new creation is not bound by all those laws and the rules, because we died to the law. It says in Romans 7, it says we are dead. When you're married to someone and then this person dies, you can get married to somebody else again. So you're married to the law, right? The law was there. It was the tutor. Was there to lead you to Christ, but once Christ comes, you don't need the law anymore, and you die to the law.
Okay, so do you think when you die, right? Yeah. So like, let's say you marry 8 women, and they all die or whatever. Like, which one's your favorite wife that you want to sort of spend time with?
But you don't think like that in heaven, because
I know you don't. But I'm just saying, we don't know yet. You know how
in heaven there is no marriage, because you just
there won't be any marriage, because everyone's one
all
marriage.
you see is Jesus.
I know that. But all you see is Jesus. Okay,
and it's perfect. You see perfect people, because even now, right now on earth,
I know that.
You can see people as Jesus sees them, because like,
I just wanted to know your
when I look at you,
understanding.
I see the perfect Jesus version of you. Even though you might not see it yourself, I can see that perfect version of Jesus you, and that perfect version of Jesus.
That's not his name, though, bro. Like, that's not his name.
Well,
So I don't know who you're talking about.
God's not like. He's
don't
not
go and tell me he knows my heart. I'll tell you Jesus' name in
but he's not
Hebrew.
freaked
I've
out.
learned the Paleo Hebrew, you know? Huh?
But he's not. God's not freaked out about stuff. He's not like. He's like.
I know he's not freaked out by it, bro. But out of respect, if you know my name, you would call me by my name, right? Okay.
Well,
Out of
that's the
respect,
name
especially for someone you have so much reverence from. I don't. No, a name transcends languages, and you know that. You're too intelligent, don't you? Come on, bro.
No. You see, because it doesn't matter when you're in love with someone. You have millions. He's got millions of names anyway. You can call him Wonderful. Let's call him Wonderful today.
Why would you call him Jesus? What does Jesus mean?
What about the Rose of Sharon? There's a nice name for Jesus. That's one of his names, Rose of Sharon.
Well, that means something, right?
It means something,
doesn't it? Yeah, but what does Jesus mean?
Jesus is Joshua. It's his name. Joshua, the one.
So why don't you say Joshua then?
Because Joshua is where the name Jesus comes from. The one
But why is it there then? Why don't you just call him Joshua then?
Because that was the original root of the word, which translates through, and then it comes through.
There was no J sound.
Just translations and names and words.
There's no J sound.
Words, semantics.
It's not semantics.
It's all semantics.
Call someone by their name, Yahusha, like Joshua.
God's not
Yahusha.
offended by that kind of stuff. He's into.
Do you know what Yahusha means when you go back to the Paleo Hebrew? It makes more sense. It literally means, right, you can go through the Aleph Tav, right, or the Odio, whatever you want to call it, yeah? I'm on about the original. It means the salvation that comes from Yah.
The one who takes people out of darkness into the light,
Yeah, the salvation that comes from Yah is what Yahusha
out of the darkness
means.
into the light. It's Paleo, exactly.
No, it doesn't mean that. Listen, specifically means.
You obviously don't know the Paleo. I studied the Paleo. It's out of the darkness into the light.
Paleo.
Yeah,
you mean? You studied the Paleo, okay? So
if you go into
put it out then. Tell me. Put it out then. Tell me. Go.
Coming out of darkness into the light. Yeah,
no. Say it in Paleo. In Paleo properly. Each letter all the way through.
It's been a while.
Exactly, bro. Come on, man.
It's
feigning intellect. It's not out of the darkness into the light. It's the salvation that comes from Yah.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is that? Because it springs forth from Yah.
Yeah, he's the light. Yeah.
He's the light, but where's the light in the lettering? Where's the lettering that says that?
I'm just putting the whole thing together.
Tell me the letter in Aleph Tav that's the light. Go on.
I'm just putting it all together in terms of the whole Bible context. John.
No, I'm saying in the Paleo that you studied. I'm on about this Pele that you studied.
Light comes into the world. And
light comes into the world on the 4th day of creation.
John 1.
Right? But that's literally daylight.
But I'm talking about the light. No, I'm not talking about that light. I'm talking about the light in the book of John in the beginning. The Word was God. The Word was with God. The Word. So God, Jesus is God, and He always was God.
Is that in the book of John?
Do you believe Jesus is God? First of all.
Is that in the book of John? Or is that
book of John? Yeah. Do you believe Jesus is God?
It was originally in the first book, right? Yeah.
Do you believe Jesus is God?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, good for you. And then, so Jesus, and
he's the only man in heaven, correct?
Right.
So,
well, no, there's the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. So they've always been
man in heaven. I'm talking about like the idea of man in heaven. Like obviously, the Holy Spirit we see as He. You believe in Trinity. I don't need the Trinity to understand the idea that the Word of Abba Yah, His breath, His ruach, right? Okay, has the ability to take into any form, fill any void or space, because I know what air can do, and it's His breath, a creator's breath. I don't need a Trinity to tell me that, and I also don't need a Trinity to tell me, that, the Ruach HaKodesh.
The Spirit hovered on the waters, and in the creation,
was poured out onto the.
Let us make man in our image.
Yeah, of course.
And the Lord our God is plural, is one God singular. Yeah. So, and our God said to our God, sit at my right hand in Psalms. So, there's definitely signs of the Trinity, and so the Trinity is definitely right through the Bible. And they came to Abraham and had dinner with him, and he said, "Get my Lord some food." And he didn't treat him like an angel. He treated him like, he said, "My Lord, my God." And so there's definitely an element of the Trinity right through the Bible. And even the
that's
even
what
the
you
Jews,
say. But the Trinity
Jews admit it.
That's what you're saying. The Trinity, though, is defined as, right? Okay, God is Jesus. God is the Holy Spirit. God is the Father. The Father, however, is not Jesus.
Exactly.
That's contradictory. All of
That's
that
what I'm
is.
saying. Yeah. Yep.
It's contradictory. And a lot of people get confused by it. Abba Yah is not a Yah of confusion, bro, isn't it?
There's a mystery involved.
It doesn't need to be a mystery. That's the point. The mystery puts people off of it.
Yeah, but there is a mystery. It's
man's doctrine that you're reading. Like, you got to remember, like, until you go back to the audio and understand that there's like 4 words for every word.
The Lord our God is one God, though. Still.
Yeah, I know that.
The Lord our God, plural, is one God singular. That's what it says.
We shouldn't. I don't think we should be talking about election. I know there's no Globers in here or nothing like that anyway, but like, it don't really matter. But like, I'm just saying, bro. Like, I don't know. I care about you, and I would like you to not think that, like, keeping the feasts and stuff like that is like a form of keeping the law.
Oh no, it's going back to the law. It's severing yourself from Jesus. That's
not severing yourself from Jesus when all it does is make people talk about.
I mean, you can keep days if you want, though. I mean, that's if you want to keep like a day to the Lord. Whatever.
You're like saying almost like if someone follows the feast, you're severing yourself from Jesus, which would lose salvation, bro. You can't say that. You don't have the power to say that. You don't even have the right to say it.
You can keep a day if you want, but if you think it's something that you have to put on others and that you have to do, then that's called legalism.
I'm not putting it on others just because you're my brother and I care about you and I think you would enjoy actually being involved in it. That's all I'm saying. Because Yahushua HaMashiach did say, listen, he said, what did he say? He said, I did not come to abolish the law. He said, he didn't even say that. He said, do not even think for a moment, not even for a moment, that I came to abolish the law, but to fulfill it.
And the law is love your Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind and strength.
No, he
And love your
wasn't
neighbor
talking
as
about
yourself.
that
That's
law,
the
was
the
he?
one law.
That law didn't exist. That's not the law he was talking about, though, was it?
So that's the only law that he mentioned in the new covenant.
Are you serious?
The old covenant is passed away.
Wait. Did Yahushua HaMashiach keep Sabbath?
Yeah, but he fulfilled the law, but
Did Yahushua HaMashiach?
He said he
So
is.
don't tell me it's the only law that's mentioned in the New Testament, because otherwise you wouldn't know about it, would you?
He is the Sabbath. He is the Sabbath. When you enter him,
He
you
is
enter
the Sabbath.
and that's the whole point. You got to enter him. He's the final Sabbath. If you don't enter that rest of him, and you leave all the other things behind and rest in him,
and the same thing in Daniel, right?
Then you're back in the law.
The prophecy that will be stolen away from you, yeah? Your own faith system that you will call, guess what? What will you call? You will call the dead of winter at midnight. You will call that what? You will call that the beginning of the new year, when the new year should start with the burden of new life, right? Which makes sense as well, because obviously the new year being the burden of life, when everyone's like, right, it's the new year. Cool, we're starting off. We're going to have a great year this year. We're going to spend time with Yah. We're going to love on each other. We're going to help each other out. And that would be the right time to do it. But in winter, no one's doing anything like that, are they? They're going out getting drunk because that's the only thing you can do. Because people there's no plants growing, there's no harvest happening, and the Catholics changed all of that around, Not only did they do that, yeah, you have to understand, bro, there's a lot that went behind it becoming what it was to what it is now. And there's a lot that's lost in the finer details in what Yahushua HaMashiach himself took part in. And I still meet Christians to this day who turn around and say that you shouldn't take part in the things that Yahushua did himself when he's meant to be the example you follow.
The point is to trust in anything except what Jesus did. If you trust in yourself,
what Jesus did, exactly. That's what I just said, yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have to do what he did. You don't have to copy him exactly. You need to, because he did it for you. He did it on our behalf. You can't go to the cross and die for Jesus on the cross.
On your behalf doesn't mean you can honor Yah.
Does that mean you got to go to the cross and die on the cross? I mean, you might,
bro.
If you want to,
would you not die for his namesake? Is that what you're saying now as well?
If you want to die on the cross, go.
Wow.
For it. Yeah. I mean, you're welcome.
If I wanted to, no, I'm saying you wouldn't die on the cross for his namesake. Are you serious?
No, I didn't say that. I said if you want to die on the cross, you don't have to die for Jesus to be saved. He's already saved you.
I know that, but I'm getting at the point I'm getting at is just that when you say something like that,
I never said
to me,
don't die. I said you don't have to. I said he already did it.
So no, yeah, but that's not part of the law, was it? That's not part of the law, was it? To die on a cross, all right, bro. So I don't know what you're on about.
Please, if you want to die on the cross for Jesus, go for it. I mean, by all means.
When did I say I wanted to do that? That's a straw man. It's not in the law that I must die on a cross. What are you not getting? That's a straw man.
So the bottom line is, well, that's not really about straw man. It's about being.
It is a straw man. Don't tell me, well, yeah, if you're going to follow the law, then you should just go and die on the cross like Jesus because he did it. Like, no, I'm saying follow the example that he did within inside of the law. That wasn't the law. The law wasn't to die on a cross. So why would I do that?
Well, the bottom line is, if you love Jesus, you trust in him, not in yourself. So if you depend on yourself, then you are not following Jesus because you're following the law.
What do you mean?
You could either follow yourself or Jesus.
I understand, bro. You got to realize
you can't have like both. You got to choose one of the other.
I'm not following myself, am I? What did I just say?
That's what religion tries to get to God.
But that's not religion, bro. Is it? You're being religious. You're doggedly saying the same thing over and over again.
But it's like dogmatic to say, "Oh, I have to try and do this to get to God."
I never said you have to do it to get to God, did I? I never said the only thing that is going to save you is the work on the cross. What I'm saying is that you, as a follower of Yah, should want to do the activities of Yah.
But the thing is, what activities are you talking about? The activities of the law?
Keeping the feasts where everyone in the community gets together.
Paul said, if you may as well just go cut the whole thing off. Just cut the whole, cut your whole, what's the name off? That's what he said.
Why? I was circumcised for health reasons, but why should I cut the whole thing off? No, circumcision
Paul
of heart.
said, if you think that's the way to go, he said.
No, listen, this is what you're not getting. The Jews, right back then, the Judeans. You really need to understand the Torah a little bit better. I swear down. Do you think that Abba Yah turned around and said, "Go and sacrifice animals and like this for this reason"? He didn't.
Why don't you sacrifice animals?
People were already doing it. People were already doing it. People were already doing it. Yeah. And he just told them simple. He's like, if you're going to do that, then do it this way.
They weren't even doing it at that time.
And command it to me at least. They weren't even doing it. Yeah, they were. The pagans were doing that. We're talking about sacrificing their kids.
They hadn't been doing sacrifices for ages. They didn't actually do.
Pagans haven't been weren't back then.
No, they didn't do the sacrifices that were prescribed in the law. They weren't even doing them at the time.
I'm not on about the ones that are prescribed in the law. I'm on about before the law was written about.
Do you do sacrifices? How many animals have you killed lately? Jesus.
I've killed what recently?
Like how many burnt offerings have you done? And where's your temple? Do you have a temple? And
no,
have you done all the things, the rituals of the temple? That's the law.
No.
If you haven't done that, then you've broken the law. So the curtain was torn at the.
So what? I know the Shekinah glory is split. What are you not getting?
No,
what I'm trying to say to you?
Your body is the temple of the Spirit.
I know it's a holds it inside of it. I know that's why.
It's destroyed.
That's obviously why. Obviously, listen. That's what I mean. That's when the Shekinah glory is split. Yeah. Okay. The Holy of Holies, right? I understand the veil. It's split, right? Yeah.
Yeah. From the
top
old covenant. To the bottom, remember? So man couldn't do it. Man couldn't split it because it was from the top to the bottom. Yeah.
I understand that, bro. Yeah. And then obviously that's why the way the chain of command goes, right, is that now it's not instead of this, right? First, you receive the ability to be sanctified by the work that he did on that cross, right? And then him as a mediator, he's a mediator, yeah? Then that's when you yourself will be blessed and obviously will receive the Ruach HaKodesh, okay? Right?
To him, yeah.
Yeah. So now, because obviously at that point, remember, the temple is the body, okay? So when we're talking about the temple being raised in 3 days, yeah? Like, oh, how's that raised in 3 days? You know what I'm talking about there, right, bro?
No, what's 3 days here?
Well, 3 days, the temple being raised in 3 days.
3 days, yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously, it's Jesus.
I know about 3 days. Yeah.
Resurrection, coming back to life. You know what I'm saying? Like, that idea. Those 3 days, right? Where
the day he rose again, yeah.
Yeah, the day he rose again, and that was the day the chain of command changed. It defeated death itself. The word defeated death. The old covenant was broken. The old covenant, another word for covenant in Hebrew is word. Okay, so the word itself had to die and then come back unbroken, defeating death, thus fulfilling the old covenant. It's the same covenant, bro. It's the same one. It was one that was broken, and then Abba gave us a way to fix it because he loves us. Okay? And then, that's what I'm trying to say to you, bro, yeah? That covenant is no longer broken. And now, obviously,
Romans says we died to the law.
The temple is us, right? The temple is us. Okay? Inside of us, we have a temple. The Ruach HaKodesh resides inside of it.
We died to the law once and for all.
We die to the law. Okay?
Law is not bad. It leads you to Christ. It's a schoolmaster. So God, it was there for a time, but it's not right now. It's not necessary because you got Jesus, and Jesus.
Not necessary. That's my problem. You're just not willing to put in the effort.
You
Love
can't put
Yah Allah.
Gentiles under Jewish laws anyway,
I
because
get it. Gentiles under Jewish laws, neither Jew nor Gentile. You pretty much realise that means now.
put no
12
burden
scattered
on the
tribes,
Gentiles
bro.
except for
The
two things.
differential in DNA nowadays is that a random person on the street is just as related to you as your second and third cousin, yeah? Which means we've all mixed to a point now that if even there was one select group of Jews, the 12 tribes themselves,
There is
right?
no Jew. There is
Scattered
no Gentile.
no, listen to what I'm saying. Scattered across the earth, neither Jew nor Gentile is in genetics now, bro, as well as in word as what it was said back then. Of course there's no Jews now. It's neither Jew nor Gentile. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the silly laws that you're talking about, with the burnt offerings and that was the Pharisaical laws that were written. That was man's interpretation of what Yah was saying. I'm talking about what Yahusha said about the law.
No, but what those laws were valid at that time. The sacrifices,
I'm talking
all that
about
stuff, that was good.
what
That was all from God.
Yahusha says about the law, though, bro. Not about what anyone else says about it.
Well, what law are you talking about? The law of love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind and strength?
No, I'm talking about like stuff like
there's different laws. You have to define what law you're talking about. When you use the word law, you have to say which law. Are you saying Mosaic law?
I'm talking about the law that wasn't abolished in very stark words as it's issued by Yahushua HaMashiach. Do I have to list them to you? No, I don't, bro. At the end of the day, you need to find out for yourself, but you're not even willing to look. I can tell you some of it, but I don't have it like a list right in front of me right now. No, I don't. But like, out of anyone that I've met, you're in love with Jesus like the most out of anyone I've met here. And I find it crazy that like you can't see the nourishment that you would receive, right, by going to something like Sukkot. Or for like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, for you to get involved in the ways in which Messiah walked on the earth in a deep personal way. It's like, well, it's not necessary anymore. Well, it's not necessary anymore to what? Like, to basically understand what he saw with his eyes and to feel it and experience it. It brings you closer to him. Because you've got everything that you're talking about.
That's the whole thing. You already are in his presence.
I know you're already in his presence. It's not about that, though. It's about living in his presence. You can keep saying that. Of course you can, but you can keep saying that. But I'm saying, living in his presence 24/7. All right, cool. Are you going to get anything done if you just sit there and you're just going to meditate or pray or whatever, meditate over the word? Cool. You can do that, but I'm saying you can actually live out your life in the sense of like earning money, even where you earn your money, all of it. I'm saying there are ways of doing it, yeah, bro. Where it all of the time, it basically gives the ability so that everyone else gets to hear this word too, okay, right? And at the same time, allows you to live out your life in a way that, in my opinion, is the righteous way to live, out of love for God, right? Out of love for Yah. Not because you have to do it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's not because you have to do it. It's because you enjoy doing it. And it gives fulfillment to you, brother. That's what I'm saying. I'm no Hebrew rootist, bro. You know that? I'm not a Hebrew rootist.
If you trust in anything but Jesus dying on the cross for you, basically that's going back to the law. So even hinting on anything going back to any of the Jewish laws, that's already going over to back to the old covenant. You know, you don't.
What am I saying? The punishment is for the Jewish law. Nothing. I'm not talking about it like that. Like it's
no, I mean, when you go to the Jewish law and you put your faith in that, that's a problem.
There's no faith. You don't need to put faith in that.
But I mean, if you want to keep a holiday, that's fine. I mean, you're welcome. I mean, the Bible says if you want to keep that, that's your business. You know, go for it.
No, I just get this feeling and opinion sometimes that, like, when I speak to you about it, like every other time I spoke to you, it's almost like you think that, like, you know, basically I've lost my salvation because, like, I want to go to Sukkot and because I think, you know, it's the right thing to do is to call him by his actual name, right? Which means the salvation that cometh forth from Yahweh.
Jesus got many names. He's got wonderful.
Yeah, Jesus just wasn't one of them.
Yeah, but that is the name that's accepted throughout the world.
All right, what's your name?
My name?
Yeah.
Trinity.
No, like, okay, yeah, Trinity. So how about I call you Oneness? Oneness Doctrine. How about that? Do you like it? No, because it doesn't represent who you are, does it?
Well, what is...
So unless you can define what Jesus means as what Jesus represents, and you know what Jesus represents, and you know the paleo, you know it's Yahushua HaMashiach, you know yourself that means he's the salvation that cometh forth from Yah. The end of.
Exactly.
Boom. Misrepresenting who names used to mean something back then, bro. Even after
Jesus means Yeshua, it means the same thing.
How?
It's just a translation. That's all.
It's not a translation at all.
It's just translations, and
there was no J sound. Why is it like you don't need to translate a name? A name is a name, bro. You don't need to translate a name. That's what people don't get.
It's no biggie.
That's why it's annoying.
It's not a big deal, though.
Oh yeah, I know, because he knows your heart, he knows who you're talking to, and all of that, right? Yeah, cool. But you, as someone who loves him, should at least have the respect to call him by the name that he actually had. Do you understand? That actually means something. It actually means what he is and what he represents. The salvation that comes forth from Yah.
Represent Joshua, which means God's chosen one, right?
Joshua didn't exist either because there was no J sound. I honestly, I shouldn't even be talking about this. I don't think. I'm done. I've been up for too long as well. I'm not annoyed with you, by the way, brother. I'm just saying,
It's about being in love with God. It's not about worrying about his name. He's not going to like.
I know that.
With a lightning bolt.
Out of
you
love,
said his name wrong. Oops, you said his name wrong. Now
when did I say that?
Time you're going to get fried in the toast, and he's going to zap you with a lightning bolt, and your tickets for you.
When did I say that though? I'm saying I say it out of love. I say it out of love for him. Listen, bro. Right, my first name. If someone just kept calling me a different name and said, "Well, yeah, but I'm translating it into the language that I'm from," I don't care that you're Swedish and my name has an X sound on the end of it. You can say my name completely coherently, how I was named, yeah, and my name also means something. The way you're saying it, however, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but we're not Hebrew, and we're not Greek, so we don't work in those kind of language. We're in a different language. We're in English.
It doesn't matter, mate. My Greek friends, I call them by their Greek names.
Yeah, but we don't.
My Hebrew friends are called
in English
Hebrew names. Oh, mate.
God meets us where we are.
You are so stuck on the Trinity that you've been blinded. The scales from your eyes need to be removed. I rebuke that spirit in you that will not listen to anything.
Trinity's got nothing to do with the name of Jesus. That's
no, I know. It's another thing that's not in the Bible at all. Once.
That's not even the
and
same
yet
subject.
again,
We're talking about different
there you go. I know. That's another
concepts,
word that I know. But it's another word that's never in the Bible. But
that's got nothing to do with what we were talking about. You study
Trinity loves you. Trinity loves you. Who's Trinity? Trinity's a prostitute on my street corner.
No,
she
Father,
is.
Son, and Holy Spirit is Trinity.
But when does it say Trinity in the Bible, even, bro? Or the audio?
The Father, Son, Holy Spirit are the Trinity. The three.
Yeah, as defined by you. How are you not understanding what I'm saying out of respect? Like, I just don't get it.
Let us make man in our image. That's let us. I mean, that's the Trinity.
Let us make man in our image.
Yeah, us means the Trinity. Yeah.
Us?
Mm-hmm. Us means the Trinity.
Oh, I see where you're going wrong.
Let us make man in our image. God said that right in the beginning, Genesis 1. Let us make man in our image. Yeah.
No, go ahead, please.
I totally agree with Crack Villain.
Like, literally, and make us.
We're not part of like a Jewish cult that's trying to be Jewish anymore. We're part of.
I'm not a Jew, bro.